Everyone could just remember to turn on their mics.
Okay, let me know when you're ready. All right, good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors held this date, May 18th, 2021. And with that, I'll turn to Rabbi Ivan Yakar of the Temple Bat Yam for our invocation. So Rabbi, please lead us.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for the honor of sharing my words of invocation, and thank you all once again for your service on behalf of the citizens of our county. I can't believe it's continuing, but I will begin with a prayer for all those affected by COVID. May those suffering from its effects know health soon. May those caring for them and providing our frontline healthcare find strength and know our gratitude. And we say together, Amen.
Amen.
Last night, Israelis within range of Gaza rockets experienced a full 6 hours without a siren. Although that quickly came to an end right after dawn, we pray for the safety of all. We pray for peace, and we pray for leadership to prevail and lead their peoples toward meaningful, while complicated, conversations that will lead to a lasting peace. And we say together, Amen.
Amen.
Today marks the second day of the Jewish holiday of Shavuot, commemorating the moment of revelation at Mount Sinai. Whatever occurred at that place history calls Sinai, it has been and will continue to be a pinnacle moment in human history. It will be a moment recalled at which the ancient Israelites declared in one voice their devotion to study and learning, their commitment to a life of purpose. May we all, in our own ways, and in whatever faith guides us, devote ourselves to a life of learning and be committed to a purpose-driven life, one that is undergirded by human values and dignity. And we say together, Amen.
Amen.
We pray Hamakom. May the one who is ever present, the divine God, whatever it is we believe, provide you, our county supervisors, strength and courage to lead our county, the forbearance to engage in meaningful dialogue and debate that leads to new learning and discovery at every opportunity. May your leadership be towards example for all the citizens, residents, and visitors of our county. And may the source of life bless us with peace, justice, and fairness soon and in our day. And let us say, Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Rabbi. We really appreciate that.
I love starting our day that way.
Yes.
It's really,
I do
really
too.
helpful.
I do
Thank
too.
you.
And reflection on what's going on in Israel, I think is very important for us to follow and to understand and hopefully do the right things ultimately. So with that, I would ask Supervisor Thomas to please lead us in the Pledge of
Love to.
Allegiance.
Hand over your heart. I pledge
Allegiance
allegiance
to the flag
of
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right, very good. So with that, we are going to move to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. We have some items that have been requested to be pulled. So should we announce those now, Don, or?
For staff perspective, yes, I can announce those now, Supervisor. The Auditor Controller is requesting that item number 2 be pulled for discussion.
Okay. All right. So with that, let's go through the board and determine if there's anything else that one of the supervisors would like to pull. So let's start with District 5. Sue.
No items. Thank you.
All right. District 4.
No changes.
District 3.
I would just like to comment on item number 11, where we are approving the area plan for seniors. Just a great plan, very interesting information, helpful information. And I think it's important for us all to recognize that over 61,000 people in El Dorado County are over the age of 60. That makes our population roughly 30% of the senior population. And just as we move through policies and decisions, that's a helpful thing to keep in mind.
Absolutely.
Appreciated the report.
Good statistic to understand. So
Yeah.
thank you. District 2, George.
I want to pull item 10 for discussion. Just clarification is what mostly.
Right. And I'm not requesting any polls at this point from District 1. So with that, Cam, would you please open it up for public comment on the consent calendar?
Now taking public comment on adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar.
Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Keely Link.
Good morning, supervisors. I want to thank George Turnbull for requesting that item 10 be pulled because there's some troubling changes in the renewal contract with Avellino. They had a specified sensitivity rate of 90% in the 2020 contract and a 97%
Just wanted to
in
comment.
the new contract.
Keely, that has been pulled, so we will
Oh.
be hearing that shortly.
Oh, great. Then I'll call
I mean,
back.
we haven't taken the final action, but George has requested it, so essentially it's pulled.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2, freshly returned from the East Coast. Item 10's been pulled. That's good. Item 9, our defensible space inspector, the senior inspector is going to get $91,000 a year, and the junior inspector will get $86,000. Wow. I hope they do a great job because they have lots to do. Anyway, item 17 kind of dovetails with item 11 that was commented on earlier. And that is Older Americans Month. Hey, I'm one of those. And I noticed that it was found that many of us and many of them, if you will, back in the day, were living in poverty. Yeah, I feel the pain. And but that we have so many older Americans here in this county, and we are going to get a big fire like Paradise. It's good to recognize this. I hope we can make good on that. And once again, the Legistar program is very difficult to use. We click on the agenda item that was pulled up, if you will, 21 dash whatever, and we get that file, but there's still no reference in that file to what number it is on the agenda. I can't imagine that many of you and people in the public are not frustrated and confused by the way this works or doesn't work, because that's the problem. So if we can get the Legistar item to identify not only 21-0692, for instance, for item 11, but if it said item 11 on that file, that would really help people out, I think. I don't know, it helped me out. But again, I imagine people struggle with this and probably give up and go home because it is just a little bit more complicated than it actually needs to be. Otherwise, thank you very much, and we'll see you on a couple items later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Good morning. Before I begin, I'd like to request 5 minutes to exercise my First Amendment rights, but I should not need the entirety of that time. I'm addressing consent item number 20, the DOT amendment for the 36-page contract with CH2M Hill for the Mount Murphy Bridge CIP project, which I'm doubtful any of you have taken the time to read thoroughly as I have. This project has been a bone of contention in the Coloma region for many years. As you should all be aware, I was a member of the stakeholders committee representing residents on the north side of the river concerning what once was the $12 million Bridge to Nowhere project. God only knows what the cost of that project has risen to by now and what the end product will cost taxpayers in the end, particularly as CH2M Hill is driving the project. The majority of this project is funded by grant money, and in that regard, I am submitting into the public record item number 20 on the May 15th, 2012 BOS agenda, the resolution exposing the dangers of Agenda 21 that recognizes the green or alternative projects that are destructive to the environment, dangerous intents of the plan, and the grant monies attached to it, end quote. Lori Parlin participated in many of the meetings we had with Norma Santiago regarding the bridge construction and associated Agenda 21 concerns, particularly those involving the Mount Murphy Road Bridge, the Coloma Resort, and the Marshall Gold Discovery State Park. Matt Smeltzer presented an impressive mock-up of the project, but it eliminated the stakeholders' recommendations. DOT, state parks, and CH2M Hill obviously had their own agenda. Ron Briggs and DOT assured us that our recommendation to retain the historic one-lane bridge as a footbridge and to erect the new bridge to the west of Grange Hall was the best solution. However, Matt Smeltzer's PowerPoint presentations, maps, graphs, and data were presented to the community, but questions kept arising about the associated concerns that needed to be addressed, specifically the safety aspects of the residents, but they were effectively diverted and obfuscated. As one of my neighbors put it, government keeps us like mushrooms in the dark. My emails to Matt Smeltzer and to DOT Director Rafael Martinez were never returned. The reason for that probably is having a lot to do with Don Ashen's unlawful
Public comment at 3 minutes.
of the blocking of my email access to communicate electronically with government staff. As you know, this is a gross excuse me. There's a technical difficulty here. This is an egregious violation of my First Amendment rights to petition government for redress of grievances. Lori Parlin, you have an obligation to respond and to take care of these concerns of your constituents. This is a safety related issue as well. Your response to this needs to be pulled and as a special agenda item to be addressed publicly rather than keeping us in the dark. Your comments and response are expected.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, very good. Thank you. So with that, do we have a motion on the consent calendar, recognizing we have 2 items that are being pulled? And so Kim, would you read that, please?
Supervisor Heidel, just to clarify, does this also include continuing item 32, a closed session matter off calendar at the request of Human Resources Department?
Very good. Thank you, David. Appreciate that. So that will be added.
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull items 2 and 10 for discussion. Continue item 32 off calendar.
So with that, back to
So
the
I
board.
move approval with those changes.
Second.
All right. Motion second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so it's been suggested we take item 2 now off the consent calendar because that should be relatively short, and we'll probably defer item 10 until a later point in time to be able to accommodate our 9 a.m. allocation, item 26 as much as possible. So with that, Kim, would you read number 2, please?
Item number 2 comes from the Auditor Controller recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of special tax bonds and approving and authorizing forms of a supplemental to fiscal agent agreement, official statement, and bond purchase agreement, and authorizing additional actions in connection therewith within for Community Facilities District Number 2018-1, Bass Lake Hills.
Very good. Mr. Harn, are you with us?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming through fine, Joe. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. About a half hour ago, I issued a email to your board just documenting the fact that the county's bond screening committee also recommends that your board authorize the issuance of these Mello-Roos bonds. Just to give a real brief summary, in 1995, El Dorado County approved the Bass Lake Specific Plan. In 2017, the County Board of Supervisors entered into a development agreement with the developers of these three subdivisions in the Bass Lake Specific Plan that, among other things, required the developer to build infrastructure, more than their share of infrastructure, fix the Country Club Bass Lake intersection, one of the worst intersections in the county, and it required the county to assist the developer in obtaining assessment district financing for the required infrastructure. In 2019, the county issued approximately $12 million of Mello-Roos bonds. This morning, with the anticipated action of your board, this would authorize the issuance of approximately another $6 million of Mello-Roos bonds. These bonds are special tax bonds, and the bonds will be repaid exclusively with the special tax revenues collected within this 280 lot community facilities district. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. So questions, if any, or comments from board members?
No. Thank you.
Seeing none. Thank you, Joe. Open this up for public comment, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 2. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from 390.
This is Ken Greenwood from District 2. And yeah, I can't help but kind of chuckle whenever I think of the Bass Lake Hills specific plan, as I was part author of that back in the early 90s. And as was pointed out, it was approved in 1995 or 6. It's good to see that time marches on, but the process maybe doesn't. It's just interesting, again, to see that it takes, and you know, good old Norm, bless his heart. I hope this all comes to fruition prior to all of us being too much of older Americans, if you will, and missing the implementation thereof. But it is interesting to see how long it takes to do things. I guess that's part of the legislative process that was intended by the founders, so that we do it the right way. So here we are, implementing stuff in a good, slow, measured manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hey, you guys, good morning. Myself and a lot of other people listening would like you to take your masks off and stop the COVID theater. We cannot hear you. You sound
Mandy,
muffled.
that's not what
Thank
item 2 is
you.
all about. All right.
It's not an item. It's I can't understand you.
Okay, so any other?
There's
public
no
comment?
additional public comment.
All right, thank you. With that, let's bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval of item number 2 on the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So with
Thank
that,
you.
let's go to our 9 a.m. time allocation. Start with number 26. Kim, if you'd read that.
Item 26 comes from the Hemp Ad Hoc Committee, recommending the board conceptually approve an ordinance for a permanent ban on hemp cultivation in El Dorado County.
Thank you. So Charlene, are you leading the discussion this morning?
Sure. So the ad hoc committee had a number of public meetings, 6 or so, and we discussed a number of different things. We discussed parcel sizes, we discussed zoning, possible planted area sizes. We discussed some different things like the nasal rangers and odor. Discussed some different research that was done at Santa Rosa Junior College with hemp growing near grapevines and looking at terpenes. So really what we did result is that it's a complex issue. There's a lot of things involved. There's a lot of things that probably still need some more research. You know, we had a couple of people on the committee from the Agricultural Commission. And, you know, it's just a difficult thing. Hemp it's a derivative of the cannabis sativa plant. Essentially, it's been bred to have no more than 0.3% THC. And so it's, once again, it's just a difficult thing. It's difficult to distinguish for law enforcement. We did have a number of growers last year that successfully grew. We had, you know, mainly one main issue with a lot of complaints because of odor. And, you know, so that's what kind of made it hard for the ad hoc committee, is that, especially with odor, everybody's a little different. Everybody, you know, has different sensitivities. So how do you come up with a reasonable setback when you have people that have these different sensitivities? And I'll kind of send it back to our ad hoc members to maybe further discuss this.
Thank you, Charlene. So I'd like to also open it up to Danny if he has any comments from our council perspective, having attended all of the ad hoc committee. And we've had letters that have come in, have asked questions about the right to farm, et cetera. So Danny, I don't know if you have any comments you'd like to add at this point.
Not at this time, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, very good. So with that, Lori, do you want to share your thoughts on this?
Sure. I'll give it a go. There was a lot at our meetings, and quite honestly, in my mind, every time we had a meeting, we had an expert come in and speak. It just seemed to create more questions. And it became pretty clear that this industry is evolving, and there's, you know, some counties, we had one of our experts came in and said that, you know, you really want to get in front of this, in front of the hemp industry and farming, because Sonoma County was the example that was used, that they opened up the floodgates to hemp, and then I'm not exactly sure what happened, but they had to backpedal and, you know, kind of shut it down a bit, and we don't want to follow that model. And in my mind, I too remember the same conversation came up with cannabis, if you guys remember. That was a few years ago, but I remember that Calaveras County was the example that was used all the time. If they went full bore, then a lot of legal and recalls and all that stuff, and then they had to pull back. And so our county was pretty wise with cannabis and taking a step back and watching what other counties did, wait for the research to come out. And so in my mind, I think that that's just what we should do with the hemp, is wait until we get a good, strong ordinance, because we were not able to come up with an ordinance and it's already planting season. So there's really no way humanly possible for us to get in front of it this year. And then also, my understanding, and I think that someone here from the sheriff's office is probably online, but the sheriff visited a number of hemp farms, and they did find marijuana planted within the hemp. And that was one of the concerns that was brought up. And it may or may not have been intentional. That part I don't know. But what it does do is it makes it very difficult for enforcement. And because the plant looks the same, when you just take a glance at it, it looks the same. So, and I felt that maybe all of the ag industries were not well represented during our ad hoc committee meetings for one reason or another. I don't know why, but some of their other research that was submitted to us showed that other counties are concerned about the impacts on hemp potentially on, let's say, wineries. And my understanding is there was, and it's not just, and Charlene's right, it is complex because it's not just the fact that planting, nearby could impact another crop, but just the fact that, quite honestly, the odor, and if you're a winery and you could potentially have a hemp farm in the area and the odor and their guests don't like it, how's that going to impact? So there was just a lot of unknowns. And I felt that with all the questions, we should take a step back and let the industry get a little more settled so that we're in front of it. I felt like we were behind it. And even setbacks, there wasn't clarity on what's a reasonable setbacks. There's also pollen drift, which could affect potentially cannabis farms, which we're trying to get our cannabis program in place because the voters told us to do so. So there's a lot going on here. And it just seemed that at this time of bands, a good idea. My thought was maybe a couple years and let's revisit it and take a look and see if we can find some solid research to guide us. So yeah, it was a lot to take in, and I still felt it wasn't very conclusive. How about you, John?
Yeah, and I want to clarify the words that are on the agenda. A permanent ban means we put one in place. It doesn't mean it lasts forever.
Correct.
The board has the ability, as Lori suggested, to decide that we have accumulated enough information and data. We know how to properly establish the setbacks, the things that need to go into an ordinance. And then the ban could be lifted if that were the will of the board based upon public input. So the word permanent basically says we're moving from a moratorium type of situation and an ongoing effort into a hold pattern is the way I would express it. We're on hold until we've had such time to accumulate significant technical knowledge, the ability to measure things, and really put together a really good ordinance and a program as opposed to moving forward on a trial basis. The exception to that is I think we had some very responsible growers the last couple of years. They've demonstrated that they have been able to successfully grow the industrial hemp, that they have not had issues with complaints from neighbors, that they have not had issues with thefts and those kinds of things, which people who might mistake industrial hemp for marijuana might come in and try to steal plants. But a lot of the areas that actually have grown in the last couple of years have been relatively isolated and they're aware of the risks. And so my only hope there was that they would be able to continue to grow, but we basically just ran out of time in terms of trying to put together a program that would allow that to occur. So subject to redirection from the board, we decided to withdraw this suggestion of a pilot program, recognizing we have proven people and we could use and authorize those proven growers to continue for a period of time and use it as a data collection process, to actually use the nasal ranger, to actually use various setbacks and to test some of these things so that we would gain firsthand knowledge in El Dorado County of what are the primary areas of significance relative to odor, spread, drift, those kinds of things. But we've basically just ran out of time before this next growing season. That doesn't mean we couldn't look at a pilot program perhaps next year if we want to do that. That's in the mix of discussion, I think. But it was just a timing thing from my perspective. We basically put a significant effort into trying to look at a pilot program. We gathered information from other counties that are doing that, but there just wasn't sufficient time to bring that to a position that we could bring it to the board and fully describe what it is. And a big part of that is the costs. There will be costs associated with a pilot program for the data collection, the analysis, et cetera. And how do we impose that on a very limited number of growers? Because the fewer people you have participating, obviously, the higher per grower cost it's going to be to run that kind of a program. So that was the other dilemma, is to how do you balance out reasonable costs to the growers that would participate versus having the county bear that cost, which I'm pretty sure no one on this board probably would be willing to do that. At least I'm not. So
Correct.
So that's the other side of it. We did try alternate path. We just couldn't get there in time to support this year's growing season without, a direction from the board to staff to make that a high priority and to get her done. So, and obviously Charlene and her staff, and I'm sure Danny, they have a lot of other things on their plate. So it really comes down to one of these priority issues. How much time do you dedicate to any one project as opposed to trying to cover the full basis of what you're trying to accomplish? So that's kind of my inputs on it. And so I guess with that, we'd open it up for other board comments or questions of either the committee or staff. Do we have any questions or comments? Yeah, Sue.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a bunch of questions here.
Okay.
To start with, when we did the cannabis ad hoc committee, we took several years, several growing seasons, and if I recall, it was probably over a dozen public meetings. And what we did was separate out each issue and go over each issue because it is complicated. And when you're talking about a new industry, there's lots of sides to the issue and lots of concerns. My concern is I come from a history of farmers, lettuce farmers in Salinas Valley, and the right to farm to me is incredibly important within our society, especially within this agricultural area of California. So I have a lot of concerns, but let me get to the issues. The setback issue, the smell. Did you specifically have some meetings where that's what you talked about, specific smell and setback, and what the issue was, where the issue was? Because it's my understanding we have hemp farms now, and there was one complaint, and from what I saw in some written comments is that the other farmers understood that there was an issue and there was zero setback in somebody's farm, and that was causing the issue. And so how many other counties did you talk to, and did you specifically talk about the setback, and what were the comments on just that issue is number one? And maybe you can answer that and then I can go on with my other questions.
So most of the counties have determined some sort of setback. I can tell you that the amount is kind of all over the place. Some may be 100 feet, 200, 300. We've seen 1,000 feet. So it really is all over. I think part of the issue is as soon as you go up in size, you end up with more odor. So maybe you need a bigger setback is
Okay.
what we've kind of seen.
And was that to a point where, Laura, you mentioned that, you just guys couldn't really grasp how to get there. Was there just no agreement on what that setback might look like then, knowing that you need a setback and that that might help solve that issue?
Yeah, I mean, so when we ended up with, gosh, what was his name? Was that Ray? Ray came in, the expert with the nasal ranger. He showed us some mapping because topography plays a huge part in, odor drift. And it almost seemed like, and I think that the cannabis ordinance has this where you're going to have, it's like a special use permit where you have to get the study and stuff. And so it's really difficult to come up with a single, just what would you call a standard setback for a grow, because there's so many factors involved. He was just showing us these maps of where things could go. And so that was another issue. It's like, well, how do you create a standard setback on something that could vary? If you're, let's say your farm was down in kind of a little bit of a culvert area or up on a hill, it's going to need different setbacks, different factors involved. And then also, if you think about it, weather is even, weather and topography, winds come in. Sometimes you have let's say a little bit of a valley where winds are going to go a certain direction. So without a detailed study for each location, there was just didn't seem to come up with a standard setback. So,
Did you talk
yeah.
about special use permits then to address that?
Well, we did kind of talk about that, but that's a different expensive process that people didn't want to go down that path, really, is the feeling I got. You know, we were trying to come up with a standardized ordinance, and ultimately, you're right, Sue. I'm thinking that maybe when we revisit this in a couple years and we see the research from other counties and things, we may end up having to do special use permits for these. I kind of felt that may be the case, but we just couldn't come to a consensus, and there wasn't really a lot of excitement for the special use permit process, quite honestly. And I think most of us know it's kind of cumbersome.
It is. I agree. I think what it does is allow for, especially when it's a new industry like this.
Yeah.
I think it's a way to allow them, and then you can do that pilot and understand what those issues, kind of start defining, knowing case by case, you can start looking at, at what the issues are and define from there. And I think to that, it works. So that was one of my concerns. Sonoma County, what exactly happened in Sonoma County that?
Let me add to Lori. Yeah, let me add to Lori's comment a little bit. Ray, who uses a nasal range in her stuff, basically said his recommendation was, as a standard recommendation, 1,000 feet from any edge of a grow to a sensitive receptor, which would be a residency, those kinds of things. But the thing that happens is, as Charlene mentioned, individual sensitivity to the odor vary dramatically in terms of what an individual's smell senses are worth, right? Because how well they work. Their sensitivity of one person may be on the edge of, I don't even smell hardly anything, and the other one person, this is driving me nuts, right? So you have that variability even with standard recommendations. One of the things that we know was done is there was some testing on, I think it was 3 different growers operations, wherein Ray made some measurements with this nasal ranger in corner locations of the given grow that they had, and those were varying in size and stuff, but you could pretty much determine from that which direction the prevailing wind was moving, or what flow was going, because you could find one corner typically that was substantially higher than the opposite corner. So it's that kind of data that I think we really need to collect and understand. How does that vary on a daily basis? I think it was a single snapshot in time that was taken, but there really wasn't any analysis that went into it. We didn't look at, okay, the prevailing wind was coming in this direction. This all makes sense. There was no correlation of the data. It was just, to my knowledge, it was just data collected and provided. So there are a lot of variables. And when we first entered into this, I thought industrial hemp was a simple agricultural product that didn't have strong odor considerations, that, was pretty straightforward in terms of how you would establish an ordinance consistent with the legality of it. And when we started really discussing all the variables, it became a totally different situation. It is very complicated, even though we tried to make it as simple as possible. So those are some of the comments I'd like to add to it. There was substantial testimony given by various people. There was a lot of analysis. And the other part that hasn't been mentioned is the sheriff's position on it. And I'm going to let somebody from the sheriff's department speak on it on their own if they will. But there is a overriding consideration that industrial hemp does cause complications in terms of being able to discern the difference between a marijuana grow and industrial hemp grow, and what's going on in the area, and the possibility of thefts and all of those things that law enforcement has to consider. So a lot of things
so
there.
I think, I don't want to, let's get there in a minute. I just have some more questions.
Go ahead. Yep.
It's more specific questions. So Sonoma County, what exactly happened in Sonoma that caused such an uproar or change in their minds?
I don't know the specifics. It was just mentioned by our one of our experts that just said, don't do what they did. And really,
you don't know what that was?
No, it was this more of a cautionary. You really need to get in front of it with a very well thought out ordinance before you start giving permits. It was a cautionary warning more than that. And I didn't go look it up. I was doing a lot of other reading, though, I must say. There was a lot to do.
No, this is so much. And I'm just trying to get down to the issues, because you know, I went through the same process. We went through the same process with
Yeah.
the cannabis, and it is very complicated, and it just, you know, I'm just trying to narrow down some of these issues so I have a better understanding of where you were.
Well, and I think
excuse
me, Sonoma County had similar issues to
Okay.
us in that they have cannabis and they have the wineries and vineyards. So
Mm.
they were dealing with
Okay.
that too.
Yeah, if I can just briefly
Okay.
add, I recall the conversation and what he had indicated. This is the presenter that Sonoma, I believe, had. I don't recall if cannabis was first. I believe it was, and his thing is that he thought that when hemp was first allowed, it was allowed without a lot of regulation, and that caused kind of a big clash from them. I did not research that further, but that was my recollection of that conversation.
So was the clash with the, and I apologize for getting so specific, but I'm kind of curious to figure this all out. So was the clash between the wineries or between the hemp and the cannabis growers?
I believe he was saying that it was more of a clash between hemp and cannabis. I don't recall what he said about the wineries, but yeah.
Okay. And I guess my last, it's more of a comment, is it says in there a permanent ban. I have an issue with that, and that what we're talking about truly, from what I'm hearing from you, Lori and John, is that you want to come back and review this when there's more data. And I agree, we need to get more data. I have an issue with saying it's a permanent ban when what we're sounds like what we're talking about. And I want to make sure we're all on the same page, is that we are going to come back and review this. And I just wonder, you know, can we get a timeline in there and say we're going to come back in a year? And, you know, and then how do we gather any data if we're just doing a ban? So, you know, my question would be, would it be possible to go ahead and approve those? Is it possible? Is it legally possible? And is something that everybody wants to entertain? Is it possible to keep the growers we have right now, similar to what we did in cannabis, is allow some of our dispensaries that were already there and, you know, had a special use permit type of thing, to allow them, so we could see and further that investigation on how it works in our county, if that would be something everybody would be interested in talking about. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Sue.
I can discuss that a little bit, because that kind of touches on, we had a discussion about potentially allowing a pilot project. And one thing to begin this discussion to note is that there are state registry regulations out there. There's currently state and federal regulations on hemp. Under state law, what they call a hemp license, they call it a registration. Last year, we had, I can't recall the exact number of registrants, about 10-ish. Most of those, and how we drafted our moratorium, is anyone who had a registration last year were allowed to finish the terms of that. Those are 1-year registrations under state law. They're issued by us, but issued pursuant to state law. Now, the most of those have either expired or they will be expiring soon. So if we're talking about a pilot project, what we would need to discuss then is, well, if we're going to be issuing new registrations, we would discuss what are the terms and conditions of that. We talked about, well, you know, does the only condition we're going to add is that you were issued a registration in 2020, we're going to issue a new one in 2021. We could do that. We could instead put in other conditions, but I think that's also kind of where the pilot project ended up being complicated too, because we need to figure out what is the additional limitations we're putting on state law.
So it is possible, you're saying it's just a matter of figuring out truly kind of the specifics on how something like that might work.
Yeah, we would also need to discuss that we would need to amend essentially our current moratorium, and to add in the ability to issue registrations in 2021 in the process to do so.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you.
Thank you, Sue. So Wendy or George?
Yes, I do. First of all, I want to recognize the work of the ad hoc committee. I recognize this was not easy work. It's a fluid situation. It's constantly changing. Grateful for the time everyone that has spent on it, and there's not a lot of roadmaps to this work. So, you know, thank you for your time, and I've appreciated the dialogue on the complexities of this morning. I also appreciate the challenges with the law enforcement component of it. And as I've thought critically about this, if I was looking at it from a law enforcement lens, I think I understand the recommendation before us today. And, I would probably make that same recommendation if I was looking at it through a law enforcement lens. That said, I think all of us on the Board of Supervisors, we're tasked with looking at issues from a different lens, and that's perhaps a more holistic lens. And, we need to take in a full range of information so we can make an informed decision. And like you said, we don't have a lot of information to go on right now because it is such an emerging industry. I think it would behoove us to understand the hemp issue from an agricultural lens as well as an economic lens. And so the question before us is, do we have the information today to make a ban on hemp right now? And I don't think we do, because I don't think we understand really, like you were talking about, Lori, how agriculture feels about hemp and what the economic opportunities are for this industry in El Dorado County. I think we all pride ourselves on the fact that El Dorado County is an agricultural county. We're not an urban county, we're an ag county. And so keeping in mind that trends and crops and industries change, are we at the forefront of an emerging industry? And it seems that perhaps we are, an emerging agricultural industry. So understanding both the economic opportunities as well as the ag component on a deeper level, I think would serve us well on this. It was also brought out that we have some foundational documents that support this. On our general plan, objective 8.822, under agricultural operations, it states that our objective in this county is, quote, the protection of the rights of agricultural operators to continue agricultural practices on all lands designed for agricultural use and expand the agriculture-related uses allowed on such lands. That's in our general plan. Looking at our right to farm ordinance that was mentioned before, it is language that our policy is to, quote, protect agricultural land and to encourage agricultural operations. It's also interesting that under this ordinance, and thinking about the challenges between hemp and cannabis, it talks about a nuisance. And, we brought up that perhaps hemp is a nuisance in this whole, consideration, but our right to farm ordinance also has language about nuisances, and it says it is the purpose and intent of this section, and that's the right to farm ordinance they're referring to reduce the loss to the county of its agricultural resources by limiting circumstances under which agricultural operations may be considered a nuisance. So I think what I would propose, and I want to just throw this out there before public comment for the board and the public to consider, perhaps our best course forward, considering hemp is a legal agricultural commodity under the 2018 Farm Bill. President Trump put that into effect. That perhaps it would behoove us to direct staff to explore the hemp issue with both the Agricultural Commission as well as CDAC independently, and return to the board no later than November with our recommendations. And as they explore this issue independently, they might even find that a joint meeting between them might be helpful before they come back to us, but we can talk about that later. But then have staff return to the board with revisions to the urgency ordinance on hemp to allow current registrants to continue operations during the time necessary for the Ag Commission and CDAC to make their findings, and to give staff time to develop a hemp ordinance based on emerging data, if directed by the Board of Supervisors following the committee recommendations. So just kind of throwing that out there, that perhaps that's a good path forward to give us more time to study.
What would that do for this year?
It would allow us for the current permittees and registrants to continue operations while we work through this process.
I'm really concerned about that, just
Okay.
given all the questions we have and all the uncertainties and the amount of resources that the resources, where's it going to come from?
In terms of?
Well, the staff time, the enforcement issues that we've had, where's that going to come from?
Where have they come from? This last year, I would pretty much be
And that's something that we didn't even get around to exploring, quite honestly, is that it became clear that the fees aren't high enough that we charge to recoup
Okay.
our costs, and that needs to be explored. So I don't know how we could do that. These permits are going to be expiring in July, I believe. So I don't see how we could get renew permits when we don't have an ordinance or a program in place to do so. Because you're talking about, you said exploring it, to have something by November.
Well, I'm saying allow the current registrants to continue their operations as they have been doing this last year
I think
under
she's
the current
talking about a
process.
grandfathering process.
Yeah.
You
So
grandfather
you
in.
would, you're actually wanting to re-permit.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, re-permit it.
But no pilot program, no data collection.
Can I
You're
jump
gonna
in?
allow it to continue.
Right. While that gives CDAC and the Ag Commission time to come back to our board with their recommendations from those independent lenses. It gives the time to study what Sonoma County is doing, what some of the other counties are doing. I do believe that a couple of one of our hemp registrants has a contract with UC Davis to do a study this next year in El Dorado County on turpine drift, or I don't know how you say that, but the impacts on wine grapes. It would give that time to go forward once again to collect data on which we can make an informed decision in the years ahead. So it's a way to move this issue forward in a measured way, recognizing the investment that a lot of our hemp permittees that were allowed to get permits have made on their land. And it's essentially creating perhaps a pilot program while we work on an ordinance and collect data. So
I see our sheriff's got his hand up, so I think it's appropriate to ask John
Absolutely.
D'Agostini to go ahead and comment at this point.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to back up a little bit at the beginning of this conversation, and with respect to Supervisor Thomas's statements and her ideas and proposal to move forward. We basically had a pilot program, and it was a dismal failure. First of all, the comment, many successful growers last year, we had a handful. We had a handful that were very remote, that didn't cause any problems or any issues. The others, we had issues with law enforcement responses. We had the residents in the area complaining about the smell. We had refuse that was being blown around in the wind. So it wasn't as successful as it's being made to sound like. The comment was made that it's a derivative of the cannabis sativa plant. It is the cannabis sativa plant. It is just engineered to produce 0.3% or less of THC. It's the same plant. And as a result of that, during the hearings, my lieutenant, Mike Cook, had a presentation with hundreds of issues around agricultural hemp farms, not only in California, but across the nation, where there was gunfights, there was thefts, there was murders, there was everything. So we are very, very concerned about the misidentification of hemp of being cannabis and the issues that are going to come with that. We already have the cannabis ordinances in place. We're moving through. Yes, there is the hiccup with the background issues. We're working through that. Hopefully that will be settled here shortly. And I think we need to really have our experience dealing with the cannabis before we move into this agricultural hemp. Another issue is there seems to be some confusion, I think, as to what industrial hemp and ag hemp and everything else. This isn't the hemp that is grown literally hundreds of thousands to the acre for fiber. It's grown just like a cannabis plant. It looks like a cannabis plant. There's no discernation other than possibly a placarding and notification around the properties. We talked about all those issues in the meetings. There's the issue of pollination. That was something that came up in Sonoma and is coming up on the coastal counties. I just had a conversation yesterday with one of my peers from Mendocino County. Huge problem. One, if they're going to let one of their hemp plants go to seed for next season, they don't want to buy hemp seeds. That's a huge problem for any of the cannabis growers around them. We're already seeing in this state an influx of DTOs, Mexican drug trafficking organizations. For whatever reason, there's another surge in that area. That's going to cause another huge issue if we have a agricultural hemp program in place, again, with the inability to discern the difference. When we brought up having a pilot program and the special use permits and environmental impact reports, the growers that are interested in on the pro hemp side, they were against that. They didn't want to have to go through all those extra expenses. I'm looking at my notes here. You know, as far as how the ag community feels, you know, not everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, but many, the vast majority of the people that I have spoken to say they don't want hemp. And when I've asked them to please call in, please get a hold of your supervisors, and my lieutenant Mike Cook, and he can solidify this. They're definitely afraid, because to them it is cannabis, and they're definitely afraid of the violence that goes around these cannabis grows, some of them, and the belief that hemp will carry the same issues. They don't want to call in. They don't want to contact you. We have a few that have been willing to stand up, and you have some of those comments, I believe, in front of you. So for us, for the sheriff's office perspective, this hemp program, we already had a pilot program, and it was a dismal failure. We need to have this ban in place with maybe down the road, not next year, maybe not even the year after that, but after we get commercial cannabis under our belt and we're comfortable with it, and the community is comfortable with it, and we are learning, and the growers are learning to work within the rules, then and only then, I believe we should entertain an ag hemp program and ordinance, because I don't believe that the economic opportunities that everybody is talking about will be significant enough to outweigh the costs that are going to be involved in what it will bring to our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Sheriff. So with that, I'll turn to Supervisor Turnbow. Do you have anything you'd like to contribute at this point, George?
Well, you know, I'm just trying to grasp this a little bit, you know, and I know there needs to be a lot of research done. And I agree with Danny and Charlene on some of the issues that's going on. And I also believe in what Lori and you said, John. One of the questions I want to ask: how many hemp farms do we have in El Dorado County right now? Can anybody answer that question?
So I believe, and I don't have the expiration dates in front of me, but we had 10 that actually did anything last year.
Okay, 10. And the other question is, you know, there was brought to my attention what Lori talked about, that we had some of these hemp farms grew cannabis along with the hemp. Do you know how many of those did their registration or permits get pulled because of that, or no?
So no, because and you'll have to talk to the sheriff, because I don't have that information. So we didn't pull any. The ones that we did test, you know, that were out there, they came back within the 0.3%.
Yeah. So was there any of them growing illegally? I mean, you know, versus, you know, growing cannabis in these hemp farms? Was there any or no?
Yes, there were. I know of 3. My Lieutenant Mike Cook's on the phone on the call. He might know for sure the number.
Okay, thanks, John. The question is, how, if that was the case, how come these permits or registrations weren't pulled? Can you answer me that?
And I don't have the data on the ones that actually grew cannabis.
You don't have that data, okay.
No.
All right, that's just some of the questions that, I'm kind of concerned about too, because if these farms, are growing and stuff, hemp, and then they ended up growing cannabis, in mix of these, in the middle of these farms or adjacent to these farms or whatever. I just don't understand that I'm sure that these people probably got arrested, I'm sure, for violating the law, but what I don't understand, if that's the case, why weren't there permits or registrations pulled? Period. Cease and desist.
I can, the very simplest answer to that, Supervisor, is Charlene not understanding the entire issue with hemp, just looked at it as an ag crop and started issuing permits. So there was no coordination between the ag department and the sheriff's office. So one hand wasn't talking to the other. That's why we talked about having this hemp ad hoc committee to come up with a plan to be able to fix that in the future, which it's not going to be fixed right now.
Yeah. And that's my concern.
So I just want to clarify that I did send over the registrant's information to the sheriff's department.
Well, one of the things is that's how I feel. I think the ag department and the sheriffs need to, work together on this, because if there is an illegal grow in a hemp farm and you don't pull the registration, they continue to grow. That's wrong, because it should be cease and desist, period. Especially if they're violating the law. That's my take on it anyway. And I think you guys need to work together. I think when there's a lot of stuff and a lot of research that needs to be done for the future of this. And I think we need to grasp this and work forward to maybe to solve a lot of the problems that's going on right now with this issue.
Okay, thank you, George. Is there any other board comments or questions?
Well, and I did want to point out that our ad hoc meetings, there was a huge, it was a small group, but it felt like a majority, let's say it that way, of the growers that were attending truly had an ultimate goal of being cannabis farmers. So they were using hemp as their baby step and or plan B. I mean, it was actually said, this is my plan B. So, and there was one, and sometimes I get frustrated, I know that. And there was one of the meetings where I just said, look, do you guys just want us to say no hemp and let's just focus on cannabis? Because they kept bringing the cannabis into this discussion, and we were supposed to be focusing on hemp, and it made it, it just made it difficult sometimes to get them back into what we were supposed to be talking about. They want to get going on our cannabis program, quite honestly, and we should be. And so it feels like the hemp can almost be a distraction or a deterrent on focusing our limited resources on getting cannabis going, because we were directed to do that by the voters. That's really not an option. So, and the hemp, depending on pollen drift, there's one county, and I can't remember where it is, Charlene, if you can remember, but there's lawsuits now between hemp and cannabis farms because they are starting to impact each other negatively. So it just seemed like, let's just focus on our cannabis program, which we've been directed to do. And I understand that there's some farmers that, didn't have any problems, and I get it, but at the same time, we only have so many resources. And if they don't want to put up the money to help us with the resources to have this program, we need to focus on our cannabis. That's really what we need to do.
Lori,
Mm-hmm.
quick question. So you said the majority of the hemp growers wanted to be cannabis growers. Did you?
Yes.
Were you able to stratify that, understand that they were hemp growers, or were there cannabis growers in there that were that were making that conversation? I'm just curious. So you're saying definitely out of the 10 growers we have, that there's a majority of them that said they wanted to be cannabis growers.
The ones that attended our meetings were heavily trying to, well, I mean, some of them made the comment, hemp is my plan B. I'm trying to get my cannabis license. That was flat out said by several of the attendees. Probably 3 or 4 of them were very focused on their cannabis operations, but they were attending the hemp ad hoc committee meetings because they wanted a, plan B kind of thing. So that was their ultimate goal, was cannabis. So it made it hard to really know which ones would be just sticking with hemp only ultimately. And if it's just a tiny handful, then that's quite a bit of time and energy put into a small handful when we're supposed to be working on this cannabis program. And I think we had some cannabis permits make it to the planning commission, I believe. So we're getting there. We're getting close. So it just seems like and I said it a couple times. I'm like, I'm just feeling like we need to focus on cannabis. That was the big push. And the cannabis ordinance had, clear studies and security and all those things, where the hemp, you're kind of going, it's the same plant, and yet we're not requiring the same studies and security. So, and nobody wanted that expense. So there you have it.
Okay, yeah, it just, to me, it's 2 different industries. And so I'm just trying to figure out why there's, I understand the intersection is the plant itself, that they look alike, it causes an attraction for those that are looking to do the illegal or, the cannabis grow. So I'm just trying to figure that out. Okay, thank you.
So Sue, the thing that was stated is the market value of marijuana is far greater than industrial hemp. That doesn't mean that there aren't people dedicated to growing industrial hemp for purposes of CBD, CBG, all of the benefits that industrial hemp can bring, not necessarily rope manufacturing stuff, but the products that are used to ease pain and, address the CBD, CBG aspect of it. So there are growers who are very much interested in staying within that realm. It's a micro boutique type of business operation. So we have growers that are very much on that end of the spectrum. But we also have growers that basically indicated that the previous industrial hemp grows were in preparation for converting that crop to a marijuana crop once they were fully registered and everything was cleared. So again, there's more revenue. There's a better return on investment. If you're looking at more larger grows, I guess, with the marijuana as opposed to industrial hemp. That's kind of what came out of the discussion. So
Okay, thank you for clarifying
hopefully that helps. Yes.
That's why I always think of it as that little niche. So, okay, thank you.
So seeing no additional board comments or questions, Kim, would you please open this up for public comment?
Now taking public comment on item number 26. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2. And a general comment. Charlene, I don't know who you are. I don't believe you have ever identified yourself as Ag Commission, Ag Department, or whatever. And just in general, for those of us who are listening to this, it would be great if each speaker identified themselves prior to speaking, as you have requested us to do. Okie doke. This is a touchy subject here, and I must agree with Supervisor Thomas and with John DiAgostini, our sheriff, that there's a number of issues here. And Supervisor Thomas, I think, said it very well, that put this program on hold. And Sheriff DiAgostini mentioned that let's get our cannabis ordinance together prior to doing this, because as Supervisor Parlin just suggested, this is drawing interest away from getting the job done with respect to the cannabis industry. I also have an issue with the permanent ban, if you will, is what it sounds like. Yes, you have discussed it, and my suggestion and my hope would be that you just remove the word permanent, put it and simply state on hold in lieu of getting this cannabis ordinance together. And yes, we don't need to lose another deputy. We don't need to increase the violence associated with, sadly associated with the marijuana industry. 2 years ago, I made a trip to Humboldt County, where I lived 25 years ago, and I moved away from Humboldt County because of the violence over marijuana. And I get back up there to visit friends and such 25 years later, and I discover that they have one of the higher murder rates in that county than others. And, you know, and that's sad. And again, it's just what people do for money. And that the Mexican cartels are getting involved with this just shows where, you know, follow the money. So anyway, yes, please, let's put this on hold, get the cannabis industry situated, and then move from there. If people are planting pot in the middle of these, arrest them, take care of it, coordinate with the other agencies, get back, you know, report back to the board, et cetera, and let's coordinate on this so that we're all on the same page, because it sounds like
Public comment at 3 minutes.
Not only different pages, but we're looking at different books. So thank you very much. And that concludes my comments. Again, Ken Greenwood, District 2, clearly identifying myself. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 474.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. So I've been taking notes since you began and just wanted to highlight some of the things that I've heard you say. Sue Novosel said this is a new industry. This is consistent with Supervisor Thomas's comments that it is a new industry. I believe Supervisor Novosel was establishing that it's brand new and therefore it's going to have some startup issues. I'm not putting words in her mouth, but I think that's where she was going. Supervisor Heidel, you said responsible growers, yet the later discussion said there was 10 farms. 3 of them had violations that were continuing to be able to, I understand, unless something changes here, grow. That means 3 out of the 10 were not responsible growers and therefore should not be allowed to continue to grow. It's critical that you take charge of this new business and make sure that it operates effectively. Supervisor Parlin, you said that the ad hoc committee, I'm putting words in your mouth, but were made up of people who are just wanting to grow cannabis for more money, and they were growing hemp, but yet 3 of them violated, and it seems like, I'm not sure if the 3 violated farms were on the ad hoc committee, but it seems like the makeup of the ad hoc committee is suspect, and not a point where you'd want to, based on their recommendations, make any actions, that you would want to do it independently of the ad hoc committee. So I'd like some clarity on that. If you don't have an ordinance, if you're not allowing the hemp growers to grow, then that seems like there's going to be an underground business that is established. It's going to be more problems for the county. And that's going to increase cost, and it's going to increase the sheriff's work. I'm one who's interested in medicinal uses, and there's current dispensaries that are planned. Well, there's current dispensaries, and then there's dispensaries that are planned to be in the city of Placerville, right within El Dorado County. Also, you got Sacramento County that has its own set of rules and medical dispensaries. I'm just saying, you can't be an island of itself. It doesn't work that way. You can't do that. You can't establish policy that doesn't operate. Business now. It's a new industry. That means it is a new potential business. That's what you're responsible for. The growth of our economic system within El Dorado County.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
Just a couple more minutes, please. Sacramento Business
1 minute,
Journal.
Chris. Wrap it up.
Sacramento Business Journal had an article most recently about a new manufacturing plant in Diamond Springs that takes hemp and pulls the CBD out of it. Not the THC, but the CBD. And that there's a going concern. What happens to that business now with your change in the ordinance? The other part of it is that the Ag Department and the Sheriff have to be talking, consistently talking, and the fact that there may be a violator amongst the permitted farms, that's totally unacceptable. Easing pain, Supervisor Heidel, THC, CBD. It's CBD that eases pain. And I think it's critically important for you to not punt today.
Public comment
not
at 4
tread water
minutes.
today, but actually take action today, which is in the best interest of those people that need medicinal
Chris.
medication. Thank you very much for the time.
Now taking public comment from Rod Miller.
Yeah, thank you very much, Supervisors. Rod Miller, El Dorado County Growers Alliance. I represent the cannabis growers here in this county. And I really appreciate that you're going through a thoughtful discussion on trying to come up with a wise policy for hemp. And one of the points that I got to make is there's a lot of discussion about, I fear this, I'm worried about that. And that's part of the problem that we have. We're dealing with fears. We're not dealing with facts and reality and moving a policy forward that really benefits our community. Just kind of pretending this is a greater problem than it is. There's probably 5,000, 6,000 cannabis growing operations around the state. Most of the counties don't have issues with odors. They're not having substantial problems. Everybody's getting better at it. And the reason that they're getting better at managing cannabis cultivation operations is because they're generating experience. And the hemp folks that are grow for various reasons. Obviously, one of the fundamental issues Supervisor Thomas brought up is this county is not going to be an ag county if the ag properties can't earn a living. Folks have to earn a living, vegetation management, roads, and the way our ag community generates a living in many cases is with diverse, dynamic, flexible, innovative sorts of combinations of agriculture, including campgrounds, ranch marketing, and you all are working on those issues. And hemp is just another tool for our agricultural community to earn some money and explore a new market. There's a bill, Senate Bill 235, that will ease the ability of California businesses to utilize hemp. That's one of the problems. Most of the hemp extraction has to occur outside of California. This is the governor's bill, so it is likely to be passed and signed into law, and that probably will increase the value of hemp. Having a pilot program is really pretty important. I mean, there are benefits in terms of having a more accurate CEQA assessment on whatever cannabis activity occurs. There's helping the sheriff get over some of his fears. The hemp operation that occurred next to a deputy, the guy had a search warrant. He had deputies going through his property. He was trying to do the right thing. He didn't always do the right thing. Certainly agree with Supervisor Turnbull. If somebody grew commercial cannabis illegally, they shouldn't be part of the pilot program. But the folks that want to be in a pilot program should be able to continue to invest in that, continue to learn how to do odor mitigations or whatever they need to do to be good neighbors. You know, let's be
Public
wise.
comment at 3 minutes.
Let's keep learning. Having a pilot program helps get over the fear. And how many murders occur at wineries? 0, because we learned from the alcohol prohibition in the 1930s. having such a massive market and trying to just stamp it out just does not work. Utilizing a
Rod.
market to benefit the community, that's a much wiser approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Dale Schaefer.
Am I live?
Yes, you're fine. Go ahead, Dale.
Thank you. Let me start out by saying, as an attorney, I represent cannabis growers and people in the cannabis industry. I also have hemp clients. In the past, I've represented law enforcement officers. One of my secretary's husband was a deputy murdered on the job. I've experienced that. I've also had as many as 12,000 patients, many of them growing. I've seen this from every side. I also recognize that there's an 800-pound gorilla in the room. Sheriff knows it well. It's the black market. It's kicking the county's butt every day. It's kicking the state's butt every day. And there's a legal fiction here. This plant is this plant. There's a legal fiction at 0.3% THC. It doesn't change what the public sees if it looks at the plant. And I have colleagues who have had people murdered on their hemp grows because someone was stealing hemp. So I'm not saying I'm afraid of this. I recognize the fear. In our meeting, Sue will remember well, the community wanted to complain about the smell in our cannabis ordinance. We have complaints about the smell now. The expert that testifies, the expert I use, made his name known to everybody because he's good. He has identified terpenes as the smell. We tried to figure out what those were. They're causing the litigation in Santa Barbara, especially because terpene drift, they're afraid is going to affect the value of their wine grapes. So there's an experiment going on at Sonoma State. We had that, or Sonoma City, Junior College, where they took wine grapes close to terpenes and they're see if there's any objective evidence. That's part of the complicating factor here. And what the sheriff has to deal with, any public issue that the government does not fix gets dropped in the laps of law enforcement. So I'm very sympathetic to John's position here. He's got a deputy dead and the black market exists. It's kicking the county's butt every day. And what I've tried to emphasize with Lori, because we talked about this many times, is that you're not going to stop this black market when growing weed is a misdemeanor. You have to have the legal market opened up so that there's competition to make them go away because they can't make money. I also know that even though there's not people being actively murdered every day in this industry, there's sexual violence going on. There's exploitation going on. It's criminal activity. And the people who have grown illegally, the sense of entitlement that this should be made easy for them is dripping off of this. What I would like to see is that we have an ad hoc for cannabis policy, split it up into hemp and cannabis if you want to do that. In cannabis, Charlene, her role is diminished. In hemp, she's leading the charge here. And quite honestly, her and the sheriff aren't getting along very well. And that's not going to solve this problem. Can't point fingers. I understand John's issues. I understand Charlene's issues because I'm
Public comment at 3 minutes.
I don't know, we can do a pilot program right now with the things we're dealing with, but I would like to have visiting all cannabis policy, including personal, medical, legal cannabis and hemp. And we can't pretend like the black market isn't kicking your butt every day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dale.
Now taking public comment from Paul Castillo.
Hello, Paul Castillo, Ramon Law, representative of a hemp grower here in El Dorado County. Thank you for taking my comments. I just want to reiterate one of the points that was made by a gentleman, the idea that fear is kind of dominating this conversation. Well, I understand that this is a new crop. The idea that Mexican cartels are going to come in and drug dealers and violence is going to skyrocket, I think is unfounded and distracts from the issue. While there have been unfortunate situations in the past, I don't think they should come to a permanent ban of the plant. Secondly, I just want to state the fact that it was, I guess, noted that 3 current hemp growers came up, quote unquote, hot, is proof that the system is working. There is a mechanism in place by which plants are tested. The ag department and the sheriff are both aware of all locations upon which hemp is grown. And the fact that 1 or 2 plants, or 3 growers in this particular instance, came up above that 0.3 threshold is telling. And it shows that, we still have work to do in this industry, but the system itself worked. You caught the bad growers, and if they're not allowed to register again, so be it. But nonetheless, there was mechanisms in place. I think if at all possible, the county should allow additional funding to go to research so that we have a better understanding of this plant, and that way decisions are truly informed as opposed to kind of fear-based. Thank you for your time and appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Paul.
Now taking public comment from Lisa Perduzzi.
Myself.
Lisa, you're muted. There you go.
Yep. I just found the button. Good morning, Board of
Morning.
Supervisors. Thank you for entertaining this. My name is Lisa Perduzzi, and I have a microgreens business at the Certified Farmers Market called Naha Super Greens. And I'm going to throw another thing into your mix here. I would like to grow hemp microgreens. Hemp microgreens would be grown in an area of about 4,800 inches, which basically is 24 10 by 20 trays of microgreens. And the hemp microgreens would be harvested within the first 14 days of germination and then sold to the customers. I have a microgreens business that every weekend we're out at the Certified Farmers Market, and people are starting to ask for this. So if you could carve out an exemption for microgreens, that would be really nice, because we're not in competition with the industrial hemp people, not competition with the wine people, or even the medical cannabis people. What we're doing is producing a functional food product that does not produce the odor issues or water issues or any of these other issues that are being brought up, because it's grown in an enclosed environment, basically in a room with lights and water hydroponically, and then delivered to the customers within a week after they germinate. I've already asked the ag department if they have a permit for us for that, and they said for us to talk to you. So this is an extra, I guess it would be a different permit than industrial hemp out in the farms, in an open farm, and it'd be something different than medical cannabis. This is something that's just local and small that could easily be managed by the ag department right now. I'm out in the public every weekend. People know where to find me. If there's a problem with the plants, you would know pretty fast. So I would like you to consider that, along with also the benefits of industrial hemp, because we are starting to see a lumber shortage. We saw toilet paper shortage last year. I mean, El Dorado County could solve a lot of these problems and help provide stuff that people need right now to be able to build houses, pet bedding, and all kinds of other things with the fiber industrial hemp, along with the CBD hemp that is needed for medical use. So that's my comment for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa.
Now taking public comment from Jane.
Good morning. I just wanted to say that all the meetings that I attended in 2020 were all targeting the sheriff's office and cutting back on their budget for staffing. So I kind of want to emphasize that this type of program requires a lot of resources that the sheriff's department already is limited on. So I'd like to see this Board of Supervisors go back, review what other cities are doing, and also take into consideration that a lot of the cities have a code enforcement office or department in place where they can shuffle papers around and report back to the ag department regarding those businesses or operations that should not be in place. Now, we saw this tragedy that happened not that long ago with the sheriff's office. And I would like to not see that again. because what you will wind up seeing is an emerging business for permitted drug dealers is what you're going to wind up seeing. Permitted drug dealers, because all of these code compliances that you want them to abide by, or ordinances, are going to result in a limited number of sellers. And you know what that equals? Mafia. So I'd like you to go back, look at what you're asking of the sheriff's office or whatever bureaucracy you want to set in place, because that is what you're ultimately going to encounter. Now, this is a family community and we want it to stay that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Now taking public comment from Tracy Doyle.
Hi, good morning, guys. I am actually enjoying this very thoughtful discussion this morning and hearing from all the different perspectives. So I want to just say I really appreciate the thoughts shared by Attorney Schaefer, Dale Schaefer. He is an expert in this area and definitely should be looked at as such. And if you don't know his history, look it up, please. So first of all, when we talk about the odor that is coming from the terpenes, and when we decipher cannabis from hemp even being produced for the CBD is a terpene. So terpenes, have medicinal values. They're antiviral, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, all these different things. So when we're talking about that, it's a terpene that is found in cannabis plants, not just found in particular strains of hemp. So when we're talking about some of the growers of cannabis in the area being against this, well, they could actually they could sell their product, their cannabis product that's licensed, right, to a manufacturer who could then isolate the CBD. So that is absolutely a concern of mine, to hear people not wanting, in my opinion, competition, because they could absolutely be isolating that terpene from the products they're growing. As far as odors are concerned, I am very sensitive. I am one of those people that can smell. I can pick up terpenes in essential oils. I can tell you that's pinene in a pine, that's limonene, etc. It's beta-caryophyllene. That's the anti-inflammatory that you find in the plants. So the laundry odor that I smell walking through the neighborhood makes me want to throw up. But I don't get to tell people I don't like that odor. So I think we're getting to be a little bit whiny when we complain about odors, because we could all find some fault with odors, even when people walk by and I smell their Febreze. So anyway, I wanted to clarify too, are we talking about 0.3, which is 0.3% for the THC, or is it 3%? The average cannabis strain is 30%, the flowers before they isolate and create distillates. So that was something I wanted to bring up. I also have a question. Who's on the ad hoc committee? My other question is, so according to the USDA website, if there's no state or tribe licensing, that people can actually directly apply through the USDA. So I wonder why no one's doing that, unless you guys have blocked that in some form already. So the law enforcement concern, I love John Dangasini, and this is
Public
probably
comment at 3 minutes.
I'd like to finish. I think one of the only things we disagree on is this, and it's about enforcement. So my suggestion is to require the testing be paid for by the licensee and the independent lab chosen by the sheriff or some committee, and factor that in, so that when you want to know if they're 0.3, there's a way to determine that. You can also create setbacks like you've done with the BBR clusters. There's just many different options. I like what Wendy brought up, the right to farm. So that was pretty much what I wanted to say. And the pollen drift, that can be addressed as well. So that's really all I wanted to say today.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Yes, good morning. I just wanted to comment on this item and commend Rod Miller for his comments, making the comparison between prohibition and the hemp and cannabis cultivation. If you'll recall, several years ago, there used to be a hemp store in downtown Placerville where they sold all kinds of hemp products. For whatever reason, the store closed. It still kind of brings up the issue again, like Tracy Doyle just said, about what are we really talking about? What percentage? Is it 0.3 or 3% on this? But I also wanted to commend Attorney Dale Schaefer on his comments that he made. As you know, there are many people who are not getting along with the sheriff right now, besides Charlene. And this should be pretty much evident by the lawsuits that have been filed against the sheriff for some of his illegal raids on people who have actually had licenses to cultivate medical marijuana or whatever. But the point of the issue is that the sheriff right now needs to be exercising a little bit more discernment and just reminding him that he is a public servant and he is bound by his constitutional oaths of office. These raids on people that are legally cultivating cannabis or hemp or whatever the definition of that is on that, those need to be taken into careful consideration. And again, we're living in the end times. We're basically reaping what we ourselves have sown. But that's basically all I have to say on the situation.
Thank you, Melody.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so I'm going to first turn to staff, to Charlene and Danny, and anyone else on staff who'd like to make any responses you choose to some of the public comment that was forwarded.
There was some comments about the percentage, and it's actually 0.3%. THC is the limit. And honestly, John and I get along fine. We just have some different things we have to deal with in our different worlds with this particular item. So I don't want anybody to think that I do not get along with the sheriff, because I do.
All right, thank you, Charlene. Danny, do you have anything to add?
One point, there was a question from Tracy Doyle regarding the USDA process. What that's referring to is if the state doesn't have any sort of state plan. Essentially how it worked in the federal level is that if you want to regulate hemp, you submit your plan to the feds. The state submitted our plan in November. I believe it's November, it might have been earlier. It's still under review. People would not go to the USDA for registrations. Under California law, you would go to the local agricultural commissioner.
All right, thank you. I would just like to mention there has been a lot of emails submitted to the board through the clerk of the board and stuff. And so a lot of different inputs have been made on the subject with various requests. So I'm sure the board members have had a chance to read all of that and to digest it. So let's bring it back to the board for the discussion and hopefully a method of moving forward. So
I have a question for Danny, I think.
Okay.
The word permanent bothered some folks. Does it have to be called a permanent ban, Danny, if we're considering coming back in a year or two to revisit the issue?
It doesn't have to be. And I think one thing I'd also like to note is that we are currently under a moratorium. That moratorium won't expire till December. The board at that point could extend the moratorium for another year without doing a ban. If we're talking about a ban, I think what we're envisioning is, instead of using this particular authority we gained in the planning and zone law to do these temporary moratoriums in the process of studying, which is what we're under, you would just enact an ordinance that banned it. You don't have to use the word permanent, presumably if we did do that path, whatever that ordinance in effect to the activity would be banned unless the board took a subsequent action to rescind the ordinance.
And I still think there's value in having the Ag Commission and CDAC weigh in on this. I think their perspectives would be very important in thinking about how we go forward. So my concern is if we just ban it now and put a hold on it for a couple of years, we're going to lose some of the momentum and some of the learning opportunities that are available to us now to make, to help us make an informed decision in the years ahead. And what would it look like to perhaps allow the current permittees who do not have violations? That was news to me today. To continue. Once again, it's hard to study an issue, especially in our county, if we don't have anything to go on. That would be something for the Ag Commission to actually, it would be helpful, I think, for them. I'd like to know what those two entities feel about this industry, because and as prohibition was brought up, and I do think that is an interesting issue, because Napa County became the premier, wine industry, not because they have superior wines. I mean, they do have great wines, but at the time of prohibition, El Dorado County was the third largest wine industry in the state of California. But Napa came out of prohibition different, and they positioned themselves for success to embrace a new industry. And anytime you move between, a bootlegged industry into a legal one, it's a painful process. And we're kind of in that transition period with cannabis and hemp. And how do we move through that transition period in order to set ourselves up for the potential benefits of the agricultural crop and industries that, times are changing. And it's not something I necessarily like or have experience with, but that doesn't matter. I think we need to look at the future of ag in El Dorado County. And is this perhaps an emerging industry that we need to really position ourselves for the future on, that will allow our small family farms to benefit from if they so choose. And I think just putting an outright ban on it right now we're going to lose momentum. So how do we work through this transition period productively?
Agreed. Yeah. And I think part of the problem, though, we did have 2 ag commissioners on our ad hoc. Mm-hmm. And I really didn't feel they supported it too well. Did you, John? I mean, they just had as many questions as the rest of us.
Sure, it's a fluid issue.
I think they were learning like we all were, but there was definitely a sensitivity to what can it do to influence other agricultural products,
sure,
wine grapes and grapes in particular. But yes, Sue.
Quick question. Someone brought up microgreen business. I've never heard of that. Is that something that we could incorporate in here, Charlene? I'm just curious of what your opinion is on it, because that's first I'd heard something like that.
Yeah, that was
because I mean we have people do microgreens like radish starts and all sorts of things like that already at the farmers markets, but microgreens are required to actually do a state registration. They're actually required to do a testing, even though those plants may only be 14 days old. So they have to kind of follow along with quite a bit of the state regulations.
Okay, is that something that we have? So it sounds like we haven't registered anybody yet for that, or have we?
We have not.
Okay, so that would be a new.
That would
right.
be.
So there's both a state registration and a county registration that has to be completed. Is that correct?
So currently right now, it's just a state registration. The county would have to come up with an ordinance to have kind of its own oversight, which would actually give us more teeth with the kinds of issues that the sheriff have brought up. Currently with the state registration, as long as nobody's been convicted of a felony, they can still get a state registration. So that's why a lot of counties have started to go to their own licensing process so they can have a little more teeth there.
Yeah, and I see Sonoma did that as of May 1st, 2020, they created an ordinance also with registration. It looks like on top, kind of another layer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And I, you know what, Wendy, I totally agree with you. I think this could be an emerging industry that we shouldn't ignore. And my concern is if we put what's called a permanent ban on it, that we are just kind of to me, it's almost like turning our backs to what could possibly and should be considered as a new industry possibility. I agree with all that you've said, and I like the idea of continuing on and then taking a look at it again. If we already have the moratorium in place until December, I wouldn't be against just continuing that and then coming back to the board and starting the study in earnest again. We did this, like I said, with the cannabis. It took many years, and I think it was over a dozen public meetings to really fet out all of these issues that I can see are reoccurring in this industry. So, you know, obviously we are not there yet as far as understanding all the ramifications of this. And I just think if you say a ban, it sounds to me like you're stopping the idea. And I don't want to do that. I would rather we continue looking at the issues and keep studying them.
Thank you, Sue. And Danny's got his hand up, so I think he's got a response or wants to add something here.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a point because I think this is a little confusing in how it's currently set up under state law for this. When we talk about a state registration, it's, you know, if we compare this for a moment with cannabis, and cannabis, you do have actually a state license issued to you by the state. Here, what it is there are state regulations adopted both by state law and by state regulation that governs what is a registration, the terms and conditions of that. It governs issues like testing and inspection. And if what happened last year is, since there was no local land use specific to hemp, the only thing that applied was the state law. Now, if we were to adopt something on top of that, what we'd be basically doing is saying, well, here's your state registration, but we're kind of issuing you a separate local permit, whatever we call it. And that's where we put the different terms and conditions. We can put different enforcement and all that kind of things on it. So.
And so I'd just like to comment that this discussion of microgreens never came up in any of the ad hoc committee meetings. So that was brand new to us. So that's certainly something that needs to be considered. But at this point, with all of the inputs that we've heard, I'm also in support of continuing the moratorium. But I do think there's some provisions we need to look at, such as, do we grandfather in the continued responsible growers? And by that, I mean the ones that didn't have any complaints, didn't have any violation, didn't have to have their fields eradicated. Just for clarity, that's what a responsible grower is, in my opinion. Do we allow them to continue and recognize that we need to renew permits, et cetera? It's directed by the board. And then the other part is, do we really want to try to acquire any data during this next year period of time? Do we establish a formal pilot program where the intents of collecting the data are notified or specified? Or do we merely just, on an as available basis, try to collect some incremental stuff and let it go at that? And I think, we do have a nasal ranger within the county's possession. So we are able to go out and make some independent measurements. I don't know how much staff time that would be committed to, but I'm always in favor of collecting local data, stuff that we can analyze and understand in our environment, not somebody else's. So I'm still a proponent of collecting some level of data, but I don't want to try to pass on the cost of a full pilot program, on the limited growers that we have. But I do think we have some opportunities there to collect data.
Perhaps the Ag Commission could that could be part of their recommendation, collect, data to bring to the board on that. So let me take a stab at it. Motion.
Wait, can we discuss what you're thinking first?
Yes,
before
of
you go to
course,
a motion?
of course.
Just
And I
because
think George had.
I don't have
Absolutely.
my head around where you're
Let's
going.
let
and
George,
the
yep,
costs.
participate.
There's so many questions. I'm very concerned.
Okay.
Tom was bringing it up that we failed the pilot program that was put in place. And one of the big issues that I have here is we have these permits or registrations that were given to these 10 growers. And you had 3 of them that violated the law because they were growing cannabis. Well, my personal opinion is, why in the world we let them keep growing? That there should be some kind of ordinance there or something put in place. If you violate the law, your registration, your permit is pulled, period, and you won't be allowed to do it again. So, what it does, it puts pressure on the other ones that go and follow the law. So it makes the other ones look bad, these 3. So that's something we need to look into and make sure that we put that there. And I think, Charlene, you need to work with the sheriff a little bit more, especially when there's these illegal grows that are going into these hemp farms. So that way the sheriff can tell you that there was a violation and you need to pull that permit or that registration. So there, and then they are no longer allowed to even grow, because the thing is, you let these people get away with it, they're just going to continue it. And it's like somebody mentioned, then it's going to end up being the black market. So anyway, that's how I feel. I think you guys need to work together.
So George, I'm just curious, because from what I understand, it was the sheriff didn't notify Charlene, wasn't the other way around. Charlene says she did not know about those 3 farms being, illegal grows. And I agree. I think just like vacation rentals you've been going through is
Right.
get rid of those bad characters. And here it is an opportunity for us to do that. So I totally agree. I think there needs to be communication. And I'm curious, either John or Charlene, do we have the ability right now? Because these are illegal grows, and if they're registered, I would imagine those 3 growers should have their license, or their registration, as they call it, taken away if they are doing these illegal grows and are caught. Is that true?
And this is where our problem comes in, is because of the way the state law is written. So if they do not get convicted of a felony, that's the tough part, I understand, for the sheriff, then it's hard to, unless they do it multiple times, to use the state law to pull their registrations. So that's why a local ordinance helps, because we can write something into it that if this happens, they can no longer, grow again industrial hemp for however long we decide. So that's the local teeth is really the important piece with this.
Right.
Following up on that, Charlene, do we have the ability to not renew the permits since they're coming up pretty soon if they have had violations?
So we run into the same problem. So, I would have to have the data from the sheriff and to talk to the Department of Food and Ag to see, if this violation steps it up enough that I cannot register them again. And that once again, that's where our real problem comes in, and where, the local ordinance is where we can have the real teeth in this.
So we could have a local ordinance that says that I don't know, if you're under investigate, shoot, I don't know how you do that. Yeah. If you've been investigated, I would imagine there are other counties that have some sort of local ordinance that allows for this, because that trials could take years. So that doesn't seem to be the right way to do it.
Right. So I think the other counties have written things in so that if there has, if violations are found, that they can pull the registration.
Okay, would that be simple enough for us to put in today to say that that's a part of this ongoing moratorium?
And that's probably a question for Danny.
That's a question for Danny, which is I was going to ask, but thank you for asking.
I get the easy questions there.
All right, Danny.
So right now, if the board takes no action, the moratorium is in place. We cannot issue a new registration to anyone when that moratorium is in place. So the people who had registrations last year, they still have, we've allowed them to finish that registration, most of which I believe are going to expire either next month or the latest in July. So if we're talking about issuing new registrations next year, I think how I would suggest do that is that you would have, there's the portion of the issuing the state registration is one portion of it, but then you'd have a local license on top of that, because we're going into our own local land use power and say that in our local license, you only get your local license if you meet XYZ, including that you had a registration in the 2020 year, and then put some other condition on that. When we're talking about people who had issues in the prior year, the only thing I want to make sure we get some clarity on is, are we talking about someone just getting a complaint, or we want something that's was probably a complaint that was investigated or verified or something like that? Because someone could complain and it could be, we could have looked at it and can determine it to be not a merit, have no merit to the complaint. So we want to have some sort of conditions there to make it clear about.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about complaints. I'm talking about true violations of finding cannabis. What are, I guess I need to ask is, do we have the legal ability to say that, that if something's found and investigated, just have you been investigated? It's not talking about just a complaint that's neither here nor there, but actual finding of information from the sheriff.
Yeah, I think we could do that. We would
Okay.
put it into Aaron, and I noted on, I wasn't trying to imply that you were saying complaints, but I'm just noting that I think we'd have to be take into consideration of what we're talking about, how far the investigation went and everything, because we want to make it very, clear and objective about why someone would not be allowed to participate in 2021. So.
Yeah, I just want to know if John's got any input on it.
Sheriff, you got your hand up, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple comments. First of all, Charlene's right. We don't hate each other. We're working through all this. And our staff, her staff and my staff, we're in communication regarding these issues. I want to make a couple points. Number one, you charged the ad hoc committee with coming back with a recommendation, and they have. That's where the discussions took place. All these questions have been talked about. Everything's been answered, and they've recommended a ban. Now, I understand if you just want to continue the moratorium, that I think that solves the same issue, and then next year you can decide whether you want to continue it again for a year or we want to reconstitute the ad hoc committee to look at the issues elsewhere and collect the data. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And last of all, I just want to make a comment, and I want it on the record. I heard the term and I heard the comments made that comparing us to Napa and the wine industry. And I want to go on record and say that I as sheriff, nor do I think the majority of the folks that live in El Dorado County want El Dorado County to be the Napa of the cannabis or hemp industry. I want that on the record right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
It's a good point.
So
Good point.
So Danny, the other part of the question, if we continue the moratorium and rewrite, what's the time frame it takes to enable, the grandfathering and some of those kinds of things? How quickly can we reasonably turn that around and get approval of the board? Because again, we're on a very short timeline. That's what came out of the ad hoc committee meeting. We don't have enough time to do this. So can you please help us with what time it would take in your estimate to go ahead and put into place the kinds of changes that have been discussed here in a general sense?
Is the drafting side, I will move as fast as you need me to move. I think we do the more, bigger obstacles here is how ordinances generally work. Right now, we would need to review on kind of what type of authority that we could use. The general ordinance authority is out there. That does require, though, the issue with that would be is that after you adopt ordinance under your normal process, it takes 30 days that it takes into effect, which may not be ideal for growers. But that might be what we have. Other than that, we have urgency authority. I need to have we need to have a longer internal discussion about whether we can use the ordinance authority, urgency authority to create something, create a pilot program. So.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm not sure it gets us there, but it's helpful.
So here's what I was thinking, once again, to direct staff to explore hemp with both the Ag Commission and CDAC. Have them come back with their recommendations no later than November. So it doesn't drag on forever, but that gives them, an amount of time for both of them to explore this issue. Have a provision where we do not renew registrations for growers who have had a violation. And then have staff return to the Board of Supervisors with revisions to the urgency ordinance on hemp to allow current registrants without violations to obtain a local license and to continue operations for the time necessary for the Ag Commission and CDAC to make their findings and to give staff the time to develop a hemp ordinance if directed by the Board of Supervisors following the committee's recommendations. So what I'm kind of leaving that urgency ordinance open-ended enough to, now maybe the Ag Commission and CDAC will come back to us and say, you know what, we don't think this is an opportunity for El Dorado County we want to take advantage of. and then the board could make a decision. If the two committees and commissions decide, yes, I think there's opportunity here, we can work through some of these, then the board can decide to develop an ordinance. I'm not talking about developing an ordinance right now. So that's kind of where I'm thinking.
Is that a motion?
Not yet, but I was
Well,
just.
let me ask one thing.
Yes.
Microgreens is not in that, right?
I think let's let the Ag Commission, since it's brand new to us,
agree.
let's let the Ag Commission talk about that. And
Yeah, need to work
come
that
back
one
to
out.
Well, do you want CDAC and the Ag Commission to talk about that?
Yes, the economic, sure. Yeah.
So it seems
It's a
like it
part
would
of
be
it, yeah.
included as hemp would include the microgreens,
Yeah,
right?
hemp in whatever its iterations.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
I
agree.
guess legal.
I'm ready. If you're going to make a motion, I would second it, but.
So you're gonna continue with a program that has no ordinance to guide it, and that was what we had problems with this past year. You're gonna create a pilot program with no ordinance. So we're not gonna have the setbacks, requirements for testing. How are we gonna determine costs? I mean, those were all the things that came up as questions that need to be figured out before you do this. Those what the complaints were about, the lack of an ordinance. So
Okay.
I'm very concerned about, I agree we should explore it with, CDAC and the Ag Commission and look into this more. But as far as giving permits, and my understanding too, and maybe the sheriff can help us out with this, is he did testing at 4 of the sites.
Okay.
And 3 of the 4 came back with marijuana. So
Okay.
I don't even believe he tested all the sites. I could be wrong, but that was my understanding. So 3 out of the 4 that he tested. So, I'm not sure that we should continue what we were doing. It
Okay.
wasn't awesome.
Okay. So maybe we just send it to CDAC and the Ag Commission to bring us back their recommendations by the end of the year. And
what is it? We need to, I think if we're going to do that, we need to be really clear what we want from them, because like I said, during the ad hoc committees, we just kept coming up with more and more questions. So what is it we want from them exactly?
Hey, Lori, can we ask the sheriff, is that true that he only tested 4?
Yeah, I was
Good
hoping he
idea.
was still there.
I see him. He's still on.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know what the numbers are. We did not test them all, but
Right.
the ones that we investigated that were placarded with "This is a hemp garden," and at the beginning, even the folks operating it said, "Oh, it's just hemp." But then when you get down to the bottom of it, during my staff's investigation of the grow, it came out that, oh yeah, we're growing some real marijuana here in the back. And as Dale Schaefer said, he called it the 800-pound gorilla in the room. The black market is rife in El Dorado County. It's not going to stop. I think that you need to take the advice of the ad hoc committee. That's why you formed it. They came back with a recommendation to ban. Go with their recommendation until such a time as we have the experience and the knowledge behind us to even collect the data and then move forward. That's why the motion that's on the table, or not on the table, wasn't seconded yet. It wasn't even made a motion, but it just throws out all the work that the ad hoc committee did. Why did we even have an ad hoc committee?
John, we do ad hoc committees, and a lot of times we don't agree with everything. So I disagree with that. We have ad hoc committees go and investigate, and this one came back, and Lori said right at the beginning that there's just a lot of confusion, and gee, maybe we should go 2 years, which wouldn't be a ban. It would be not a permanent ban, it would be a temporary ban. So we have a lot of questions. We're answering them right now. I think this process is good.
Okay, you asked my opinion. That's my opinion. Thank you.
So I'd like to note that Captain Cook wanted to comment, and I think weigh in on the sheriff's comment. So Captain Cook, can you open your mic, please?
Good morning. It's Lieutenant. Thanks for the raise, though.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
Lieutenant.
Excuse me. Promotions are readily available. Just a minute. I'm not sorry. My error.
That's okay. Good morning, board. Mike Cook, Sheriff's Office, Investigations. Just so we're all clear, because it's been brought up numerous times. There were, to our knowledge, 10 permitted cultivation sites for hemp. The sheriff's office did not visit all of those grows. We visited 4. One of them was just based on the mass majority of complaints that were coming in. And that particular grow was tested not only by the ag department, but by us. And we both concluded that it was, was hemp. So there was no law enforcement action on that. But it did raise complaints for a good number of the good number of time during the grow season, and even after the grow season, where the plants were being processed, we continued to get complaints throughout the winter. The other three, so the other three that we visited were either being commingled or were completely marijuana. One of them, the ag department did visit just prior to us, and then we served a search warrant there and eradicated, I think it was just shy of 900 marijuana plants. But so we had one that we agreed on that came to, it was hemp. And then we had another one that obviously was not. So just for clarification, we didn't visit the other sites. So I don't know what was there. I can't say that they were okay because we didn't go there.
So while we've got you on the phone, what was the reason behind the visits on those? Were those complaint driven or just randomly decided to check 4 of them?
Just investigations unit, received information that they would be otherwise.
So it was complaint driven?
Not necessarily a complaint about the grow. I mean, we just received information that they were not lawful.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Charlene, would you clarify for us what testing the Ag Commission did? You know, what testing your organization did relative to all the grows?
Right. So we followed the state regulations, which means that we have to go and take 5 samples out of the grow area and send it to a lab and to get the results from that. So we randomly walk the field and take 5 samples.
So the samples, did any of the samples that you took came back as marijuana, that essentially the sheriff eradicated those crops? Was there any correlation there between the testing that your organization ran and where the sheriff took action appropriately?
So no, I mean, everything that we took sample wise came back as industrial hemp.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I do have a question for the ad hoc committee. You both were on it. Were all members of the ad hoc committee present when you made your recommendation on a ban? Do you remember?
Well, when you say members of the ad hoc,
It's really just
that was
Lori
just,
and I, the others-
we were the members of the ad hoc, and then we just had.
You had two, you had 2 sheriff's representatives and then 2 agricultural representatives too, didn't you?
2 ag commissioners.
We had
yes.
2 ag
Commissioners, right? Yeah, and then I mean, you're the ad hoc committee, but
Right.
yeah, as far as the 6 of you, were all 6 of you present in kind of informing that decision?
I think one of the ag commissioners was absent without going back and looking at. the
Yeah, I
roll
can't
call.
remember.
I don't- Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I still have, the ag industry is varied in El Dorado County. And so I still think that if especially if one of the ag commissioners was not present for that final meeting where you just, decided on this course of action, I really, would like the voice of a larger sphere of ag to be in on this.
Oh, sure. No, I
yeah.
agree. And I actually asked about that, and there just wasn't any strong, there was hesitancy, I think, to speak strongly in either direction, I think,
Okay.
from some of our representatives from ag industries, if that makes sense.
Sure.
And if you look at, the articles that we were reading, the research we were doing from other counties, it's gotten quite contentious in some counties, depending on how it moved forward. There's a lot of legal action against. So, I mean, that's just a concern that we want to be cautious that we don't inadvertently, like we said earlier, we're trying to build our cannabis industry
Right.
because that was, it's an ordinance that was given to us by the voters.
Right.
We are doing that, and want to make sure that we're not creating something that could inadvertently negatively impact that. And we just don't know because of the research. So, and that's a concern. We don't want to encourage lawsuits. Let's say we give a license to a hemp farm and a cannabis grow that we get licensed within a mile or two, and I understand it can go quite far, the pollen drift. If they claim that the pollen from this hemp farm drifts and destroyed their crop somehow, and we gave the license to the hemp farm, we could potentially, I'm just saying potentially, because this is what's happened in other counties, be drug into a lawsuit. We did look at some maps, and maybe that's what's missing here today is a lot of the data that we looked at isn't here for you guys. Because we did look at a lot of, we had some charts and tables and, you know, what other counties are doing for setbacks. They are all over the map. Some counties aren't doing hemp at all. Some aren't doing cannabis at all. Some are doing neither. And maybe that would have been good data for us to have too. And then there was another map that had pollen drifts. And you start looking at, you know, how, let's just, for simplicity, since we just had the VHR discussion and it had the bubbles around a VHR, imagine the same thing around a hemp farm or a cannabis farm, and you start putting a mile or two around a farm, it really narrows down where you can and cannot go. So that was another thing that if we're to move forward, we really want to put that in an ordinance somehow.
Sure, I agree.
So we don't start creating our own conflicts. And that's another thing that we don't have a definitive answer yet because the research is still out.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know. I'm concerned. I'm really concerned about it.
Well, would you feel comfortable with just, like I said, just directing staff to explore this issue with those two committees and then bring it back by the end of the year with our recommendations? And then we decide how we want to move forward.
So what will just keep the moratorium in place that we have? And then that expires into December. So we would need to decide that we would get our recommendation in November. you think? And then based on our experience, John, do you think that they will be able to come up with something definitive? I'm just keeping it real. It was so overwhelming, this dynamic.
Although the egg commission, this is their industry and data will be emerging.
Emerging is the key point.
Right.
It's not quite there yet. So,
and if they don't feel they have a solid recommendation, come back with us then, and then we decide a course forward that, but at least let's put a time frame on it so it doesn't, drag on ad infinitum.
So I think
I would question whether in 5 months they can come back with a solid recommendation because there is so much disparity in information and data, and you have to sift through all that. Who do you believe? The Santa Rosa College, junior college, emphasis on certain things. I think they're doing a lot of testing. They're have an ongoing program where they're measuring these things. We need all that data. So I suspect that if we do have them look at it, they'll come back inconclusive. There is no strong preponderance of evidence that says this is all okay if you do these things. Again, there's so many variables.
There will never be a perfect,
That's true.
Right.
a
Well,
perfect-
and I guess that's where my brain came out with, let's just focus on cannabis because, I mean, we were told that that is going to be quite a revenue generator for the farmers and the county once we get that going. That's what we were told. And then once we get some of those farms under our belt, the cannabis farms, then we can see, do we really want to go with hemp on the side? Or could that actually be a negative impact on it? That's my thing. That's just where I'm thinking.
Get that.
Because we spent how much time on it and we just couldn't come up with anything definitive yet. It's still emerging. And I like the approach of watching what other counties are doing. That's kind of what we did with cannabis. And Sue, you said yourself, it took a couple years to get through all those issues. We didn't give ourselves enough time. We were, I think, overly optimistic that we were going to be able to come up with something to get the farmers to grow this year. And in hindsight, I realized that was very optimistic. I just didn't realize what we were going to come up against. So,
and I think that was my point to the sheriff. It's not that you're recommending a ban because you don't want it. It's just you just didn't have enough time to figure out all the issues. It's exactly what happened with the cannabis ad hoc committee. Is we all of a sudden went, oh my gosh, there's just so many things to vet out, and we're just not there yet. So that's exactly why I wanted to make the point that the recommendation is that we're not there yet, and whatever we do, we still need to investigate and figure it out. So that's the only point I was trying to
We
make.
need to keep moving the ball down the down the field, not just stop. So
exactly.
Let me ask the bigger question, I think, is if we establish the moratorium, does the current ad hoc committee continue to do work, or does it disband? If we establish not a permanent ban, but a ban for a specific period of time, does the ad hoc committee disband, et cetera? Because I think the direction forward is different, whether it's a moratorium or I'll call it temporary ban for lack of a better term. Because a ban would say, we're going to take sufficient time to really understand this, and then we're going to recreate or resurrect, whatever you want to call it, the ad hoc committee to review all the information that's available and come forward with a recommendation, as opposed to a moratorium. Sounds like we want to continue to have interaction between the Ag Commission, CDAC, the ad hoc committee, the members and stuff, to continue the dialogue and basically accumulation of data and information that at some point in time could come back to the board with a recommendation.
Exactly. It's an
and that would be in the
expanded
November
exploration
timeframe.
based on
So-
what you
Well,
did. Yeah.
And that's a really good point, because Sue, when you guys did the cannabis meetings and all that, you guys didn't have a deadline on your, right? A targeted deadline. You guys took the time that you needed to really explore everything.
Yep.
And I think that would be the right approach, is to give us the time, because I'm concerned that the deadline, I know 5 months sounds like forever. It is not. It goes so fast. It's
I'm
just
sure
like-
that's true.
Yeah, but
So,
I would call it more of a touch point, is what we're looking at is, we're going to come back in November, December with with a look-see. And it doesn't matter, frankly, whether it's a ban or, a continue. The difference for me is, do we continue the operations, or do we stop everything at this point and then regroup at some later time? So for me, it's more important on what's going on here and now, rather than, because we can at any time as a board, we can bring it back and have a discussion at any point in time. So for me, the big issue is, do we continue with what we have going on and then be able to analyze that, and then have that discussion as we're analyzing, and be able to create these data points on what we see in our county and hear from other counties? Or do we just completely stop everything and then, as John said, restart again at some point in time, whether it's a year or two? So, and that's what I've been just kind of trying to figure out, what makes sense. So
What is your feeling on that, Sue? Where are you leaning?
I think it's important that we continue with the database. I think it is important that we somehow get a I'm very concerned about these grows that are actually cannabis grows. We've got to get that under control. But at the same time, I think there are good actors out there that are asking us to continue with what they have, because they are working in good faith.
Yeah, and the real, in my mind, the bigger issue is we probably never should have started giving out permits in
No,
the first
no.
place without an ordinance in play, because we saw what happened with the complaints and all that. So,
But here we are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so
The
do we,
difference is it's a federally legalized crop. Industrial hemp is, where cannabis,
Right.
marijuana, the marijuana version of cannabis is not. So you do have that contrast between the two. There is a substantial difference, which is why I think the program was started prematurely, in my opinion, in hindsight, but prematurely, right?
Absolutely.
So now we have to try to figure out how do we address that and find the right balance here that allows some level of continued learning, and then either a restart or just a progressive level of learning with implementation of the ability to collect some data.
Right.
That's kind of where I
Well,
weigh the two. So
I'm not as concerned about the data as you are. I know you're, because it's being done elsewhere, and we can use that data. That I'm not.
specific geographical things, as we've talked about, can
Well,
be unique
that-
to where that data is collected.
That should be a special use permit then, see, but
And that may be part
our
of what ends up in
participants
the
didn't want to
ordinance.
go there, so, because it's
that-
expensive.
Yeah.
That's another,
But we also know on the cannabis side, we have a number of appeals for the setbacks because they limit you to what you can grow in a given crop in a given area. So we know that's part of this cannabis review, is that there's appeals going on. So at some point, those will be the major consideration of how many legalized marijuana grows can we
I'd say
have
the over under
participate
is
in.
probably another 10 minutes.
Hey, John DeVille, I think, yeah, there you go. You need to, yeah, mute your mic. There you go. Thank you.
So John, are you feeling there's value with allowing the current permittees without violations to continue? Or a total restart?
We need a total restart. It did not go well. And what came out of it is the place that had the most complaints didn't technically have a violation. So how is that going to help anything?
Okay.
Without an ordinance to get in front of this, and that's what our expert said.
Okay.
He said, you need a really good ordinance before you go here.
Okay, all right. So with that, I move that we direct staff to explore hemp with both the Ag Commission as well as CDAC and return to the board no later than November with the committee recommendations or an update if they need more time.
And then at that time, will we have to look at our moratorium?
Yeah.
We'll have to.
I'll
'cause it's gonna
I'll second that.
Yeah.
So
expire.
implicit in that is continue on a moratorium basis,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
And no
Yep.
allowed grows for industrial hemp in this growing season.
Mhm.
Okay.
So just to clarify, I think everyone understands this, but we do have the ability to extend our current moratorium for another year. So I think what you're contemplating would be coming back to the board,
Yes.
in or about November.
Exactly.
Which then should provide sufficient time, should the board then choose to extend the moratorium for another year to take whatever action may result from these commission discussions.
That's exactly right. Yes.
So then if the groups that are doing this exploration say they need more time, then we'll know.
Then we have another decision point to make. Yeah,
Okay.
But the ad hoc
exactly.
committee would not hold any meetings
No.
between now and November.
No, we give this to the other two to add
Yeah.
their voice to your voice, what you found.
And to further clarify Supervisor Heidal's point, under the current urgency ordinance, because it exempted the pre-existing registrants for the duration of their annual registration, so those will run its course, which I heard would represent it to be through the end of this month or next month, sometime in July. But then there will be no new registrations issued during the pendency of the moratorium.
Okay.
Yes.
Hey, Kim, this is a messy one. Can we have that Word document? Is that too hard to ask?
Yeah,
I should have asked that in the first place. I'm sorry. I knew this was gonna be a messy one.
I would also like, the motion was to direct staff, what staff? Because this was an ad hoc committee assignment. So if you're directing
Okay.
staff to return, is that sheriff and ag?
It would be, Charlene with Ag Commission
Okay,
to support the Ag Commission and where would it be Economic Development
Kyle
Kyle.
Zimmerman with
with
CDAC.
CDAC. Does that sound appropriate?
That's helps me.
Yes.
to know
Yeah.
who's-
Yes, I
who's
think
in
that
charge.
would be
Yep,
good. Yes,
you.
thank you for that clarification.
So George, you wanted to weigh in here?
Yeah, I think we should also add the sheriff's office in there for data collecting to make sure that that gets in there.
Collecting data on what, George?
Well, I mean, especially a lot of the data on these, these grows and stuff, because they go out and test these different grows.
They won't be doing that in El Dorado County though, George.
How about a suggestion to say direct the sheriff's, the ag commissioner, Charlene, and the sheriff's office to work with the ag commission, because they do have to go hand in hand. in
Perfect.
this.
Yeah, that sounds good. Do you feel comfortable with that, George?
Yeah, I feel comfortable with that.
So, to clarification, direct staff and staff being the sheriff, the ag department, and CDAC.
Well, the
Well-
Ag Commission has got to be called out separately too.
The sheriff and Ag Department to work with the Agricultural Commission
Right,
and Kyle Zimmerman to work with CDAC,
yes.
two parallel paths. Well, you don't need to put parallel paths, but if it's helpful. Okay, direct staff being the sheriff and the Ag Department to work to explore hemp with the Agricultural Commission. Okay. And Kyle Zimmerman of Economic Development to explore hemp with CDAC to explore the economic benefits of hemp with CDAC or opportunities. Yeah. To explore. Perfect. That's, yes. So
I hate to wordsmith, but maybe the and Kyle, you can put on number 2, just so that you can split it up there.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Might
One-
be easier
There you go.
reading. There you go.
Thank you, Sue.
Sure.
May I suggest instead of calling Carl out, maybe saying the director of economic development?
Perfect. That sounds good.
Yeah, good call.
Director or manager.
Kim and I can work on the.
We're getting all-
Yeah,
we're
you
getting all-
understand the intent.
we're getting into the
Yeah.
wordsmithing way
I
too
understand the
far, so,
intent.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so was motion a second?
Does this truly capture what the
Let's see.
Well, it's to continue the moratorium.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say that.
Motion
We're
was
gonna
made to
continue
continue the
that.
moratorium.
I don't think you need.
We don't have to
include
say that
in
because
there.
it's already in effect.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
already in
Alright.
effect. Yeah.
And then and we know that we're gonna come back in November to re-explore. Oh my gosh, to revisit the moratorium. Then I mean that's a given that we would
It
do that.
says in
That doesn't.
November 2021, that's really not all under 2, it's under 1 and 2, so.
Yeah, and I don't think we need to call out.
I would agree.
The
I think
exploration
that
of
we
moratorium.
necessarily will need to either extend the moratorium prior to December
Okay.
or allow it to lapse.
Okay.
Depending on their
So we can
recommendations.
take off that last portion and return in November, right?
No,
No, no, no, that
leave
needs to be
that,
there.
leave that.
Okay, but it's not only for number 2, it's for number 1 as well.
Oh, true.
Okay, thank you.
So Wendy, are you thinking that CDAC and the Ag Commission are be working together then?
No,
Or
not
they-
necessarily. I mean, if they want to have a joint meeting, they can, but I mean, I want
So-
a full,
Yeah, I would take that word committee off then, because it's not a committee.
That's a commission.
It's
Bruce,
not
when it's-
neither. It's just
Oh,
all
it's-
these guys working
The
together.
It's
recommendation.
the Ag Commission. Yeah, that's fine. Again, I don't
you
think.
guys can wordsmith this later. We don't need to
Yeah.
wordsmith this now. So there's a
Right.
motion, a second on the table. Yeah.
Can I just say one more thing now? With those other, this is a ban until we have some stuff that comes back to us in November, correct? So those, the other ones that already have permits and registration will not be allowed to grow? Is that correct or not correct?
So as it stands right now, the county is currently under the auspices of the urgency ordinance that was adopted earlier this year, which prohibits the cultivation of industrial hemp with the exception of those registrants that had a license that was issued prior to the enactment of that ordinance. So they were allowed to continue to operate under that registration, which again, my understanding is that the latest of which will expire by this July. So there will be, again, under the ordinance that we're currently operating under, there will be no new registrations issued.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So we have a motion, a second. Any final comments for clarification? I think we've been through it. So roll call, please, Kim.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote? Oh, you're.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, I'm assuming we want to go to some department matters, or do we want to go back and pick up number 10?
Well, one of the commitments I made to some of you with coming in here with masks on is we could have a recess every few minutes. So I
Thank
want to
you.
offer the board.
We've gone a long time without a recess, so let's take a recess for 10 minutes. So let's come back at 11:40. Let's just round it up 12 minutes.
And then, Mr. Chair, I would ask, because our chief probation officer is here, we resume with we pick up
29?
with item 28 and then 29. They're both his.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
All right, so we'll do 28 and 29 when we come back at 11:40.
Thank you.
Thank Okay. Very good. So it looks like our board is all back, so we're ready to resume the discussions. And I will note that we are kind of moving into our phase 2 of the reopening. In the past, phase 1 basically said board members and immediate staff who had the direct reports, essentially the board. And now we're starting to open it up to some additional staff members. And that's really the definition we had for phase 2, leading to phase 3, which is a full open up in terms of the public and staff are able to attend in the board chambers and stuff. So I think this is a significant recognition. So with that, Kim, would you read item 28? I'm assuming we want to take that first. Ryan, is that correct?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Thank you,
item
Mr. Chair.
28.
Item 28 comes from the Community Correctional Partnership Executive Committee, recommending the board consider the following. 1, review and accept the amended fiscal year 2020-21 community corrections budget. 2, review and accept the recommended community corrections public safety realignment budget and related implementation plan for fiscal year 2021-22. And 3, review and approve the recommended items to fund from the Board of State and Community Corrections Planning and Training Grant Program.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Ashton, Mr. Livingston. It's good to see all of your faces live and in person. I feel pretty privileged to be here today, fortunate and grateful actually to be here today. It shows progress and that we're headed in the right direction. So that's all fantastic. For my colleagues, for my peers out there that are considering coming to the board, I would caution you, it does require long pants and closed-toed shoes.
Right?
So
no more bunny slippers.
Yeah, right. As evidenced by my wardrobe here today. So so there is a downside to being back in chambers. But that said, it's good to see you all. Kim, do you want to go ahead and run the PowerPoint? Excellent. Thank you. Do I have control with the clicker? All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. So real briefly, I appear each budget year in front of the board to present the Community Corrections Partnership budget. And we have a couple of new board members on the dais, and well, one on the dais and one in a box somewhere. And so just real quick, just to, I'm sure you have seen it before regardless, but just to bring you up to speed. So the Community Corrections Partnership is the body that is organized by statute in relation to the 2011 Public Safety Realignment. And the statute requires that that body be chaired by the probation chief of the county in each county of each of the 58. And is made up of a certain set of members, including all of the justice community, as well as the Board of Supervisors and the CAO's office and the County Office of Education and others. And the Community Corrections Partnership puts together an annual plan and an annual budget that is brought before the board. And absent a 4/5 vote to reject that budget, it is considered adopted as part of the larger general budget of the county. Each of the recipients of funding from the Community Corrections Partnership realignment accounts submits a budget, much like departments do to the board, submits a budget request to the Community Corrections Partnership for either training and implementation funds, which is one account, or general realignment funds, which is the primary account, the large account. The partnership reviews those requests and approves them as a body. And so what you will have before you today is the result of what is an approved budget request by the Community Corrections Partnership. All of those requests have been fairly static over the years. We have made some modifications with regard to training and implementation as we've discovered new and better ways to do community corrections, as well as programming within the jail. So the funds pay for primarily for staffing, but also for implementation of the realignment programs in El Dorado County. Next slide, please. And the next one. Thank you, Kim. I'm going to give you a high-level overview of how the budget breaks down. There are really 4 primary recipients. I would say 3 primary recipients and a couple of sub-recipients of funding out of the realignment funds. The three primary are probation, health and human services, and the sheriff's department. That's been consistent since the development of the realignment plan back in 2011. And it has grown over the years, but the distribution has remained relatively static as well, as approximately a third, a third, and a third. Now, I will say that as contracts have grown, the probation department has taken on the lion's share of those contracts. So the contract component of probation's distribution has grown actually considerably by percentage since the beginning of realignment. So as you can see, the realignment account, if you were to add up those FTEs that it funds from the three departments, funds about 30 positions in El Dorado County. It also funds a little over $1 million worth of contract services to community-based organizations in the county. So in the probation department, you're looking at about $1.5 million in salaries and benefits. In the sheriff's department, about $870,000 for corrections officers in the jail, and excuse me, $870,000 in HHSA for various treatment providers that work largely in the jail and in the day reporting center at the probation department. And then for the sheriff's department, again, about $1.5 million, much like probation, for sworn staff in the jail. Contract services vary depending on which agency you're looking at. For HHSA, as you might imagine, it's for treatment and other types of services. For the probation department, it's largely for transportation, housing, and other sorts of structural supports for our clients to be able to get to programming and to be able to take advantage of that programming. So we have various contracts with community-based organizations that do some of that work. We also have dollars set aside for the El Dorado County Office of Education, as they provide services to both clients who are in the day reporting center at the probation department, as well as clients to take advantage of educational opportunities in the jails. So EDCO does adult learning, obviously, and they provide those services through their educational instructors in both of those environments. Next slide. So I wanted to show you the variance from the 1920 budget to the 21-22 budget, or excuse me, the 2021 budget to the 21-22 budget. The probation department increased its overall budget out of the CCP by $327,000. Most of that was due to contracted increases to salary and employee benefits that the probation officers received this past year. And then the sheriff's department also had some prescribed increases in their salaries and employee benefits. We added a law enforcement contract again this year. For those of you that were here prior to the 2021 budget, we had previously set aside a $50,000 sum for local police agencies to take advantage of billing the community corrections realignment subaccount for costs related to working with the realigned population in each of their respective communities. What we found was that they rarely accessed those funds. And when they did it, it was in a much smaller quantity. And so we decided to no longer reserve those funds at the $50,000 mark. And in fact, in the 2021 budget, because they had not exercised much of that revenue, and because we were anticipating the potential of an extremely volatile swing in the revenues coming from realignment, because they're sales tax based, and we were in the middle of we were in the beginning of the pandemic, we took that line item out of our budget for 2021. We're now returning it in 21-22, but at the amount of 20,000 instead of 50,000. And I've spoken to both of the police chiefs, each of whom is represented on the Community Corrections Partnership, and they're in agreement with this as well. They found that to be a more reasonable amount. It will also be amending the agreement with law enforcement as to how they access that funding so that they can get a greater access into that pool of money to be able to utilize it to supplement their officers on the street. Any questions before I move on?
No. Any questions
Okay,
from
great.
board members? Not seeing any.
Then we'll move on.
Yeah.
Next slide, please. I talk a lot about the fund balance projection because as in years past, we've had discussions about how the fund balance that exists for public safety purposes out of the realignment subaccounts is really reserved for those unknowns. And one of the things that was, I think, really well illuminated this past year was it brought a lot of peace and understanding amongst board members as well as the law enforcement partnerships that we knew we had a significant fund balance to be able to rely on if we did in fact experience that volatile revenue swing that we are anticipating for 2021. We were extremely fortunate in California. Sales taxes, as you know, did not get hit as hard as we anticipated. So our fund balance did not get hit as hard as we'd anticipated. We had made some considerable adjustments down in our 2021 budget. And now that we feel like we have rebounded and that we're likely not to see a big volatile swing, although I suspect, as most of you probably already do, that we have a recession coming, we're not there yet. And so our 21-22 budget is reflective of the realities that we're living in today and what we anticipate at least for the next year to 2 years. As you can see, our fund balance decreased in 1920 by 4%. We anticipate a decrease of about 9% for this current fiscal year ending in June. And we have a program decrease of about 12% of the fund balance in 21-22. Generally, our fund balance reductions don't come in at the rate that we anticipate. We budget conservatively, as the county does as well. So I would anticipate that 9% will probably be slightly smaller when we get to true up the books at the end of the year. And same thing with the 12%, but those are our budgeted projections. Next slide, please. I mentioned there were two accounts as a result of realignment. The first is the primary account, which we just covered, and the second is the local planning and implementation budget. And basically what that account represents is the Community Corrections Partnership reports some data to the state. And in exchange for that data, we get an influx of $100,000 per year, as every county does, to commit to ongoing planning and implementation costs. And so we generally commit those funds to training practices for line staff, whether it's in the jail, on the street, for probation officers, for any of our partners in the partnership. We make funding available to people for training largely. We'll also utilize this fund for one-time purchases. For example, if we were to need a new vehicle or if we needed additional software that was going to be a one-time cost, then a partner would request funds out of this implementation and training money or planning money because we know it's fairly predictable, it doesn't change, and we have an ongoing fund balance in that account as well. So next slide, please. This 21-22 budget, you can see that we are committing about $75,000 to staff training throughout each of the throughout all of the departments. We're investing in crisis intervention training. We're investing in moral recognition therapy, which I'll talk a little bit more about shortly. But it's the modality, it's the cognitive behavior change modality on which we base a lot of our programming in the jails and the day reporting center. And it's basically a thought change process. It's how to get somebody out of the criminal thinking process and into the, well, I really want this in my life, as opposed to what I've been getting. Well, how do you change your thoughts so that your behaviors follow those thoughts? And now you start getting to your goals, as opposed to finding yourself back in custody and further deeper into the criminal justice system. The Change Company is an intervention that we engage in. It's a journaling process and program that can be used in the jail, in the day reporting center, on juveniles and adults. And so we invest resources from that program or from this pot of money into that program. We have programming costs in the CCC, and we operate on the risk needs incentives basis. So we have a core philosophy in our programs that it's not just the stick that gets people to actually work with community corrections, but moreover, it's largely the carrot that gets them to work. The threat of incarceration is always there. And we don't really need to highlight that. What we really need to do and have learned to do quite adeptly is to provide incentives for people to engage in the pro-social types of behaviors that we want them to engage in. as they're learning a new set of habits to actually become more productive members of the community. And so, so we offer hard incentives in that. Some of them of our incentive program are soft incentives that don't cost any money at all. But for relatively nominal investment, we're able to invest in incentives across the board. So things like gas cards to get them to and from treatment, or to get them to and from our programming. Food, Safeway shopping cart or something to that effect. Things that are actually foundationally supportive of their rehabilitation, while at the same time, a nice incentive to actually meet your goals, your programming goals. We also have expanded our programming at the NCCT, and we partnered with the Sacramento Kings and the Raleigh Shopping Center to put together a garden program at the NCCT site, which is again a partnership between the Northern California Construction Training Academy, which is our resource for the trades unions, Office of Education and Probation. And so we made an additional investment with garden supplies into that program. And then the Kings and Rayleighs are coming to support us financially in that as well. And then we also are looking at the potential of shoring up the state resources by expanding the potential of our grant opportunities, because there are federal and state grants out there. And quite frankly, more private grants are coming online, as foundations have done very well financially over the last couple of years. They're really looking to get more dollars out into the community. And community corrections reform is a big ticket item for them. They're really investing heavily in that. And we want them to potentially invest here in El Dorado County. So we're going to expand our grant writing as well. Next slide, please. So you can see our fund balance projections for 21-22, again, conservatively down 15% next year, down 7% this year. But although we projected a decrease in that fund balance in 19-20, we actually saw an increase. And largely because we didn't end up spending a lot of the money that was programmed, because we didn't send people to training that was programmed in this budget in 19-20. So we missed out on a lot of training in the beginning of 2020. Next slide. So that's the budget portion of this. I have one other slide presentation I want to give you that I'll get through briefly, but it's something that I always like to bring to you to put a real face to the numbers to this. So any questions about the budget piece of this?
I guess the fund balance, there is no limitation on that, right? There's no state statute or anything that would force us to drop this anymore.
There is not. Department of Finance has opined occasionally on this as the question has come up. There have been local fears occasionally that there would be a fund balance sweep at some point in time if all the monies weren't expended. What DOF has essentially said is it's best practice to keep a year's worth of reserves out there just in case. And so that's the only thing they've said about it. And there are no statutes that say that the fund balance can only be at a certain percentage.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep. Awesome. So I want to share with you briefly a story about Sarah Daniels. Now, I want to say up front, this story is being shared about Sarah with her permission and support in building out the story. And I think it's really instructive for you to see a real world example of how not just community corrections, but all of our local corrections partners come to play in having an impact on people's lives, and how it actually can turn people around. Because I think sometimes we hear about the revolving door of people in and out of jail. We hear about lost causes in the criminal justice system and people that are addicted to drugs and are offending in the community. And the reality is, especially here in El Dorado County, we actually make a lot of great progress with people. We provide that external motivation to them while they're building themselves and building their connections and building their resources to take over and run with it for the rest of their lives. And Sarah is actually a really good example of that. And so I want to share with you her story real quick, because I think it gives hope to the investment, the dollars behind what the board is actually committing to when they make these investments. So go ahead. So real quick, Sarah actually had an 18-year history through the criminal justice system, starting back in 2003 to the county to our west. At 23 years old, she experienced her first arrest, and then not too long after that began a career in crime in El Dorado County. Most of what she was involved in was drug related. So as you can imagine, it's theft and vandalism and nuisance crimes and things that we're all unfortunately fairly used to, and none of us are immune to. They're community crimes that can happen anywhere, in rich neighborhoods, poor neighborhoods. And so a lot of us like to see the hammer dropped on people, and not for lack of good reason. We don't like being stolen from. We don't like having our things broken. We prefer to live crime-free, and we all strive for our communities to be crime-free. Well, Sarah was an example of somebody that was harming the community. And that resulted in a prison sentence out of El Dorado County in 2010. She actually was able to maintain sobriety while she was incarcerated in state prison, which is a good thing. And it's not an easy thing to do, believe it or not. It's actually easy to get drugs in jails, even in El Dorado County, and in prisons. It's as hard as we fight against it. There are ways that people can continue to abuse substances while incarcerated. Sarah was able to find sobriety in prison, and she actually now in 2021 is looking at the expiration of her final probation case in November of this year, which will be the end of her criminal justice career, as it were. Next slide, please. And you can see at 23 years old to almost 41 years old, you think about your own life in that context, the life of one of your children, and you think, it's such an amount of lost time where you're not able to really experience the joy and hope that most of us get in life. And for Sarah, she had much of that same experience. These are some of her booking photos. As you can see, back in her early days, in her early 20s, all the way up through May of 2017. And you can see the changes that she went through during those times. And I'm looking forward to showing you a picture now. But that's a lack of hope in those photos. That's a lack of joy in those photos. And when that's the reality in which you live, drugs and theft maybe is not such a horrible thing. It just is what it is in your life. Next slide, please. Her life experience really sort of began to unravel back in 1994, when as a child, she was the victim of a sexual assault. That's not an uncommon thing, by the way. Most of our population, I would say over 80% of the population that we work with, either in juvenile hall, juvenile justice, or as adult probationers, have experienced some level of trauma in their life. And sometimes, and oftentimes, substantial trauma. Most of us can't even imagine. And we actually engage in a process, an assessment process called ACEs, which is the Adverse Childhood Experience Survey. And it's it's interesting. We probably all as adults should take an ACEs exam at some point in time, because it identifies, it uncovers how perhaps trauma as a child has affected or impacted your adult life. And I'm sure if I were to pull up Sarah's ACEs score, she would be at the top end of the spectrum for people that were at risk of at-risk behavior. So as you can see, in 2000, she had her first son off to the system. 2002, her baby's adopted out. 2003, her first arrest in Sacramento. 2004, her second child is born and off to the system. 2006, twins, off to the system. 2010, all boys are adopted into the family with the oldest child. So fortunately, all of her children were able to go to a single family, which is super unique and unusual. And my hat's off to whichever social workers were involved in that, because that's just an amazing outcome for those kids. But as you can see for Sarah, I mean, that's more tragedy in her life. And that's due to her own choices and her own behaviors, but and in pursuit of the protection of those children. But of course, just more trauma that she's dealing with as an individual. 2010, she finally makes her way to state prison out of El Dorado County. And then she's released after being clean and sober for several years in prison. But she gets hit by a drunk driver. Again, 1994, raped as a 14-year-old child, and then set on a course as a result of that. And now again, in 2014, hit by a drunk driver, no fault of her own. Well, part of the pain management course that her doctors put her on was prescription opiates. So not an uncommon story throughout the United States, especially in the contemporary past. A lot of people ended up addicted to pain medications as a result of some element or event in their life. Sarah was no different. She wound up in jail again. And in 2017, she lost somebody special to her while she was serving time in custody. And so again, trauma after trauma after trauma continues to build on this woman. 37 years old, last arrest in 2017, and she winds up in the world of realignment now, committed to county prison with a release to probation instead of going off to state prison as a result of her crimes. Next slide. In that event, she finally found her permanent sobriety back in 2017. The person in that photo is Sarah, and the person on the right in that photo is her probation officer, Camille. Camille, besides just being an amazing human being, is an incredible probation officer. Just as I was leaving the office, I saw her in her red uniform headed out to the range because she's actually a firearms instructor as well as a defensive tactics instructor. So she's no nonsense, all business, law enforcement oriented, and has a ginormous heart for such a tiny person. She loves what she does, and she loves the people that she works with, and she truly, truly cares about the people that she works with and the outcomes that they experience. And so because of the relationships that Sarah was actually able to develop in our El Dorado County Jail, with the jail staff who cared about her and saw hope in her and promise in her, and her probation officer, Camille, as well as other probation staff members, as well as Health and Human Services and her family and others that were wrapped around her, she began to see value in herself. She began to see that she had hope, she had purpose, she had reason, and she had now connections. Because she was clean and sober, she wasn't pushing everybody away. She was drawing them into her to help protect her. And that protection and that community wrapped around her and allowed her to make the transition from a life of addiction to a life of sobriety. And now she's giving back. Next slide, please. So she gets out of jail in 2018, and she begins with this new positive outlook on life and this new attitude on what she wanted to accomplish. And now she's giving back through being a sponsor in AA and NA. She's focused in all of her employment efforts on giving back to this community by working in the drug and alcohol field. She actually is in her own apartment with her own job and her own transportation, and has completed some of her college work and is looking actually to go to work for El Dorado County now as a drug and alcohol counselor. And if she said, you know what, and if it doesn't work out for me and I need to go back to college and do more education, I will do that, because it's that important to her to be employed in El Dorado County and giving back to the citizens that she had taken from. And she sees it that way. She took from her community, and she says, I took so much for so long, it's time for me to give back. She gave up a full-time job in education in Sacramento County, or turned it down, I should say, in order to work here part-time to try to and see if she could make it work, because it was so important to her to give back to El Dorado County. And that's the type of human being that's been created out of all of those tragedies that you saw. Some of that is maturity and development as an adult. Some of that is what's been poured into her by the system that has changed its attitude towards criminality, especially people that have been, suffered all those traumas and been addicted to drugs as a result of it. I got to read an article recently. She was interviewed by the Washington Post, not because of her addiction and not because of her triumphs, but because of how negatively impacted people in her generation have been as a result of the pandemic. And how much of an additional struggle on top of all of the struggles that she's been through this was for her to be able to be successful in 2020. Yet she maintained her sobriety, and she's maintained her course forward to actually be a contributing person in our community. Next slide. So she's working the 12 steps. She's been clean and sober for almost 4 years now, and she's an incredibly proud, hopeful person who has been staying connected through probation, staying connected through Health and Human Services, and staying connected through the community in the work that she's doing. Next step. Next slide. And she's actually been a volunteer to help people obtain what she has found for herself. And that, I think, is probably one of the biggest pieces to the story. Is her contribution back to the community has been to the people that have also harmed the community or harmed themselves and are looking for a pathway out. And she's helping them find that pathway by talking about and sharing her own experiences and making her reality part of their hope, which I think is something that all of us could probably take a lesson from when it comes to giving back. Next slide. Next slide. One more. So there again, pictures of Sarah and her probation officer there. That's actually her benefiting from part of our incentives program. I mentioned the partnership we have with the Sacramento Kings. They like to provide us with tickets to their events when they have events, and which obviously has been in short supply over the last year. But we are able to take some of our probationers to Sacramento Kings events as a reward for their good, their good practice and staying engaged in programming and making strides in programming. So that was her getting her Sacramento Kings tickets. So that's out. So any questions or any comments or anything I can help you with on that
Board members?
presentation?
Questions or comments?
I wanted to thank you for sharing Sarah's story, and I'm so impressed of her bravery and her willingness to share her journey. She's beautiful, she's courageous, just really inspiring, and it's so nice to hear that there are positive benefits from realignment. We often hear how difficult it's been, the lack of funding. We just hear the negative, and hearing Sarah's story, I can understand, the positive benefits of it as well. And that's really important for us all to keep that in mind. So thank you for sharing that story. It made a difference.
Absolutely.
Being a pastor of the church, I know there are a lot of people who have gone through a lot of problems, especially with alcohol abuse and drug addiction. So, and I've reached out and talked to these people and try to help them, get back on the right track. And there's been some success stories that I have. I'm not going to go into any details because it could be very long, but I think it's a great thing that's what you guys are doing, and I praise you for this.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and I just want to also extend my thanks to you, Brian, for your programs. You put passion into this, and your staff. When I've visited them, they're all passionate. It's an incredibly difficult job, and you guys do it so well. And it's great to hear of a story such as Sarah's, because it just brings to heart, what we're doing here today, and really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
And again, I can only imagine where Sarah would be today if she was committed to state prison and went through that cycle yet again and again, whatever it is, because I honestly believe this program and the work of our sheriff's department, probation, really made the difference in her life. And so we talk about pluses and minuses of realignment, and we really don't want to take on the responsibility. What I see at the state level is more and more desire to shut down state prison system and to divert it to local entities for those responsibilities. And while that's a huge burden, with these kinds of outcomes, you can see the potential for a more positive outcome. The difficulty is oftentimes the funding associated with maintaining those services that have been a part of our state prisons doesn't come with that mandate from the state. So I would hope as the state makes their determinations in the future and they move forward, they really consider the need for the funding to flow from the one entity to local entities, from state to local entities, if that's what it takes to administer these programs. And outstanding job, really appreciate the presentation. Nothing but accolades for the whole department, the whole organization, the 30 and a half people that are helping staff this program. Just a thumbs up all the way around.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor.
Okay, so I think with that, we can open this up for public comment. So Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 28, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from 390.
Ken, you're muted.
Are we better now?
Yes, thank you.
There you are, Ken Greenwood. How'd you know? Wait a minute. Ken Greenwood, District 2. That's an encouraging story that we just heard. And it makes all of the efforts elsewhere that may or may not work seem legitimate and needed and necessary, and prove the fact that people can have positive outcomes from this sort of programs. It sadly that many, or I don't know what the percentage was, don't recall, but anyway, it's a sad situation that not everybody can be like Sarah, but that Sarah could be successful in shaking this whole thing is awesome. It's kind of the best news all day that that we've heard here. Thank you much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, back to the board. We have a couple of items here to review and accept, or review and approve. So,
I move the item.
all right, we got a motion.
Second?
Second, a roll call, please, Kim.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent. So we will move to item 29.
Thank you,
Can you
Brian.
read that, please? Yeah, thank you, Brian. Excellent work.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Item 29 comes from the Chief Administrative Officer and Chief Probation Officer, recommending the board receive an update relative to the implementation of Senate Bill 823 Juvenile Justice Realignment.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer. I agreed to take a bullet for the CAO and start the presentation.
That was commendable of you.
Yeah,
yes.
and me without my vest on. So
Maybe we should have swapped these two items. I don't know.
So go ahead and advance that. Or maybe you can't. All right, that'll work. So what we're talking about in Senate Bill 823 is the 2020 legislation that created the latest round of juvenile justice realignment from the state of California to local governments. The first was through SB 81 back in 2007, if I remember correctly. And SB 81 realigned the level of youth that were to be retained by counties rather than sent to the Division of Juvenile Justice of the state, which at the time was called the California Youth Authority. The California Youth Authority had a population of just over 10,000 youth throughout the state of California in a variety of facilities located throughout the state. And after SB 81, that population came down dramatically because we retained them here locally. And that also came along with facility funding. Ironically, the funding that is currently slated to fund our juvenile hall rebuild in Placerville. So SB 81 has stuck around for some time relative to some of the funding that has benefited local communities to provide both in-community service as well as detention services. The second realignment was due to an assembly bill. The number escapes me right now, but it essentially realigned juvenile parole to local communities. So it used to be that those 10,000 kids that were in state custody, when they would come out, they were the responsibility of the California Department of Corrections through their juvenile probation, or excuse me, their juvenile parole units. So I can remember at the time I was working in Shasta County, and we had really close relationships with our one juvenile parole officer in Shasta County who would drive up from Sacramento to provide services to juveniles on parole in Shasta County. So you can imagine they're making the 2.5, 3-hour drive up to Reading, seeing as many kids as they could, maybe trying to execute a warrant or two, and then drive back to Sacramento. And that would happen once a week. That was the type of service that the state was providing. So the Assembly bill realigned parole services to local communities and said, well, we've already got built-in parole agents in probation departments. Let's give them the parole responsibility. Worked out much, much better when youth were coming back from DJJ, CYA, for county probation to take on what really was the precursor to public safety realignment in 2011 that we just got done talking about, because we have local infrastructure that was basically being duplicated by the state to provide less than optimal services. Get ready for adult realignment 2.0 in the future, because this model has been successful time and again as things have been returned back to local communities, because you have people who actually exist within your community being supervised by people who exist within your community, as opposed to our parachuting in and providing some sense of service, but probably less than optimal services. So this realignment is the closure of the Division of Juvenile Justice. So the old California Youth Authority that had a population over 10,000 now has a population of less than 800. Next slide, please. Advance. Thanks. So what SB 823 has done is it has closed intake at DJJ as of July of this year. And what that means is, although the division will continue to operate for a period of time with the youth that it has in custody, it will no longer accept any youth that would have been otherwise committed to them by a local court after July. After July, we have to have a local solution to what the court is going to order for youth for long-term detention. And I'll get more in detail on that in a minute. But that was the operational impact of SB 823. It also created the Office of Youth and Community Restoration, which is a new state office that exists within the Health and Human Service Agency that will provide some level of technical assistance and data oversight to local government as it relates to providing services to this subpopulation of juvenile justice. And keep in mind, this is a relatively small population. In El Dorado County, it represents maybe at most 3 or 4 children at any one time. There are two factors that we're very concerned about with this realignment. One is this, that it will net widen, that courts will see this as a new avenue to taking some high risk or high needs youth and putting them into a commitment track, a long-term commitment track locally, because they're no longer faced with having to send them off to the state. And all of the notions that go around that of, well, I'm basically sending a kid to prison. And I'm really reticent to do that as a judge. And I'm really reticent to recommend that as a prosecutor or as a probation officer. As we create these local tracks of opportunity, we may see that the court is now more willing and maybe more ready to start committing more youth to these programs. So that's one consideration and concern that we have. We don't want to net widen on this population and say, well, now we're going to commit more youth to a long-term confinement track. The other is, and here's the balance, if we don't have a robust program on the back end of this, the only other alternative that a district attorney has for public safety, and the only other alternative that a court has to basically be certain that a youth is engaged for a period of time that they need to be engaged, is to get them out of the juvenile justice system and commit them to the adult track. And so with Prop 57, we reversed an old Proposition 21 that gave district attorneys the authority to commit kids to adult court. And they were doing it at a fairly decent clip statewide. Prop 57 turned that around and put that authority back in the hands of courts after going through a hearing process that involved probation, DA, defense attorneys, et cetera. And you would have to find a juvenile unfit for juvenile court in order to send them off to adult court. Well, if there's no DJJ replacement that courts find acceptable, then their only other alternative really is going to be either take a risk on the local alternative, whatever it is, or put the kid into an adult setting and then prosecute them as a criminal rather than as a delinquent. it happens, right? There are people that because of the nature of the crime or the nature of their response to treatment end up having to be committed through adult court, and they become criminally committed at that point to jail or to state prison. We don't want to see that expand either. So we're very concerned about how we straddle this balance beam, if you will, because going too far one way opens up the net. Going too far the other way doesn't provide a good alternative for courts. And so we have to find that middle ground somewhere where we're providing a good, solid service that isn't so attractive that everybody wants to use it. So SB 823 also created the U3 Alignment Block Grant. So it took the 200 and some odd million dollars that it had invested into 4 facilities in the state, and it moved that 200 and some million dollars to local government. And the first year, obviously, it's not the full 200 million as the division continues to operate. The first year, I think, is somewhere south of 100 million statewide. And of course, LA gets its third off the top, and then the rest of the state gets the other 2/3. But the amount that's coming to El Dorado County will be an initial $250,000 grant that we can invest in services for our kids locally that wind up in this commitment track that the court may order for one of our kids. It also changed the way that kids are committed, or for what period of time they're committed to this secure track. So currently it's up to age 25. What 823 did is it reduced that to 23, except under certain circumstances. If a youth would have been otherwise committed to a program for over 7 years, if they were an adult, then we can keep them up to age 25 in local corrections. That's where your radar should probably start to light up a little bit, because right now our juvenile halls are holding youth from the ages of, say, 13, 14. Usually we don't take those ages, so maybe 15 to 19. And we very rarely have youth that are 19. Often we see 18-year-olds in there, not uncommonly, that are still going through their probation case that started when they were 17 or 16 or 15. But now we're talking about programming adolescents along with transition age adults that are 20, 21, 22 years old. Now, I will say that although we can take youth up to age 25, the average age is about 19 in DJJ. So kids are usually out of DJJ by the time they're 20 or 21, with rare exceptions for very serious circumstances. But that's the window that we're dealing with now. The last thing that 823 did is it set up a detention improvement grants program, which is part of what we're here to talk about today, in that it set aside $9.6 million through the Board of State Community Corrections, $4 million of which is to go into 4 $1 million grants to support the redevelopment of custody facilities that currently exist into ones that would be more appropriate for long-term detention. So those are just 4 $1 million grants that are going to regional facilities that are planning on coming online in the state. The other $5.6 million is being subdivided up into all 58 counties, whether you have a facility or not. So it's diluting the money that would have otherwise been invested in regional facilities into all of the counties. I think El Dorado County's portion of that is $46,000 or $47,000. So you can see that as you dilute that money, the effect of it becomes fairly nominal, and in our case, practically non-existent. If it weren't worth the paperwork, I probably wouldn't even apply for it, but it was a relatively short document we had to fill out to get the money. So we did apply for the $46,000 as well. Next slide, please. And again, thank you. There's a trailer bill that goes along with 823. It was Senate Bill 92, and it sat with the legislature for months and months. And the administration and the legislature were really caught in a battle between advocates pushing on the legislature to cause SB 92 to really influence what was going on locally, and the administration saying, no, we push this off on the counties. We've got to let the counties do their business. What works in LA doesn't work in MODOC. And so we are not going to begin prescribing what's going to happen in these counties, which is what the advocates wanted and the legislature was pushing. And we finally negotiated the SB 92 agreement. And the governor just signed it as he released his budget last week. So SB 92 is now law. What SB 92 did was it closes the Division of Juvenile Justice by June of 2023. So any youth that are currently there should be programmed out, and those youth that are remaining will return back to their county of their home county to be reprogrammed into another environment somewhere. And and in fact, I think personally, as their population begins to dwindle next year, that we'll probably see the administration come back to counties at some point in time and say, hey, we'd really like to shut down DJJ early because we're spending literally tens and tens of millions of dollars on a very, very small population. And so would you be willing for us to pay you to take these kids back? I think that's probably where we wind up in the conversation, but that's, a conversation for next year. It also operationalized the authority for probation chiefs to take on the responsibility of local detention for kids that are committed to this track by the court. Keep in mind, this is a bifurcated process. It's a court process. So courts will have the authority to commit kids to these programs. Well, you got to have a program on the back end for them to commit it to. Imagine if a judge said, well, legally, I can send a kid to the Division of Juvenile Justice, but there is no juvenile justice division. So I'll make the order, and the state, you have to figure out what to do with it. Well, that now is on us locally. In every one of the counties across the state, the judge can make the order. We have to have the solution in place locally to carry out the order. And of course, I'm not a huge fan of contempt orders by the judge and don't want to go to jail. So we're going to figure out a solution locally. And that way we can exercise the orders of the judge. The other thing that it did is it changed a timetable. It was a fairly inconsequential thing, but it gets us the money in July instead of waiting until like September for our initial block grant, which is great because we're asked to do stuff in July. And it's nice of them to make sure that we have the funds in our bank. So next slide, please. So our local implementation requirements. Locally, what 823 did was it said, okay, you've got this thing called the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council that is in existence in every county as a result of the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act of 2000. What we want you to do is we want you to take a subcommittee of your JJCC and we want you to propose and create a local plan as to how you are going to respond to SB 823's mandates. So the probation chief is the chair of that committee, and it includes the JJCC includes district attorney's office, public defender, sheriff's department, board of supervisors, social services, behavioral health, drug and alcohol, a drug and alcohol community-based organization, the local police, EDCO, and a single community member. That's the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council that has been in existence since 2000. The subcommittee, as was ordered by statute, is the probationist chair, the DA, PD, social services, behavioral health, EDCO, the court, and 3 members from the community, either from CBOs or just members of the community. Locally, we expanded on that. So we took the minimum and then we added 2 judges, the director of Health and Human Services, the assistant director of Health and Human Services, child welfare, an additional public defender, so not just 1, but 2, 3 additional probation staff, the El Dorado County Community Action Council, Barton Hospital, CASA, New Morning, Live Violence Free, the Center, our Juvenile Services Council, and Tahoe Youth and Family. So as you can see, our approach was if a little bit of community input is good, a lot of community input is better. And that has borne fruit. So including all of these elements of system support out there for kids that are likely to become recipients of these services, it was good for us to have their perspective about what it's really like on the ground to try and implement the things that we're talking about. So we have an obligation to create a draft report and submit that report to the board for your review. That's it. That's the length of the mandate. It's not for your approval. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to sign off on it. You don't have to support it. You don't have to reject it. You just have to receive it. And if we've done that, then we will open up the funding for the grant that I mentioned, the block grant that I mentioned that supports services. So that $250,000 I talked about, that opens up as a result of us providing you that draft plan. We'll be bringing that draft plan to you in June. We're looking at which of the 2 board dates we want to bring it on right now, and I think that will be resolved this week. But that report will be coming to you for further review.
But they didn't send any funding to prepare the plan. Is that correct?
No. Don't be silly.
Yeah. So
Of
how
course-
much is that
of
going
course
to
not.
cost us to prepare a plan that's mandated but not funded?
Well, you heard all of those names in there. Yeah,
Yes.
just do the math around the salaries involved in the conversation.
draw.
Yeah, each meeting is probably a $5,000 meeting. Now it's sunk cost, of course, in salaries, but yeah, it's a commitment that we had to go through in order to achieve the result. We could have taken a much more abbreviated approach, but I'm in this in earnest. I really want the community guiding this process because it's not the world according to me, it's the world according to everybody. And so we've brought a lot of stakeholders to the table on this, and we're not done when we submit the report to you. Our obligation is also to provide an actual plan to the state of California through its Office of Youth and Community Restoration that has been created by January of 2022. So we will work in earnest from now through January or December-ish of this year to ensure that we can develop or deliver that plan, a more solid plan by January 2022. And then I suspect our plan evolves through 2022, 2023, 2024, because the whole state is going to learn on the fly. So we are unfortunately learning again on the job. And that's just sort of the way this rolled out. Incidentally, I was on the ground during the negotiations that were going on around SB 823, and unfortunately, I had to report then, and I have to report now. This was a very ill-conceived piece of legislation, and it's so ill-conceived that it's created a lot of ambiguity out there in the world. And so counties are having to figure it out because there is no leadership coming from the administration, and the legislation is not very prescriptive. It's fairly vague and ambiguous and leaves a lot to interpretation. And unfortunately, it was driven by a coalition of advocates to basically focus on one thing and one thing only: close DJJ. And they thought, well, once we close DJJ, that'll be the end of this conversation. Well, no, it's just the beginning of a new conversation. So it was difficult to be in those conversations and to watch the administration negotiate a deal with the legislature to create what they created, because it ends up, I think in the end, it ends up hurting kids potentially if we're not careful. So we're all now proceeding eyes wide open, looking to avoid that eventuality. But the risk is out there. Okay, next slide, please. And one more. And we'll back up. Actually, there's some missing information down there below statewide concerns and activities. But that's fine. I'll go ahead and cover it. So obviously, as we're launching into that local planning effort, we're trying to figure out, remember, I said that the state took $200+ million invested in 4 facilities. They distributed that money to 58 counties. That's a problem. The math doesn't work out. I can't take my portion of that money and supply all of the services that I would need for the various types of kids that I would have that I would send to DJJ. The kids out of El Dorado County that typically go to DJJ have either committed murder, serious rape, or are sex offenders who have either a victim who is in the family or a victim of close proximity to them that they had access to, and not your traditional, like what people think of as sex offenders, not predatory, going out and finding opportunity, and it's usually contained within their own home. But those are the youth from El Dorado County that we most typically send. In fact, 60 to 70% of the kids we've sent to DJJ in the last 10 years have been for sex offenses. That's not an uncommon picture throughout the state. So the kids that are being sent, some counties don't use DJJ at all, and some counties are heavy users of DJJ, and they have serious gang issues and a lot of gang members going to DJJ. We're fortunate to not have that in El Dorado County, but they have it. They have it, a lot of it in Sacramento and San Joaquin, and so they use DJJ a lot for those types of youth. So some counties are going to be able to handle all of their needs. They're big enough. They're going to have enough money. They already maybe have enough money to be able to provide service to all those kids because the numbers are small. Some counties, more medium-sized counties, are not going to be able to because you have to figure out how to do programming for girls. You have to do programming for sex offenses. You have to do programming for high needs mental health youth. You have to do programming for gang youth. And all of these subpopulations, you have to figure out different programs for. Most communities can't invest those kinds of resources. We're one of them. We're not going to be able to invest the resources we would have to commit to a program for each of them because we have so few kids that we would end up spending literally hundreds of thousands of dollars per youth per year in order to provide them the service that they need for their special subcomponents of their delinquency. So next slide, please. So there are really three types of counties, if depending on how you look at it, four types of counties. There are the counties that are going to be able to provide all the services that they need for themselves. There are counties that are going to be able to provide no services whatsoever. They have no detention facility. They have no infrastructure, and they're not going to get enough money to provide a service. So they're going to have to go shopping for services out there in the community. And then there are counties that are going to be able to provide some services locally and shop for services elsewhere. Sacramento County is an example. My good friend Lee Seal, who's the recently retired, quitted chief in Sacramento County. He's their new court executive officer. Chief Seal was very vocal about the fact that even though Sacramento County is a large county, they have a very small sex offender population. They, one, aren't going to be able to afford to spin up a sex offender treatment program. And two, the way that sex offender treatment is done is you need a community of kids involved in experiencing the same thing in order to get the group dynamic to take effect. So you can't as successfully program 1 or 2 kids in a sex offender treatment modality as you can 10 or 12. It's sort of counterintuitive, but the reality is the group therapy is part of what helps build the resilience in them and to change the behavior and the thought processes that go along with sex offenses. So you want them in a community environment, in a group environment. And Sacramento County won't have that. So they will be shopping for that service, even though they're a big county. And then you have another county, other types of counties where they are going to be able to be host counties. It may be that that a county is able to provide services to other counties because they have the infrastructure to be able to do it. And if the funding is sufficient, they'll be able to bring funding to the table to pay for it. More on that in a minute. The outcomes statewide, I mentioned earlier, our two biggest risks are an overutilization of this new system or an underutilization of a system that's not trusted and an overutilization of the adult system. And those are the two things that we're really trying to avoid more than anything else. Next slide. So we really have to take this one step at a time. And I said before, we're sort of building it as we go. Well, this starts in July. We had a very short window in order to begin the conversation. And we have been trying to figure out how to get traction in the conversation. One of the things that's taking place is there's a conversation that our CAO is familiar with because it involves CASE, the organization that represents CAOs, CSAC, the organization that represents you all, and CPOC, the organization that represents me. There is a working group of representing each of those three organizations talking about a potential statewide solution that involves the adoption of something that we're referring to as the consortium, which sounds like a star chamber type of thing to me, but the consortium, and we're talking at this point about what the governance of that would look like and what the investment in that would look like through the 58 counties. But the consortium would become a bit of an air traffic control organization where it would determine local need versus local resources and begin to program what a youth could, how a youth in El Dorado County could benefit from a service in, say, San Luis Obispo County or Humboldt County, if there's a mental health treatment program up there, and identify best practices and share those throughout the industry, provide training so that we had consistent services in the South as well as the North. And we don't get that, what's being referred to a lot in local media as justice by geography, that if you live in the Bay Area, you get better services than if you live in the mountains. And that advocates are very concerned about that statewide. So this consortium would look to smooth all of that out statewide and really balance the local resources and needs and begin to reconstitute some of that distribution of funding that went out to 58 counties. So begin to draw it back together and provide support for regional facilities. So one of the things that had to be done in the local process and the state process as they were crossing paths here is the 4 $1 million grants that I mentioned to you. Well, those had to be applied for by May 12th. And one of the things that we were looking at locally is the potential, just the potential, because we are looking at a brand new facility down here in Placerville, and we do have an existing facility up in South Lake Tahoe, the potential of opening a regional sex offender treatment program in El Dorado County. Why sex offender treatment? Because like I told you before, 70% of the kids we send to DJJ are for sex offenses. So if we have any hope of programming our local kids locally, it will be through running a sex offender treatment program. Doesn't mean we should do it. It means that I think we should ask ourselves the question of to whether or not we want to do it. We should also keep the opportunities available to us if we were to make a policy decision that that was the right way to go for our community. We should keep all of those doors open to us. So I made an application to the state for one of those $1 million grants. I had the time to be able to do it and the need to be able to get it in before the deadline. Your board will have the opportunity to either accept or reject those funds if we were to actually receive them. And it was decided at a staff level that it was the right thing for us to bring to you. We may decide at a staff level, nope, this is wrong for the community. We're going to just reject the grant at this point and never bring it before the board. That's one possibility. If the board wanted to have that brought before them for discussion, then we'd bring it before the board for discussion if and when it became an eventuality. So, so that was the Part A funding, was the $1 million opportunity, and the Part B funding was submitted at the same time, which is the $47,000. The first one's competitive. The second one is not competitive. We will get the $47,000 because we submitted the form. So that's where we're at in the discussion. There's so many moving pieces right now and so many unanswered questions in realignment, juvenile justice realignment. I wouldn't provide you with a recommendation as to how we proceed at this point, because the rest of the state is still having the conversation about how any of us proceed at this point. So my recommendation, if there were one, were to be keep your options open. Let's keep the table set for whatever possibilities are out there that might impact us positively or negatively. And when we have to make decisions, let's make them then. And then if we can keep the doors open through the timing sequence, hopefully it all lines up in a positive way for us to be able to make an informed decision. But at the end of the day, I don't know how this is all going to boil out or boil down. We may have to make uninformed decisions at some point in time based on what we think is best at that. And I'll bring you the best information I can. The good news is, for better or for worse, I am the facilitator for that statewide work group. So I have the conversation in my hands right now. I'm also involved in every statewide conversation on 823 that CPOC is running. And unfortunately, again, for better or for worse, CPOC's in the driver's seat on this. I told you that the administration has abdicated its responsibility to help guide this process. Somebody had to pick up the mantle. That was the probation chiefs. So my organization is actually running point on this whole thing and organizing all the conversations statewide to try and make this work. So, I do have that fortunate proximity to be able to communicate the best information that's available back to you. And that's it. That's what I got for you.
So board questions or comments?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you. So I've already received comments back from citizens who are believing that we are having a discussion about deciding whether to allow sex offenders to come into our community and in specifically to our small community of South Lake Tahoe. I assured a couple of these guys weeks ago that that's not the case. And I have to frankly say that this process, and I really appreciate what you're doing and understand you're just trying to work through the system. But this process has got to change right here and now. I feel that that if we're talking about putting sex offenders into a little community of 30,000 who have on average for our entire county 3 or 4 offenders, and think that this is going to be okay, it's not okay. I adamantly, completely oppose this idea, and I think it should stop here. I don't think we should waste our time in thinking that this would be an okay situation for anywhere within El Dorado County, whether that be at the JTC up in Tahoe or eventually the one back down in Placerville. I feel that we are again, especially up in South Lake Tahoe, a very small community. I think it would be overwhelming. I think we can talk about the issues we have with hiring staff, with winterized conditions up in Tahoe, how difficult that is for people from outside our communities, from outside our county, from near and far, having to negotiate coming up to Tahoe to see their loved ones. For so many reasons, this is just a no for me, just not even a starting point. So I appreciate the presentation, but I really appreciate our CAO for asking to bring this to our attention today, because this is a conversation we have to have right now. And certainly I think I don't want to go any further than to say that we shouldn't be going any further with this. Thank you.
I got some questions too. I've been getting a lot of emails too, Sue, and there's a lot of people really against this. And the biggest issue is close to schools, daycares, and the Boys and Girls Club. Also, and I don't think it's a good thing that we do this. I reached out to the sheriff and the DA and asked their opinion on this, and both said no. John said it doesn't belong here in our county. It needs to belong in Sacramento. And Vern said, no, it's not a good idea that we have this facility, especially in South Lake Tahoe.
Okay, other board comments or questions? Unless you wanted to respond to any of those, Brian?
No, I think their comments are very reasonable comments. And I think it should be part of the discussion going forward.
And I guess I just need to get some clarity on that discussion is why are we here today? I understand how we got here, but again, I've been making it clear to our community that this is something that I'm opposed to, and that if it were to come up before the board, I would hope the rest of the board be opposed to. But that all being said, how do we stop the process? Can we get some clarity today on this? Because I think we do need clarity.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir.
I'll take that one. Don Ashton, your CAO. The agenda item was written in a way specifically to provide an update to the board. Couple of reasons for that. One, as Chief Richard said, there's a public process to go through to see if it will work in our community, if our community is interested. And that's already started. And a month or two ago, I started getting emails from people in Tahoe because they heard about it as a result of conversations, the JCCP, did I get that right?
JJCC.
Okay. Was having. Then when this grant came up, our policy allows department heads to apply for grants that are within their mission and without coming to the board. And I think that's a good policy from an efficiency standpoint. So the chief probation officer was doing his job because the legislature passed a law that says this is happening. He articulated the concerns very well. And from the CAO perspective across the state, that things are out of order. This grant is coming before the program's been defined. There's so much uncertainty. And I think you know me well enough. I want to get all the information before we can make an informed recommendation to the board. And that's where I believe the chief probation officer and I are in agreement. We don't have that information yet to make an informed recommendation to you. That being said, there is public interest in it, and it is getting more, creating more conversation. And at the end of the day, the board is going to have to decide, do you want a regional facility in El Dorado County? You can make that decision today. There's nothing preventing you from doing that. But you are going to be getting a report from JJCC next month with more information for you to process. So the agenda item was structured as an update, but you are able to take, if you want to make the decision today to just say no, you could do that as a board. You could wait until June and get that report and get more information. You have a lot of options in front of you. Unfortunately, we don't have much more information to give you than what Chief Richard already shared, because there's too many unknowns.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, Don, because there's been a lot of angst already, and I have to say it hasn't even really hit the newspapers literally in Tahoe yet. And I would imagine there's going to be nothing but a lot of blowback. And I think it's important that we make a stand here and say that this is just not acceptable for our community. I understand, and I certainly appreciate our chief probation officer, Brian, what you've been doing and having to deal with. And but that doesn't make what the state's doing right in my mind. And certainly, I have an issue with what's going on in the adult probation department right now, and not our department, but the state's in releasing so many people unnecessarily. We're talking about murderers, about not just sex offenders, but in the adult population, we're talking about releasing people who have been convicted of life sentences and are allowed to be on probation all of a sudden. So it's gotten crazy. It's out of hand. I think we need to make a clear statement today that this is just not acceptable, and to kick it back to the state and say they've got to do something else. This is just not acceptable.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir.
Yeah, I would like to make that decision today I just don't see the benefit to our county to go down this path, quite honestly. And it could end up being a huge burden. So, and we don't need more of that. So if everybody's up for it, I think it would be wise to say no today.
So I got a couple questions I'd like to probe. Is the consortium CPOC led right now? Is that the way when you refer to a consortium, I'm thinking formation of a JPA, sponsorship, something or other to fund that mechanism. So what does a consortium exist of today?
So the consortium itself doesn't exist. The concept of the consortium exists, and the work group is that's being led by CASE and CSAC and CPOC is there to figure out what the mechanisms of a consortium would look like. First of all, they've made the determination this is probably a good path to take in this part of our evolution, and maybe something different in the future, but right now this is a good avenue to go down. And what the governance of that would look like, we're getting a recommendation back from staff from all three organizations next month. And as you mentioned, it could be a JPA, it could be the creation of a statewide nonprofit. It could be a 59th county. There are options on the table. So we're looking at bringing back recommendations to each organization based on what the work group comes up with. Part of the big piece of the conversation is going to be funding. How do we reconstitute the funding to make sure that these regional facilities could actually stand up on their own, whether they have 5 kids in them or 15 or 25 kids in them, and how many of them should there be? We don't need 15 sex offender programs in California. We probably need 2 or 3. And where should they be, and what should they look like, and what should the programming be? And those are the questions the consortium will answer. And I hope that answers your question.
It does in part, but I'm trying to figure out where this term comes from as a regional sex offender hub.
So
Where's that?
It doesn't sound good.
Sounds like we're trying to use our libraries to.
yeah, no, it does. So hub actually is a misnomer that came out of the negotiations of 823. And initially in 823, the state wanted to create 5 regional hubs throughout the state.
Okay.
Unfortunately, putting that into legislation meant they were going to have to take on the responsibility of standing them up and funding them. By not declaring it, they've gotten out of that business entirely and said, okay, 58 counties, you figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Wow.
you see the
Wow.
madness, the method behind the madness.
Just total madness.
Yes, yes. So what has happened, and the Board of State and Community Corrections did a survey, published a report, and it talks about the level of need and the level of interest statewide relative to providing program services. Some of that is in the form of regional facilities. So for example, I happen to know that Sonoma County is potentially also pursuing a regional sex offender treatment program. And quite frankly, if I found out for certain that they were going to do that, my perspective on what we do here might change significantly. Right now, I have what I have in front of me, which is I know what our need is, and I know what our resources are, and I know what our capacity and ability is. So I'm basically putting into our plan what I think is best for our community based on what I have today. That could change like that based on one decision of one county nearer us, so that I don't get into a position where I'm having to recommend to the court that we send kids to San Diego, for example, for treatment for the next 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 years, depending on what they're being treated for. That to me runs counterintuitive to what I think you as a board would want me recommending as to what's best for kids and what's best for their families when they're in these circumstances. So with respect to what everybody's saying, although I don't disagree that intuitively the idea of running a sex offender treatment program, even though it's for juveniles, and even though it's limited in scope, and even though, quite frankly, we already have sex offenders on that campus that are either awaiting disposition in adult criminal court and going to state prison, or they're awaiting disposition in juvenile court and going off to DJJ, which obviously is no longer an option. That's been in practice for a long time. Like they're currently there. They're there today. So to say we're doing something new, there is a bit of newness to it in that we'd be looking at regionalizing. Totally agree with that. And I think that has to be given consideration. What I'm saying is, as I started my comments around, well, I don't really have a recommendation for you because there's not enough known, is a recommendation of keep your options open because you don't know what's going to be in the best interest of the community eventually. Although what seems to be in the best interest right now may not in fact be. So you don't have to make a decision now. You're not locked into anything by not making a decision. In fact, you're locked into nothing right now. You have decision points to make sometime in the future. And I personally, I come from the school of thought, if you don't have to make a decision today because you're insufficiently armed with information, you don't. But that's anyway, I'm bringing you the best I can right now.
So with all due respect, I think common sense needs to be infused here as far as that conversation about where we can go and should go and maybe wait to see what happens. I can tell you there's no, I've seen none, and certainly none for me. There's no interest in carrying this any further as far as a regional center within the our small county. I completely agree that if they're going to do 5 regional centers, get them where they can already have some controls over because they have a larger population. But we have a very small population. You said 3 or 4 any given time. And the idea of pulling them into our little region just seems outrageous to me. And I just can't accept it. I'm generally not a black or white kind of person. Let's find a middle. I don't think there's any middle here. I think common sense says don't start to create something that's just going to get worse. And I just think it's a really bad idea.
I totally agree with you, Sue.
So Brian, on SB 823, did our board take a position on that when it was pending legislation and going through the cycle? Because I don't remember that, but it seems like looking ahead, lessons learned, when this kind of legislation is brought forward, and it seems to be gaining momentum, we ought to have knowledge of what that is from the standpoint of potential impacts. Because I kind of agree, it doesn't fit within our county, but by the same token, I would like to hear more information of how we do think we can properly influence where it goes, as opposed to just saying no, because I don't see the state repealing the legislation. I just don't see that happening. So to
No,
just
they're
say,
not.
no, not us, it's kind of like saying, not in my backyard, but overall, the state will have its will executed in some way, shape, or form.
Well, the execution is done. So
Okay.
courts will have the authority to make the order for me to carry out, which is you will commit them to a program, whether it's a sex offender or murderer or rapist, whatever it is, you will commit them to a program. You figure out the solution. By you,
so it's
talking
now the
about all of
how.
us. The county
Right.
needs to figure out a solution. That said, the state isn't going to adjust 823 at this point. In fact, I wouldn't anticipate seeing amendments to this legislation this cycle beyond SB 92. Maybe if there's a mechanism that we need to put in place in order to facilitate the implementation, the state will consider something like that. The legislature will, but that remains to be seen. Again, we don't even know what questions to ask yet. And that said, I completely agree with your comments, Chairman Heidel, about being informed of this type of thing to have impact on it. Unfortunately, in this particular instance, 823 was literally written at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not joking. And it was
Really?
issued.
So it was an overnight.
It was an
legislation. Wow.
overnight deal.
That's
We were not
crazy.
even made aware of what the tenets of 823 were until
Wow.
it was a done deal
Okay.
between the
Wow.
administration and legislature.
That's
I
horrible.
appreciate that, because now
Wow.
you understand what's going on at the state legislature
Wow.
with some motivations, and they pass, unfortunately, and the governor signs it. So
Yes.
that's the part that's
Yeah.
hard to understand. But
Yes.
all that aside, I think we've expressed our
Yeah.
strong opinion on this, but I guess I would like to hear the report before we make any determinations as a board as to what we want to do, get more information. Because the other thing is, I think the way this was agendized, it wouldn't necessarily encourage the public who want to weigh in major measures to support this meeting and come forward and comment, because it's a review. It's not say review and approve or review and provide direction. I think what it just says is review, right? So from my perspective, I would rather hear the report if it's next month. You said June, right?
Yes.
And then have it agendized such that the board can make the appropriate actions to influence, if not anything else, the direction this would go, because it's not going to be repealed, like you said. We're going to have to deal with it. Why not be in a game of trying to influence it and saying, I'm opting out and I don't want to, even provide inputs? That just doesn't seem the right approach, given the need to influence the ultimate decision. So that's kind of where I'm coming with it.
And I just want to have additional comments. I mean, I could share my fellow supervisors' strong concerns for our community. I think the other thing that I'm concerned about is I recognize your great gifts, Brian. I mean, you have proven your ability to have transformational policies and programs in place in El Dorado County, and you continue to make just a tremendous difference in the lives of those you serve. And I would have faith in your ability to create something that would work. And yet I could have concerns on the ongoing capacity of our county. You're not going to be here forever. And so to move forward with this type of facility that's just a whole nother perhaps challenge that is concerning to me. So there's a lot of unanswered questions. That seems to be the way we've been going today.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So I would, I just think this is not a good fit. I don't think it's ever going to be a good fit. I appreciate our probation officer, trying to deal with a state law that is just, it's not palatable at all to myself or to, I believe, to any of our community. So therefore, I want to make a motion to direct staff to.
We need to take public input.
Oh,
Sue. So
okay. I'll wait till afterwards.
If
All
we're
right,
through
let's
with
get the
comments
inputs.
from the board and stuff, let's open it up for public comments.
you.
We have a motion. Yep.
All right, thank
All
you.
right, not seeing any more board comments or questions. Kim, please open it up for the public.
Now taking public comment on item number 29. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Again, this is for item 29. Now taking public comment from Tamara Wallace.
Thank you, Tamara Wallace. I live in the city of South Lake Tahoe, and I would just like to thank Supervisors Novacell and Turnbull and Parlin for your support. We do not want this facility in our community. We in the community have been watching this item very carefully. We are adamantly opposed to this type of a facility. And I just want to offer my support for Supervisors Novacell and Supervisors Turnbull and Parlin. We will fight this in every way possible. I think taking a position today is a very good idea because this type of a facility is never going to be a good idea. As was stated, this is adjacent to a middle school. It is very close proximity to our local Boys and Girls Club, a brand new facility that's being built currently. We are a tourism community. It will never be a good idea to build this type of facility. So I thank you for your time and I thank you for your support.
Thank you, Tamara.
Now taking public comment from Tracy Doyle.
Hey guys, it's Tracy Doyle here. I just want to say I absolutely agree and support. Don't laugh. I support Sue Novacell in this, and I think that it does need to be addressed today. I motion that you make a motion because it sounds like we have 3 votes who would agree that this is never a good idea, and if this continues, we're going to have some pushback. And I think it's pretty unanimous that this needs to end today. These kind of facilities need to be in the middle of nowhere. Like when you're driving out to Utah through Nevada and it says don't stop, like that's where these facilities belong, not adjacent to a middle school. Okay, guys, thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2. Absolutely not. It's pretty simple, and I think that's where you're going, and I hope so. I think the big picture here is that the state of California has completely ignored the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, and that is due process. Midnight legislation is never good. Rushing into things. It's kind of like gun control every time a shooting happens at a school or something like that. We got to do something. We got to do something. No, you need to carefully consider these things. And obviously well, actually it was pretty well considered. And that's probably why they did it in the middle of the night, was so that nobody would notice, so that they could dump this off onto unsuspecting counties and cities and local jurisdictions and wash their hands of it. So I think that we need to contact Senator Daly and Assemblyman Bigelow and Kevin Kiley and the others that represent our county, and let them know that this sort of baloney is not appropriate, and that we didn't really become aware of this until it was perhaps signed into law. It's just another instance of that our governor is a little out of line too. He simply does not care. But as far as this particular consideration is, yeah, absolutely not. It's a pretty simple decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from 474. Okay.
I think you
Now
withdrew.
taking public comment from Brooke Parsons.
Brooke, you're still muted.
I must have accidentally pressed it. I do not have a public comment at this time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Like 474 is back.
Yeah. Now taking public comment from 474.
Yeah, this is Chris Payne. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I think there's a mistaken notion here, and I think it's going to require somebody from County Council to explain that this item 29, as if I take it literally as what's written, is a receive and update. It's not identifying any alternative possibility to make a motion that would essentially change the intent of the item. I don't believe any action can be taken on this item other than just to make your comments that you have, possibly direct staff to bring something back, which I believe is going to be next month, and continue the dialogue or continue the time necessary to gather information that you don't have today. So it can't be a reactive item in my mind, and you shouldn't be taking any action that changes the intent of item 29. Now, on a positive perspective, Brian always does a great job in terms of providing information, and his involvement with statewide organization and keeping up with what is happening has never been denied. So therefore, you have the right person that is making this update. And also, it goes to the point, which I think at least a couple of your supervisors who are strongly concerned, where the state of California can do things in a matter of moments and not consider all of the constituents of the state, especially the local agencies that are more rural in nature, and that hasn't changed. So anyhow, those are my comments. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
So anyone in staff would like to respond to any of the comments made?
Don Ashton, your CAO, Mr. Payne made the comment he doesn't believe the board can take an action. We need to consult with county council. I think I do my job pretty well. I did consult with county council. The board can provide direction today, but I'll let Dave Livingston comment further if he so chooses.
Certainly. So Mr. Payne's correct. The board is generally limited in the action it can take based upon what's contained in the agenda. However, even under the Brown Act, it provides that the board can take certain actions, even if not otherwise specified on the agenda. For example, requesting staff to report back at a subsequent meeting, or taking action to direct staff to place a matter of business on a future agenda. So if there is a desire, again, of the board to take some action today, I think that there is some leeway for the board to do so within the confines of the Brown Act. Particularly since under the board's own policy, ultimately it is the board with the authority to accept or reject awards of grants. Though it does delegate to department heads the ability to apply, as was done here, it ultimately retains to the board the discretion to accept or reject. So I think if there was a desire to take some action, perhaps it would be to direct staff to return with an item to reject the grant. Your chief probation officer may take that to understand that the board has no desire, and should he decide within the interim to rescind his application or otherwise take action that he sees fit in order to effectuate the board's intent, I would assume he would have the leeway to do so. But actions such as that, I believe, would be within the scope of the agenda item as presented.
Mr. Chair, so
Yes.
I had a question with that because my motion was going to be to direct staff to not proceed with something. Is that acceptable?
Well, I think, again, I'm just reading to you what is specifically contemplated under the Brown Act for referral back to staff to report back. It's, there is some gray area here to the extent, I think Supervisor Heidel noted it, that it may not have been entirely clear to members of the public what was being contemplated today. But if the direction is to, return to reject the grant, again, not going to speak for the chief probation officer, but I think he would be in a position where he would, I'm not sure how vigorously he would pursue the grant given that direction by the board at that point.
I just want to put this thing to bed and to rest. And I just would hope that we can direct staff to not proceed any further with discussions and consideration, being that there was on the agenda, it said that we are allowed to direct staff. So I'm thinking we do have that ability.
I think David clarified. I think it depends on how the motion is framed, whether we feel like there's a gray area within the Brown Act that would be compliant versus that's probably a step too far. But I would like Chief Richard to comment, because he has commitments other than just to this board as a representative of the state agency. So I think we need to be cautious as to what we would direct him as a staff member to do or not do, given his other obligations. But Chief Richard, I think you want to comment at this point?
Well, yes and no.
Okay, back to Don. No.
My obligations at a state level, quite frankly, are irrelevant and shouldn't influence this conversation, because it's what this is about is what's in the best interest of El Dorado County. That said, I also keep it in the forefront of my mind that I'm a judicial appointee and I work for the county. I work for the Board of Supervisors, but I am appointed by the court, and this, whatever decision you make, will have either a positive, negative, perhaps benign outcome for the court and what its desire is as it relates to youth that it is committing to programs. I have also thought that I'm fairly decent at my job and communicated long ago with your CAO about this concept, and communicated with the presiding juvenile court judge and the presiding superior court judge on this concept to get green lights before I ever considered even contemplating putting it as a consideration in our plan, or certainly applying for a grant. So as you can imagine, the court at this point might have an opinion that they might want to have heard in a public hearing before a decision as to how the county was going to handcuff itself was to be made. So I make that statement. The other thing that I would say is, in my estimation, I think all of the comments that have been made are one, very consequential, but two, very thoughtful in nature. I honestly understand how one might look at this commonsensically and say, yeah, this is a non-starter from go. I get that. I do think that there is a bigger, broader discussion to be had. You may want to direct that we not engage in a regional sex offender treatment program. You may want to have us engage in a regional girls program. Typically girls aren't all that offensive to people. You may want to say, well, we want a regional program, we just don't want it to be this, or we see the benefits of regionalizing a program here for various reasons, including what you want to do with your JTC in the future, as far as having services available to people in the basin, to families in the basin, that this might afford you the opportunity for that. It's hard to say. What I'm saying is I don't think the discussion's been had, and it's a bigger, broader discussion than yes or no on a single item. So that's my opinion that I'm trying to provide to you as your professional. And of course, I don't have the responsibility of making that call, you do. So I'm doing what I can for you.
Thank you,
Thank
Chief.
you.
Yep.
So with that, Chair, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to not proceed or engage in consideration of further creating a regional sex offender facility within El Dorado County as it refers to SB 823.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. George, did you have a comment before we take the vote? I saw your.
And where's his camera? George, where are you?
Can you see me?
No.
You've disappeared.
Oh, wow.
We can hear you though. Carry on.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say I agree with Sue, and I don't think we need to move any forward with this at all, and especially on the recommendation of the sheriff and the district attorney.
So for clarification, Sue, your motion would basically say no presentation in June. We're done with this. Is that what the motion basically is?
Correct. It's to direct staff to not proceed. in engaging or consideration of for anything future to create the SB 823 facility as described.
Okay, so I think at this point, we're ready for roll call.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, so hopefully that direction is clear.
It's clear.
Okay.
Thank you, Brian.
Felt clear to me. Brian.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it. With
Thank you,
that,
Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
we're way past our 1 o'clock time allocation and we had lunch in there somewhere. So
I would suggest, Mr. Chair, we do open forum to
And
be
then
done
lunch.
and then take a lunch.
Yeah, I do too.
I think so.
okay, do we need a break before we take open forum or are we ready to go?
Let her rip.
I'm
Let's get out.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's do it.
so Kim, if you would please open it up for open forum, which is our item, what number is it?
Now taking public comment on open
Okay.
forum. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Dorothy Dean.
Hi, my name is Dorothy Dean, and I'm an ER nurse at Barton Memorial Hospital in South Lake Tahoe. And I have been in that position off and on and various other positions at Barton since 2003. For those of you not aware, in April, we again struck for the 3rd time since we're unionized nurses, since we unionized in 2017, and we still do not have our first contract. Just as a little background, we as nurses had warned Barton's management about deteriorating working conditions that were affecting our ability to provide safe care for years. And since our unionization, and despite Barton Health's widely advertised goal of consistently exceptional care, the hospital's board of directors and administration are fighting us tooth and nail to keep us from obtaining a fair union contract that would implement and maintain the changes and safeguards that we feel are necessary to provide the best care for our patients. So as a result, the reason I bring this to you today as our elected officials in El Dorado County is that our community is losing more and more experienced nurses. There's constant turnover. We are losing hundreds of years of clinical knowledge, and there's short staffing that is occurring. That short staffing has a well-documented negative effect on patient outcome. Now, even with the pandemic, which has proven firsthand in the harshest way possible and continues to prove to us, a shortage of local healthcare workers is a dangerous public safety issue that must be quickly corrected. So we have been asking management to work with us to overcome our differences and reach a fair agreement. And because if nurses have no voice to make positive changes or the power to maintain positive changes, then our patients must accept things the way they are without the advocacy of those who are at their bedside night and day. When nurses' voices go unheard, patients lose their most valuable allies. And if nurses are being deprived, then patients are being deprived. So we must have a union shop to establish our united voice and allow nurses to speak freely and fearlessly on behalf of our patients and our community. Our union's health effort is to improve healthcare in our community and to help our hospital succeed in its mission to provide consistently exceptional care. Nurses are patients' allies and advocates in the healthcare system, and I ask that the Board of Supervisors, especially Sue Novosel in our district, in Barton's district, to do what you can to help us secure a strong voice for the health and safety of your constituents. And that would end my comments unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Dorothy.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2. Finally, we can do open forum, which we coulda, shoulda have done a couple hours ago. And some of us, or all of us, or whoever cares, could get on with their day, although it has been a good meeting. Anyway, the cell tower at Snows Road, I'm proud to announce that the generator has been removed from the site, and it has been replaced with an incredibly ugly, bright yellow series of 3 temporary power poles from the PG&E line, where there is a step-down transformer. The conditions of approval were that this would be undergrounded, and therefore they have not met the conditions of approval, and therefore this tower should not be operating. If it is operating, I can't tell, I don't know. Planning staff needs to get this project final. They need to stabilize the road that is there now that we have dry weather. On and on and on. This is the failure of not only our inadequate WTF ordinance, it is a failure by the I'll say planning department staff. But if building department has signed off on the building permits, there's a problem there too. This is outrageous. I can't believe what is going on here. Additionally, we have a new issue up in Lake Tahoe on Hepka Drive, near Pioneer Trail. A complaint has been filed regarding this, and it is oh shucks, where is it? It's a special use permit that's been ongoing. It's a tower, a stealth monopine, quote unquote, that was fairly well done, but now that they have added additional panels, they have put up what essentially amounts to stainless steel bands around the tree that are glowing, and the cables that they put these additional antenna up there, the panels, the cables to them are not inside the tree; they are outside, and which is why these stainless steel or whatever bright shiny bands across the tree about every 6 feet or so. Anyway, it cannot be consistent with the conditions of approval.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
Please, if I may. This is a serious issue, and it just again shows the failure of whomever is supposed to be doing this. We're enabling the WTF industry, and again, they see us as patsies, and we don't have their respect because obviously we don't deserve it.
Please close up your conversation.
Okay, well, again, we need a new ordinance. Thank you for getting on to that. But we also need to send a very clear message to the people who are administrating these use permits and such to get it done correctly. This is unacceptable. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Ruth Michelson.
Oh, hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the call. Yeah, I want to say that this time thing is kind of difficult. I know you're doing your best. The unknown of it, and the other thing, the unknown of that item 10 that's being pulled. I don't know what the solution is for those of us who don't have the ability to listen all day long to meetings. I don't know. I don't have the answer when you say you'll fit it in later, and then for those of us at home, we don't know what later means, and maybe you don't know what later means because you don't know how long items will take. But I hope we could come to some kind of a solution about that, and if it's possible. What I was calling about today mainly was, I think there's, how can I say, I'll start out by saying that what the city has done and then ask that the county do something similar. The city some months back passed what I'll call was a no hate resolution. It just called for tolerance, and it's very well done and very well received. And I think all of us who look to the city as the county seat appreciate what they've done in leadership in doing this. I have heard that the County Board of Supervisors was also approached to pass a similar type of resolution that would support a lack of tolerance for hate and support diversity. And the word that I got was that someone was approached and a high level person at the county said about having a similar resolution. And a high person in the county said, well, we don't want to offend the other side. And I'm thinking, well, who is the other side? Who are we worried about offending? You're worried about offending bigots? I mean, I don't get that. That doesn't seem like a reasonable, that's to me sounds like, I know it's not the same, but it almost sounds like saying we don't want to offend, like for instance, the Ku Klux Klan or something. Well, they deserve to be offended if they don't like the idea that all races, genders, religions, LGBTQ, et cetera, are to be treated with respect and dignity. So I'm not sure what the hang up is, and I think you're going to be approached on this issue, and I hope you'll all be thinking about it, and that we can, as a county, support a document like that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Ryan Savino.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning, board. My name is Ryan Savino, and I was born and raised in Somerset, in our county of El Dorado. For 30 years, I have called this place home, and I care deeply for our rural community and its future. I'm an individual who grew up here and who has returned to keep investing in the community that raised me. I wanted to speak today because I am deeply opposed to the proposed development of Dollar General on the corner of E16 and Fairplay Road. Its impacts would be devastating and harmful to our town and its future. We already have local businesses that supply us with necessity items like the Mount Auckham store, Somerset store, Holiday Market just 10 minutes away with an Ace Hardware next door, and even Gray's Corner itself, which sells milk, eggs, batteries, etc. I support local businesses and believe we should invest in their futures instead of opening our doors to a large chain store like Dollar General, which sells low quality, cheap goods. My neighbors deserve better. Our community and county deserve better. I am proud to live in a rural area that does not have large chain stores. That is why I have continued to choose to live here. That is why my mother bought her property and built a home here over 40 years ago. A Dollar General store would change everything about our town. It would undermine its integrity. The Fairplay Wine Region is a federally designated AVA, something that truly sets us apart and brings tourists to our area. The location of the proposed Dollar General store would be right at the entrance and gateway to our AVA, an eyesore as folks enter into an otherwise beautiful landscape. Does Napa have a Dollar General in their wine country? No. Will a Dollar General here in Somerset harm our wine industry? Yes. Visitors don't want to pass by a Dollar General on their way to a scenic wine tasting experience. Finally, I would like to share my concern for the implications that development would have on the natural resources of our community. Under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, it states that state and local government agencies are required to inform decision makers and the public about the potential environmental impacts of proposed projects, and if the project may cause adverse environmental impacts, the public agency must prepare an environmental impact report, or EIR. I would like to kindly remind you that a key feature of the CEQA process is the opportunity for the public to review and provide input on EIRs. And as a very concerned citizen, I ask that a thorough EIR is completed and that the public is included in the process as mandated. I pass by Gray's Corner and the proposed site for the Dollar General every day on my way to and from elementary and middle school. It is where I would get picked up by the bus to go to high school. When I drive home to visit my mom, I smile as I make that turn from E16.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
Thank you. It is when I know I am home. I thank you for your time and listening to my call, and I look forward to your response and continuing this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ryan.
Now taking public comment from Lindsay Moffett.
Good afternoon, board. I'm calling as a proud member of the Facebook group Unmask Our Kids, El Dorado County. I have 2 children in the Placerville Union School District. As you might be aware, we had a peaceful public demonstration at the Public Health Office yesterday with over 100 people attending, most of which were children under the age of 12. All we wanted to do was have our voices heard that we would like our children to have the option to wear a mask or not at school, indoors and outdoors. In our attempt to deliver our letter to Nancy Williams, we walked into the public health office and were not greeted by anybody. In fact, we were ignored by several employees who we saw hiding from us, basically. They called Placerville Police Department. I had a very positive and respectful interaction with Officer Randall, and I would like to tell everybody how much I appreciate him and our police department. But Nancy Williams cannot continue to hide behind her desk, behind her office. We have continually been pointed to her as the gatekeeper of our schools' opening safety plans. There is not consistency among the schools in the county. It's been long enough. I know personally, I have felt this way for over a year. However, I felt it was the right thing to do to allow the time for our teachers and staff and administration to have the opportunity to be vaccinated. That has come and passed. They have all had the opportunity. Our kids are suffering from anxiety, from mental health. Our poor kids in kindergarten can't even see their teachers' faces and mouths, which is key in their learning. I implore you to watch the videos from yesterday of these children speaking how they feel about having to wear a mask at school and what is happening to them as the effect of it. Thank you for your time. Please, please, please help us unmask our children.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Now taking public comment from 474.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Related to today's agenda, I don't believe that general public understands that there is information that they could access other than the agenda itself, which typically we've heard people speak about not being able to access the item numbers, which I've never had a problem, so I'm not sure why the individual can't access the item numbers. Talks about the Legistar items, of which those are very important because if you click on them, they will take you to additional information, including the attachments on that agenda item. It also has the title in this broader document, which is reflected in the agenda that most people look at. It has funding, discussion and background. It also has alternatives, prior board action, other department agency involvement, CAO recommendations and comments, financial impact, clerk of the board follow-up actions, strategic plan component, and the contact information. When I look at an agenda item, I'm not looking at just exactly what is most people, what they see. I'm going into the Legistar item. And when I see that there are alternatives or a comment that says there are not alternatives available at this time, it is for informational presentation only, or if I see the CAO's recommendation comments, the board should receive the update, ask questions of staff, and direct staff to return to the board for further discussion at the appropriate time when additional information is available, or I look for follow-up actions, there are none, and I look at total financial impacts, and it's minuscule in terms of the information available, then I say to the Board of Supervisors, I'm not certain that an action can be taken. I think you need to talk to County Council. That is what drives me in making any comments, as the public should have a right to do. And I'm appalled sometimes at the attitude of the Board of Supervisors related to something that is obviously or potentially a problem and take no action as if to ignore it. Thank you for my time today. Thank you very much for this open forum period. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
Good afternoon, board.
Good afternoon, Jonathan. Go ahead.
Thank you, John. First off, I have already heard several of the public speaking about the fact that it may be more convenient for the Board of Supervisors to have the open forum in the afternoon. But it is not more convenient for me, a regular speaker, nor Ruth, nor for whether it was Ken or another. I think if you took a plebiscite, you would see that setting it at 10 o'clock in the morning would help the public who is paying your salaries of approximately $1,400 or $1,500 a week. That's an income I don't have, and I'm not coveting. But just to ask you to return it to a more amenable time for the public. Moving ahead, last week, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, David Carter, the judge, demanded in writing that the city of Los Angeles in the next 6 months offer rooms to the 5,000 people in the Skid Row area in that 54 square blocks. The first is in 3 months to provide rooms for women with children. Now, I know we can't scale up like that, but why are we congratulating ourselves on the future or in process procurement of 26 rooms, Best Western and Public Pines, when we have 400 Western Slope, El Dorado County homeless here? Those 26 rooms are already occupied. They're already taken. So are we playing wackadoo with those rooms when really we need to be regularly talking and moving forward on an adequate 50 or 100 person navigation center on the Western Slope? 2 meetings ago, the supervisors approved a motion which was wonderful for the sale of excess county properties. I spoke at public comment that a portion of those funds, a good portion, should be being set aside toward the biggest crisis in the county, which is not the fading and soon to be eliminated the pandemic of COVID, the crisis of the homeless. If you'll drive up Broadway and see an example of our 22 homeless camps, I just dare you to drive up there and then to pray, God, what is the solution? How can we be involved as a board of supervisors to move ahead on an adequate navigation center with services? I encourage everyone listening to speak up for the homeless. We are allowing 400 human beings to have no hygiene and to be treated less than we would treat our animals or our pets. We must move ahead with a navigation center in the county. Martin Boise is giving us no option. We cannot move the homeless out of sight, even out of county, until we provide the beds and the minimal human resources of basic human hygiene for them. It's Mental Health Awareness Month. Why do we never see anything about the improvement of the homeless in the agenda of the Board of Supervisors? We have got to face the elephant. Elephants are not undefeatable. This problem is solvable. The Board of Supervisors must move ahead with courage. Leaders don't ask for everyone to follow. They see what needs to be done, what must be done, and they get it done. Please, in God's name and for the sake of the human beings
Public
that are
comment at 3 minutes.
being left behind in El Dorado County, let's move forward with concrete steps toward a year-round, decade overdue navigation center for the least, the last, and the lost. God bless you all. Thank you for listening and
Thank you,
acting on
Jonathan.
this.
Now taking public comment from Rebecca Smith.
Hi there, good afternoon. Thank you so much for your service on the board. I would like to echo the statement from Ms. Moffitt earlier. I'd like to request that our county accept masks and face shields as an optional choice throughout all school districts, all grade levels, on all school properties, indoors and out. I've heard there are some nervous parents. From my personal experience as an involved parent involved with the PTC, so on and so forth, that is not the majority. If a parent is nervous about the incredibly rare chance that their child would get very sick, I believe it's time to switch things up. Nervous parents should have their child wear a mask. Of course, regular masks are not highly effective unless both parties are wearing a mask, and that is not what I'm suggesting. I think it's time to switch things up and put the responsibility in the nervous person's hand, in the worried person's hand. It has been announced nationwide, there is no longer an N95 mask shortage. They make N95 masks for children. Parents can easily purchase these on Amazon for their child. The school can provide training or the parent can provide training. I'm not sure how that part works, but it can be done. Putting a mask on a child should always be the parent's choice. If someone is that nervous, they need to take responsibility for their child. The rest of us want our kids back at school, mask free. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Supervisor Heidel, MC has an older version of Zoom, so he will not be able to participate. He'll have to call in.
Okay, can you provide the dial-in number and the?
Sure, MC, our number is 530-621-7603. If you'd like, the meeting ID number is 944-8101-3090. Again, the meeting ID is 944-8101-3090.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Jessica Wilborn.
Hi, good afternoon. I have 2 children in the rescue district, and I am also calling about, I would like to see if you guys could discuss making the mask mandates optional, because 1, they are unlikely to have symptoms, and if they do, they have been found to be very mild. 2, it's unlikely that they spread on surfaces, so the hand-to-mouth idea is out the window. 3, children are rarely the vectors of transmission within a family and have not been documented as transmitters outside of the home. And 4, there is no evidence to support masking of children, and so much benefit comes from unmasking them. And also, now that we have the vaccine, adults are responsible for their own health. My children are not. So with that, I would just really urge you guys to, going forward the next school year, to make them optional, like Rebecca said, and Lindsay said as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hello, good afternoon. I'd like to echo the whole thing about, I'd love to start meeting in the mornings again, in person. Okay, there are counties that have been far more locked down than us, but yet they've still had in-public meetings, in-person meetings. What's funny is I see you guys all sitting there with masks. I've probably been in contact with half of you without masks throughout the last year. Dawn, I sat in, the only time I wore a mask was when I sat in a meeting with you and Nancy, and you took the opportunity to jump on me for not wearing my mask properly. You were freaked out that I wasn't wearing a mask. Yet, a few weeks later, at our Republican Central Committee, you waltzed in, no mask. So let's stop the COVID theater. Let's stop the mask theater. Y'all look ridiculous wearing masks. Nobody can hear you, not being me. I'm giving you a dose of reality. Stop with this theater. It's garbage, and you know it, and I know it.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from Minda Billa.
Hi there. Thank you, district supervisors, and good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, fine.
I am a concerned parent of 2 school children and an El Dorado County resident of 38 years. I am proud to call this county my home. I am also calling as a member of the Unmask Our Children of El Dorado County group that has recently formed and collaborated. And I ask you, as our supervisors, to do something about masking our innocent, healthy children at school. Please do all that you can to make masks optional indoor and out. The vast majority of parents in this county are absolutely done. We are done patiently standing by, accepting the masking of our children, covering their mouths and noses, our little tiny babies who need to see each other's faces and need to breathe. Our group has over 700 members, with hundreds more that are connected, not on a social media platform. It is my understanding that every school district superintendent and the countywide superintendent of schools are all looking to the county public health officer, Nancy Williams, for masking mandates. And I understand that you oversee her office. The mask mandates for our youth is unnecessary and abusive. It should absolutely be optional. The people and parents and children that want to wear one, they can wear one. Everyone else does not have to. The safest group of people are our children. It has been studied and our president has said it, it's the children. Why mandate unnecessary facial coverings that lower oxygen intake and increase social distress and anxiety on our youth? They are freaking out. Our children are crying, anxious, scared. I don't know if you have many people that you are in communication with that have kids in school, but it's terrible. I urge you to remind Dr. Nancy Williams that she does not have the right to withhold fresh air from humans, from our children. And the parents of this county are done. These are destructive and irrational mask mandates on our children. And I would just urge you, people cannot keep ignoring thousands of real doctors, hundreds of virologists, immunologists shouting that masks are not the way, especially on our kids. Mask mandates have forced our youth to live in fear, and it's tragic. They are afraid of the air they breathe. Our youth is afraid of the air they breathe and the kids around them because of this. How can we let this continue? The fallout is immeasurable. I plead with you and I ask, please help us end all mask mandates, make them optional for our school children, both indoor and out, effective immediately with no vaccine conditions, no conditions. Please, please prioritize the liberty of our children in this county. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Minda.
Supervisor Heidel, we're way over our 20-minute mark and there's 5 people in the queue. Can I make the suggestion possibly we take the last 5 and then close public comment?
We just got 6 and 7, and so they're all rushing in now. So
Okay,
I would just ask that any comments that are made not be repetitious. If you've already heard someone else speak to the same theme, and unless you have something unique to provide, please consider that in your comments, because we do need to wrap this up. So with that, let's continue to go.
Okay. Now taking public comment from Sarah Sleepy.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for taking my comment. I appreciate the chance to speak here. I have 3 children in various schools in the district here in Placerville. And I wanted to express my extreme disappointment that Dr. Williams' focus is primarily on physical health and not mental health. Unfortunately, we now have a mental health epidemic in our county and in our state, along with the country. And it is your responsibility to hold her accountable to make sure that the mental health of our children is just as safe as their physical health. I have a master's degree in psychology, so I kind of know what I'm talking about, but mostly I'm a mother of children who are suffering immeasurably due to the mask mandate at school. Please hold Nancy Williams accountable and get the mask mandate removed and optional for our children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah.
Now taking public comment from LM.
Good afternoon, board. This is Leslie. Thank you for this opportunity to talk today. First, I want to say I'm so proud of everybody that showed up yesterday, all these moms and kids speaking out for their rights. I would like to add, here's the new comment that maybe Heidel is looking for. What most of you may not know is that your Board of Supervisors will not rescind the emergency mandate in this county. Your Board of Supervisors are culpable as well for holding everybody captive. And you might ask, why? What's the incentive? It's COVID cash. They get money in exchange for playing COVID theater. And just like Mandy said, it is theater. I too have been in rooms with these people. I was at the meeting with Dawn Ashton. I've seen bare faces, which I love. I love seeing Dawn Ashton's bare face, Heidal's bare face. I'll take that every day, all day, and twice on Sunday over a mask. With that said, everybody who is concerned about your children, you need to know that your supervisors will not rescind the emergency order for a virus with greater than 99.9% survival rate. So go look that up, find out about that. Board, you guys know what you're doing. Here's
Thank you,
the best
Ellen.
part. We all know what you're doing. Keep that in mind. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tracy Doyle.
Hey guys, so you've listened to me talk about my opinions of masks, or I call them face diapers, for the past year. So we're not going to go over the health things and the germ spreading and all that today. But what we're going to talk about is the impairment or the problems that it causes for the school children. I too am proud of these moms who are finally, and I'm not saying that in a negative way, realizing how detrimental this is and standing up and rising up and being advocates for their children. So speech, hearing impaired, children learning to read, and we also have something called emotional intelligence, which is a form of communication where you read faces, and we all do that. So covering faces impedes speech development, even for neurotypical children. Hearing impaired can't hear their teachers. You know, they've got the, plexiglass. It looks like a hazmat lab in these classrooms lately. Reading, children need to see the mouths move. Babies need to see the mouth move to see how words are formed. It's very important. Language development is being impacted for a virus with a greater than 99.9% survival rate. So it's time for you to end the COVID theater, rescind your emergency orders, and end this masking of children. It's child abuse.
Thank you, Tracy.
Okay. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Marcia Thomas.
Hi, my name is Marcia Thomas. I'm a community member, a current grandparent of the Motherlode Union School District, and a former parent of the Motherlode Union School District. I am just going to agree with all the other speakers. I want mask optional at our schools for next school year, indoors and out, with no consideration of vaccines. The part I want to add to this is that I am a 65-year-old woman and not nearly as schooled as Dr. Nancy Williams. And I worked right up the street at Independence High School for 19 years. And boy, did I get a backbone then. I can't believe that the Board of Supervisors hired a very schooled, intelligent woman as Dr. Nancy Williams. And she can't come out front and accept a letter from mostly children, mothers, grandparents, and some dads. I am just overwhelmed. Perhaps she could have some kind of a meeting, a closed session with just you all, and perhaps she needs to go take a public speakers class or something in addition to her doctorate. Make mask optional for our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marcia. And we were gonna cut it off with 3 more, so we're not gonna take Brianna. We're just, because it's just continuing to grow despite the plea to be unique in your comments. So we'll take through Stephanie, and then we're shutting it off.
Now taking public comment from Sherry.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sherry. I'm the mother of a 2nd grader in the Buckeye School District. I've been an ER nurse for 14 years. I've worked in this community for the past 11 years. I just want to share with you my opinion about mandating masks for our children in the schools. So I'll just really briefly discuss with you, as an RN, that we cannot use regular surgical masks for the prevention of viral spread. I'm fit tested using an appropriately sized N95 mask. We use respirators. We're trained how to put them on and take them off. We're trained how to remove our gown and gloves so that we don't contaminate ourselves. I want you guys to think about children. They are wearing cloth masks that have openings that are much too large to prevent viral particles from passing through. They are touching the mask repeatedly. They are chewing on them. They're getting more viral and bacterial exposure. We just cannot justify the use of masks in children to prevent the spread of COVID-19. We are seeing studies now coming out showing adverse physiological and psychological effects in children wearing masks for extended periods of time. There's a German study of over 25,000 students reporting significant adverse effects in 68% of children. I'm seeing a drastic increase in severe mental health complaints in our ER, suicide attempts, self-harming, eating disorders, substance abuse issues. An alarming number of them are very young children and teens. It is really very scary. Mandating masks in school is a major threat to a child's social emotional development. The well-being of children and young people is highly dependent on the emotional connection with others, which is impossible when half of their face is covered and they're told not to touch or be near other children. They are trying so hard to comply with the requests of the adults that they trust, and all the while they are suffering because of those. They are just not the driver of the spread of COVID-19. We have to look at the mortality rate of kids. If you look at the data coming from Sweden, who had no masks in school all last year, the teachers are worried they're going to get COVID, but the adults in schools in Sweden had no increase in infection rates than the general population. Lastly, I really want you guys to consider the legality of masks. This is an emergency use authorization granted by the FDA with the expectation of informed consent and the ability to say no. With this mandate, we are not only ignoring established science, but we are engaging in a clinical experimental trial on our children. I urge you to consider the overall health and well-being of our precious kiddos. We can no longer just singularly focus on COVID. There is so much damage being done to our kids. This will be lifelong. We will be repairing
Public
this
comment at 3
lifelong.
minutes.
Thank you,
I
Sherry.
really urge you to consider this and to make masks optional with no consideration of vaccine status. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris.
Hi, good afternoon, board. I just want to remind you guys that you guys work for us. And so for Heidel to say, oh, we're going to cut it off, this is our time to let you guys know how we feel. So I'm sorry you're going to miss your lunch, but too bad. We've heard from a number of moms already considering this mask mandate. It's obviously a big deal. So what I would suggest you guys do is get a Survey Monkey. This is just a very small representation of our overall county and how we feel. This is obviously a big deal. You guys need to take this serious. I was at the gym. I went to a Sacramento gym yesterday and I was in a Placer County gym today. Half the people were not wearing masks and they're huffing and puffing and working out, and everybody was just fine. So our kids being in a sterile environment where people aren't huffing and puffing and still having to wear those masks is absolutely ridiculous. There's no science in that. So you guys need to figure out what's going on. I'd send out a Survey Monkey and make some changes because you're going to have a lot of people pretty pissed off pretty quick. That's all I got.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Stephanie Amphison.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. I didn't have anything prepared because I wasn't really expecting to talk, but I don't want to waste anyone's time. I just wanted to echo everything everyone has said about the mask mandates for our kids. But the thing that I wanted to point out is when we're teaching our kids, we don't only care about if they can read and write, do math. We also want our kids to know what it looks like to be courageous and what integrity looks like. And I don't think we're doing a very good job of that right now. I don't think we're even teaching them that we care about science, because if we did care about science, the numbers, we've been told this whole time, listen to the science, and the science is telling us that masks and kids do not make sense. So I just wanted to encourage the board to lead by example, to be courageous and to lead with integrity, and that we could take our masks off our kids. Also, I have a kindergartner and a second grader. And if you saw how my kindergartner's mask looked at the end of the day with all the slobber on it, you would realize very quickly that this is not for anyone's health or protection. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Did you want to just go ahead and take Brianna? She's the last one.
Last one, Brianna, let's do it. 3 minutes.
Now
Brianna,
taking public
unique.
from Brianna Maxwell.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it. I am a proud Placerville resident, and I'm also an Army veteran. My husband has served over 20 plus years, including 3 tours to Afghanistan, and I have 1 tour. I spent a year away from my family in Afghanistan defending the freedoms that we stand for in this country. The United States was built on the freedom of speech and freedom and choice. So I respectfully request that you make masks optional and give the people of this great country the freedom of choice to either mask their children or to unmask them. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. Okay, with that, we're closing off the public comment, and I'll just ask if anyone on staff would like to respond to any of the comments made.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. I'd just like to, this is a difficult one because it is messy. And I fully recognize the frustrations people have. I have a child in school. Many county employees have children in school and are dealing with this. Unfortunately, neither Dr. Williams nor the Board of Supervisors has the authority to make masks optional. These are coming from the state of California. It is outside of your scope. I would strongly encourage all the people who called in to contact your state legislative representatives and the governor's office and voice your opinions, because that's where the authority is coming from. Second, Cal OSHA has made it very clear. It is a law by Cal OSHA to require masks indoors in the workplace. The Cal OSHA board is scheduled to meet this Thursday to discuss that. But as we sit here now, it is the law, and Cal OSHA can fine employers for violating their laws. So in an advisor to you, unfortunately, I feel your hands are tied and you are stuck. There's nothing you can do other than join in with constituents to advocate to the governor for change, which you have done many times over the past year. And that's unfortunately where we are right now.
Care to comment on the fact the board is receiving funding from somebody to do this, because that rumor needs to be put to bed.
Yeah, there was the CARES Act funding that was given to the state and passed on to counties. There is the American Rescue Plan Act funding that is coming to the states across the nation. That is because of the emergency that's in place. I get emails regularly to make a recommendation to you to rescind the public health emergency and the local emergency. It is a common discussion on the calls we have with CASE, the California Association of County Executives, every other Friday. Counties pressure to start rescinding those orders. I've talked to the sheriff's office about rescinding those orders. It is highly advised at this time you do not do so, simply because the state and the federal government still have an emergency in place, and there are advantages to keeping that emergency in place. I will add to that, even though El Dorado County has a local emergency and a public health emergency, our health officer, while she has the authority to do so, she does not have any orders in place that are more restrictive than the state of California. She doesn't, quite frankly, she doesn't have any orders in place at all right now. We are simply following the guidelines of the state of California.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
Appreciate that. Yes, I think it does. So let's talk about post-lunch activities.
Actually, may I make one comment to follow that? I think we all recognize and share the frustrations of the mama bears and papa bears out there with their kids. We understand that. I share that. I thank you, Dawn, for clarifying what our role is and what our scope is and what Dr. Williams' scope is. I think it's so important to know that Dr. Williams is an instrument of the state, and she has been under tremendous abuse this last year. And she's taken a lot. And She is doing her level best to comply with the governor's orders. And I would like the board to consider, and I know we can't do this right now, but a letter to the governor, supporting the removal of the mask mandates, especially in school, following the federal government's orders, and could bring that back at another time. But I just want the public to know that is not coming from Dr. Williams. That is coming from the governor of the state of California. And the state's rights is a blessing, and it's also a curse because states do things differently. So I just want to make that clear that our staff is doing a Herculean job with the tremendous pressures and demands that they are under from the state of California.
Well said, Wendy.
Yep. Okay, so lunch break, and then post lunch, are we going to do number 10? Are you recommending? Okay, so we can tell people that we're going to break until 2:45. That's a half an hour. And the board will be back at 2:45, and we will take item number 10 that was pulled from the agenda as the first, as part of that startup, and then proceed through the other department matters and work into closed session at some point. So is that fair? Fair.
Sounds good.
All right, with that, we're adjourned until, we're not adjourned, we're recessing until 2:45. I wish. Thank you. Okay, it's currently 2:46 and we are resuming our Board of Supervisors meeting. We are bringing forth agenda item 10 that was pulled from the consent calendar. So Kim, would you please read item 10?
Of course. Item number 10 comes from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board, one, approve and authorize the chair to sign an agreement for services for the provision of COVID testing services, including specimen collection, lab testing, supplies, and results. Two, authorize the purchasing agent or their designee contingent upon county council and risk management approval to execute further documents related to the agreement, including amendments which do not increase the maximum dollar amount or term of the agreement. And three, make findings in accordance with county ordinance that it is appropriate to contract and for COVID services provided under the agreement as services provided by the contractor in the best interest, and that there is specialty skills, qualifications, and equipment not expressly identified in county classifications.
Okay, so Supervisor Turnbull, do you want to explain why you pulled
The
it?
reason why I pulled this item, so just for clarity. And the biggest issue is what I had, because it was $3.5 million. And some of the concerns for the constituents, they thought that's how much, another contract of 3.5, but this is a cap is what it is. The 3.5 is a cap. We spent approximately last year, $272,747.62. And Don, thank you for that information. I appreciate that. That you gave to me. One of the things I want to clarify also is why is this positivity rates went up from 90 to 97 when the contract in 2020 was 90 and now the new contract is 97 sensitivity rate. Can you give me an answer on that one? Oh, can you hear me? I'm sorry. Did anybody even hear me? Okay.
Would you like me to answer? This is Nancy Williams.
Well, yeah, let me go back to it again. Hang on a minute, because I don't think nobody heard me because my mic wasn't on.
Okay.
The reason why I asked for this is the $3.15 million is basically a cap. And we spent last year of $272,747.62. And I thank you for that information. One of the things that I wanted to know too, and this is a cap, we just can't go over this cap. And one of the things is the sensitivity rate. And the last previous contract was 90%. Now this new contract, it goes up to 97% sensitivity rate with the new contract. Can you give me a little idea why? Why the increase?
Dr. Williams, I think you're on.
Yeah, I can do that. So this is Nancy Williams, Public Health Officer. So I think the original contract and agreement we had with Avelino is from quite a while ago. And I believe that somebody decided that we should have some kind of quality measure in there and that there should be a minimum sensitivity that's in the contract. Avelino doesn't normally have that in there. I'm pretty sure that's something that, we as a county asked for, but it's really unnecessary. The test itself from Avelino has not changed at all. I think they might have told us that their actual sensitivity is 97%, which is what it always has been. So that's just wording in there that is unnecessary and doesn't really have any meaning. There was no actual change.
There was no actual changes, so that it didn't mean anything. Is that what you're saying?
Right. This is the same test that we've been getting and they've been doing for us since the beginning.
Okay. Another concern I have is supposedly the other, I think it's Avellino, Avellino. What I found, it's an LLC and two of the residents live in El Dorado Hills. Is that correct?
I think that's COVID DX. I think Avelino.
Oh, COVID DX. Okay.
Yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with COVID DX, actually, this contract.
Okay. It doesn't have anything to do with it at all?
Well, not directly. So we contracted with Avelino for testing and COVID DX is contracted for specimen collection. And just by coincidence, they had already been working with Avelino. So they send the testing that they've done for the county there. But we already had a relationship with Avelino.
Okay, so, all right, that's why I called this, pulled this item, because I wanted just clarity is all. So thank you for that.
Sure.
Okay, is there any other board questions or comments on item 10? Seeing none, then I think we're back. We can take public input, please, on this one, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 10. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Keely Link.
Hi, board. I'm still troubled by that percentage increase. What is the sensitivity percentage? What does that represent? Is that cycle thresholds? Because we know that the cycle thresholds have been a big key issue with the way they can be manipulated up and down, causing increased positivity for people that may not be contagious. And we don't want to have positive cases considered of people that are not contagious. So what does that represent? And so, and then I want to be clear on who, if the first contract said 90%, who initiated it to change? Was it the Department of Public Health? Was it Nancy Williams that asked for it to change? Was it the lab itself that asked for it to change? I don't think, if it really doesn't mean anything, why are we changing it? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't like it. Also, was there any scientific data justifying the change? Any kind of need why the test isn't being as sensitive enough as the way it is? Because there's been a lot of kids that have been quarantined from school that didn't have any symptoms, that didn't sound like they really had, a contagious case. So also on the, let's see, Dr. Fauci said himself that anything over 35 is picking up dead nuclei. So anyways, and then also the CDC has recently changed their guidelines for testing vaccinated individuals by limiting the cycle thresholds to under 28. Is that what Avellino will be doing as well? Because that is the CDC new guidance. And that's really disturbing to me, because I think all people should be treated the same with the same testing protocols. And I'd really like to hear Nancy Williams' feedback on that. And also, last I had looked, there had been over 160,000 tests performed within our county. What was the financial burden of this to the taxpayer? Whether the funding is coming from the state or feds, it's still our tax dollars. And, there's been a lot of change since 2020. We now then know that COVID-19 is very survivable. We have vaccines available to anyone that wants one over 12 years old, which is also disturbing, but that's a whole nother topic. We have treatments for anyone that doesn't want to take the vaccine, such as antibody, remdesivir, hydroxychloroquine. So does this situation even justify this kind of investment any longer? If you want to renew the contract with Avellino, I'd like you to really include the verbiage as Florida has done with their public health directive requiring that labs report cycle thresholds along with the results. And I would also like it to specify that all tests be run with the same protocols, whether the subject is vaccinated or not. These are simple steps that would ensure transparency for the public and would restore public confidence in you all, and also knowing that our case numbers are being accurately reported. And I think you guys owe us this. We've had
Public
our
comment at
kids
3
masked.
minutes.
We've had our kids masked. We've had our businesses shut down. We've had an extreme burden on our tax dollars. You owe us transparency, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Keely.
Now taking public comment from 132.
Hello, my name's MC Britton. I've been on in and out all day waiting to listen and to call. So I'm a mother of 4. 3 are school-age kids for Rescue Union District. I definitely would like to add to the mask mandate at schools, and the memorandum that everyone has sent out, superintendents throughout the county, and everyone's pointing fingers as to ultimately who's going to make this decision. Well, when Governor Newsom next month, if he states that he would leave it up to our local governing bodies to make this decision concerning making masks optional for all our kids
MC,
in all
that's
ages.
not, you're speaking to masks, and
Well,
that's
I'm
not
going to
item
go
10.
in. I'm going into the mandatory testing as well. I
Okay,
just wanted,
please.
I didn't get a chance to speak earlier. And, our kids are tired of repetitive lies that require them to wear masks, repetitively as well. So I didn't get to speak earlier, so I'm taking this moment to take my time to speak, okay? This is definitely a strong issue for me. So I would like to have the mask optional for all kids, all school ages, indoor and outdoor, vaccinated or not, and hope that we can count on all of you to support us in making this optional for our kids in the fall, if Newsom gives you this decision ultimately. So we'd like to, the mandatory COVID testing in high school, I'd like to put an end into that as well. These kids are having to do this testing in order for them to participate in playing sports. Did anyone ever consider the type of damage this is being caused by doing these tests? Do you guys know that these COVID-19 self kits contain swab that is sterile ethylene oxide? This ethylene oxide is the largest causing chemical listed on cancerresearch.com. So this is on the swab kits. So this is a carcinogen that causes brain cancer, lymphoma, leukemia, and this is being jammed weekly up the high school kids' noses in order for them to participate, to play sports, to prove that they are healthy. And if they don't get tested, then they can't play. So then the parents, their other option would be have their kids opt out and instead what? Stay home and play video games and be on the couch all day. So a gentleman earlier said that this is a mentally awareness month. So how about we consider the mental well-being of our kids with the masks and these weekly option or weekly testing for high school kids to play sports? Just let them play. Let them be kids. This is all overkill. So we need to see an end to all of this.
Thank you, MC.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, staff responses, Dr. Williams or others?
Yeah, I have some answers to the questions that were emailed to the board in advance. So the first thing is sensitivity percent means the proportion of test specimens that are known to contain COVID-19 virus particles that actually produce a positive test result. So, you know, if we know a specimen has virus in it, we wanted to pick it up. The test of 95 or 97% sensitivity means it's only going to miss 3 to 5% of those. So a 97% means it would miss three out of 100 specimens that have virus particles in them. So we don't really want to go much lower than that. I will say again that there has been no change in the Avellino test. It has always been 97% sensitive. And so there's nothing material there that's changing. The cycle threshold, there's no change to any cycle threshold. The labs set that whatever their particular process is to reach the sensitivity that they want to get. So again, no change in this. This is the same Avellino testing that has been done since the beginning. So the CDC quote is being taken completely out of context. I'm happy to provide an answer, but you'll see when I'm done talking about this that really has no relevance on the Avellino contract. The CDC test, the test that the CDC is referring to is not PCR testing. It is for genomic sequencing of specimens that come from people who have tested positive by PCR, even though they've been fully vaccinated. Sequencing can help us learn why these people got reinfected, such as whether they might have been infected with variants of concern. And that testing, the genomic sequencing testing, helps public health continue to monitor the effectiveness of the vaccines. So again, that has nothing, there's no change to how PCR tests are being interpreted. CDC did not change any cycle thresholds. They have never set cycle thresholds for PCR testing. That is done by the labs so they can get the right sensitivity that's required for their testing. And regarding Florida's requirement to report CT values, that's fine. The reason that CT values might be important is to help screen for whether it makes sense to send a specimen for sequencing. It's not something that we would look at in public health normally. Counties don't have the capacity to do that, even if, and we wouldn't know what to do with that information, 99+% of the time. Because usually the test results correlate with risks or symptoms that make sense. So There might be a very rare occasion when we would want to know CT values to investigate a particular case or more likely cluster of cases. And if that's something that comes up, we can always ask the labs to send us CT values for particular cases. But right now we're talking about one lab, Avellino, that the county happens to have a contract with, which, as I was already pointed out, a pretty low number of tests that have actually been done through that compared with all the other test results that come in from literally more than 100 labs that are
Nancy, your audio got cut off somehow. Kim, can you detect what's going on? Is it just looks like the whole signal froze, right?
be more efficient or effective on a global basis, then the state would have to do that. They would have to do that for.
So Nancy, you're going in and out. We're only getting bits and pieces of what you're saying now. The first part of your commentary was good, but this isn't coming through. So Kim, can we connect her by phone or something?
She would need to call in.
Did she answer most of the?
There's no difference.
I'll text her.
Okay.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yes, Don.
I'd like to respond to a couple of the comments. This is Don Simone from Health and Human Services. While we're waiting for Dr. Williams. Things.
Hey, Dr. Williams, you're going in and out. We're going to have to get you a better connection so it can be continuous audio, because we're getting bits and pieces, but not the whole thing. So Don Simone wanted to make some comments while we get you set up with maybe a separate audio line to dial in or something. Okay, go ahead, Don.
Okay, so a couple of things. There was a question about what is this costing, and Supervisor Turnbull had that figure. The figure is our testing for El Dorado County last year was $272. I'm sorry, $272,747.62. There was a question about how we go about contracting. I want to be clear on that one. We have both medical and legal professionals, both in public health, in county council, and on the Avellino side, that review and have input into these contracts. The last thing I want to say is that I am not going to bring this board or get in the habit of bringing this board contracts that include input from public comment, especially when we are responsible for responding to the COVID pandemic. That's just not going to happen. We are going to use professionals who are trained, skilled, and educated in this. And there was a question about including comments from the public and what other areas are doing. I'm not going to bring you contracts that have bits and pieces of public comment. I wouldn't be doing my job if I did that.
Thank you, Don. Kim, did we get a line established with Dr. Williams?
While we're waiting for that, I will move consent item number 10.
I'll second.
Okay.
And if you want to hear from me, I've moved, so maybe you can hear me now.
Yes, that's great. Yeah. You need to rewind to about 3 minutes ago when we kind of lost you in and out.
Okay, I'm not sure where that was. I don't have much more than 3 minutes worth of stuff, so maybe I'll just start over.
I think we got it.
Okay, if the board is satisfied, we've heard everything. That's fine with me. So I'm not seeing any objections. So thank you, Dr. Williams. There's no need to continue your comment. Appreciate it.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Yep. And there's no other staff comments, correct? All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. Would you please do roll call?
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So we'll go back to department matters. You want to take them in the sequence? Okay, so Kim, would you read number 27, please?
Item 27 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, recognize Greg Stanton, Director of Environmental Management, on his retirement from El Dorado County after 21 years of service, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing Greg's dedication to public service and to congratulate him on his retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. I have a proclamation here. If it's okay, I'll read that at this time and then turn it over to the board, and Mr. Stanton is on the line as well.
Very good. Please do.
A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado in recognition of Greg Stanton for his outstanding public service. Whereas Greg Stanton launched his long and productive tenure with El Dorado County in 1992, and after an interlude in the late 1990s, returned to the county in 2002. And whereas he has served in a variety of positions of increasing responsibility, including field inspector, solid waste supervisor, environmental health manager, deputy director, and director of environmental management. And whereas in his county roles, he drew from his deep experience in private industry in the areas of food safety, food service quality assurance, recreational water safety, and wastewater treatment plant operations. And whereas he is a state of California registered environmental health specialist working to improve the quality of life and health through environmental education, consultation, and protection. And whereas on May 21st, 2021, Greg brings to a close a distinguished career in public service and commences his well-earned retirement with the respect and admiration of his colleagues, the entire leadership of El Dorado County, and the people he served. Now therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors for the County of El Dorado does with appreciation and gratitude recognize Greg Stanton for his long and significant contributions to the county and for a career throughout which he has exemplified the gold standard in public service. And assuming the board approves this, will be passed and adopted at the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado at a regular meeting of said board held on the 18th day of May 2021. I will add that while his full-time career is coming to a close this May, I've already been in conversations with him about how he can continue to help us in the future on some special projects. So he may be back at some point. So
Good.
Okay.
Very good.
So with the reading, I'm going to move the proclamation.
Second.
All right. Roll call, please, Kim.
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so let's start with any board comments or primarily comments, not questions, hopefully at this point. So any board
Well,
comments?
you know,
Greg?
Greg, you know, he knew I served on the Solid Waste Advisory Committee for quite a few years. And I want to thank you for all your input and all the hard work you have done to make that committee, which it ended up being really good. So thank you for all your service. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, you know, when I was new on the board, Greg, I didn't have any idea what your department did, honestly. And then I got on, you know, RCRC, which kind of came with that environmental services JPA, and oh my gosh. Thank you so much for just all your guidance and helping me, you know, taking all that technical legislative stuff and making it so I can understand it in layman's terms. And Shelley and I have really just appreciated you and your staff's commitment to customer service. Your team is so responsive. I just can't tell you how much I have appreciated that. And I'm certain that whoever is going to be replacing you is going to follow in those shoes, because your staff has just been fabulous. So yeah, I knew this day was coming for a while, and I just was like, oh gosh, no. So didn't know what to say other than thank you very much. I've really appreciated working with you.
Thank you.
I'd just
Yeah,
like
and
to, go
go
ahead,
ahead, Wendy.
Go ahead, Sue. Go right ahead.
Oh, okay. To Greg, thank you for all your service. It has truly been a pleasure to serve with you. You know, on the solid waste JPA up in Tahoe. You know, you're the one everyone looks to for expert advice, because you are just so respected, and you know, and I respect you so much, and I'm very envious of your ability to go to part-time now. And we will, I'm sure, be still asking for your advice in the days to come. But thank you again for all your service. It was so appreciated.
Thank you.
Wendy.
Thank you. Greg, congratulations on just an esteemed career. And thank you so much for your dedication to our county. I'd also like to recognize your, gosh, how effective and strong and courageous yet compassionate you were to help the county walk through this pandemic this last year. Your job was not an easy one. And you were tasked with just really an impossible task. And yet you helped lead our county through and find that balance between, being practical and allowing businesses to, survive where they can while, being diligent about the state rule that was asked of you. And you helped us walk that fine line. And I really appreciate that because that was not an easy thing to do. So just wish you good things in the future. I'm glad we're not losing you forever. And I like the Hawaiian shirt. Maybe that's a harbinger of good things to come and bright skies. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, smooth sailing ahead. So just congratulations on your retirement. And thank you for, we're so glad you were at the helm, especially this last year, because we needed you there and appreciate all your work for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, Greg, so I also want to express my appreciation to Yeoman's job through a very, very difficult COVID season. And it's more than a year. It's a year on almost a half now. But you were given special challenges. And I always appreciated your creative thought, your creative ideas, support of the board's position on things, executing the tough things that had to be done. So really, really appreciate that. I'll just comment that your job is one of the broadest in terms of the spectrum of things you're responsible for of any job I've seen in a county, because it involves things like picking up of trash through the crews that are available. It involves things like when somebody does a dump of a bunch of trash in a given cul-de-sac area and stuff, we have to call environmental management to remove that. It includes things like managing our political sign situation where we have illegal signs posted over and who gets called out to do that. Again, you and your department. So you kind of got the catch-all job, I think, but it's been much appreciated. All the dedication, all the creativity, all the things you've done for this county for the many, many years, and just look forward to continuing to work with you on a part-time basis as deemed necessary. But I'm really happy for you and your family, given your retirement or at least movement to half-time or part-time or whatever it is, because that is a big transition in life. And I think you'll find that there's a lot of additional pleasure that's exacted from that move. And yet you can still stay engaged with the technical things and some of the support that I'm sure that we're going to be calling upon you for. So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to let you respond and then we'll open it up to the public.
Well, thank you all very much. And thank you for your kind words. And I think that what you're seeing in me is a reflection of the staff here. You all know you're only as good as your team, and we have a great team here in environmental management that brings forward a lot of those creative ideas that you're flattering me with. I just to bring them to you. As Steve Pedretti said, it's nice to have a team that just makes you look good. The former CDA director here. But this morning I was thinking about what I was going to say to you all today and how I was feeling about retiring. And the word that kept coming back to me is grateful. Just grateful for so many things. Grateful for the opportunity to have had a career here in El Dorado County in environmental management and to live and marry my beautiful wife, Dawn, and raise a family here in this county. Grateful to Ron Duncan, former director who hired me back in 1992, and to John Morgan, Ron's successor as director, who hired me back in 2002 after I left for several years. I'm also grateful to Jerry Silva, who's John's successor as director, who promoted me to deputy director, and then ultimately grateful to become the director of the department back in 2015 after Jerry retired. And since becoming director, certainly grateful to Don Ashton and his team in the CAO's office, and to your board and former supervisors, friends, and in beer camp for all of your support during my tenure here. I recognize that the first couple of years, not the will of the board under the CDA, but certainly the last 4 or so has been at working at the will of the board, and I appreciated all your support, so thank you for that. I'm also, as I mentioned a minute ago, just so incredibly thankful and grateful for the opportunity to work with such a great team here in environmental management for so many years, and to work with so many fantastic people throughout all the departments in the county. 3 weeks ago, my staff threw a surprise retirement party for me, and hence that's when I started wearing the Hawaiian shirt ever since. I mean, I have in my closet. I was humbled and a little bit shell-shocked, but I remember one of the things I said to them was that, yeah, there are some aspects of this job that I might miss, but truly, you miss the people. You miss the relationships you've developed. You miss working with people and seeing them every day. And I know I'm going to miss everyone here at the county. And that's why I'm having separation anxiety. And my palms are sweating even as I talk about it. So yes, Dawn and I have been talking about a potential project, and I'm looking forward to, if that comes to fruition, looking forward to doing that. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Greg. And so Kim, with that, let's open up for any public comment there may be.
Now taking public comment on item number 27. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Brian Veerkamp.
Hey, Brian, you're muted. You were open before, so.
There we go.
There you
Can
go.
you hear me now?
Yep, perfect. Yep.
All right. Well, just like to take this opportunity, Greg, to say how grateful this county and myself is for your service, all of the people that we got to work with, and you led them very well through many projects in my tenure, and as well the community of Cameron Park for your service to the Cameron Park CSD. Not everybody of your calibers steps up to do those other things. And I think that's really a very good attribute of yours, Greg, and we hope to see you in the future. And just thank you very much for all of the great work you've done and your professionalism, and look forward to seeing you in the future. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Supervisor Veerkamp.
Thank you, Brian.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, very good. Thank you for that. And we'll move on then to item 30. If you'd read that, Kim.
Thank you, Greg.
Thanks again, Greg.
Take care.
Thank you, Greg.
Item 30 comes from Supervisor Turnbull, recommending the board discuss the decision of the Health and Human Services Agency to not renew the facility use agreement with the Mother Lode Lions Club facility.
Oh, so I take the lead?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you all hear me? One of the issues and concerns that I have, and I care about seniors. It's hard for me to talk. Anyway, one of the issues when my mom passed away in 1988, she died of pancreatic cancer at a young age. And that facility has been going on since the 1980s. They've been using that facility for senior lunches. And my dad was used that facility to mingle with other seniors. And that's what it's all about. It's not about the lunches or the money issue. It's about seniors mingling with other seniors when they lose their loved ones. Because a lot of seniors, their children don't live here or they live elsewhere. And there's 5 senior parks around this facility that use it. A lot of the residents in District 2 use this facility. And they have over the years. I was talking in this agreement on the back, it says on this particular item that we don't have to worry about staff, paying them to come here because of the fuel mileage and stuff. Well, what about the seniors that have to travel to other facilities, especially the one in Placerville? Don't they count? Especially when they're on fixed incomes. I mean, it's very crucial. To me, I think a lot of seniors don't like driving on the freeway. And there's a lot of seniors that reached out to me about this. And they feel very comfortable with the staff that work at this particular facility. I think we passed it 5-0 in 2015. It was on the consent calendar and it was voted 5-0. We have used this facility, like I said, since the 1980s. So I think it'd be really a tragedy to not extend their contract to the future. Not only that, like Wendy was talking about, 30% of the population in our county are seniors. And I'm not talking about, and there's not, I don't know how many percentages wealthy seniors, but it's not about how wealthy they are or how poor they are. It's about mingling with other seniors. I know we have a lot of programs. There was one program, legal services was actually going to, they tried to get that canceled, but it went in front of the board and the board voted to extend that too. Seniors are the backbone of our county, I feel. They're the voting population of our county too. And I just care about all the seniors. So anyway, and my father, what he went through, he was a lonely person. And he died in 2000, a lonely person. Even though that our kids were around, his kids were around myself and my brothers and sisters, it's not the same thing. And I just feel that there's a lot of them in the same situation that my father was. And I just care about the seniors, and I think that we need to extend this contract or look into it, maybe revise the contract. But all I know is I just care about our seniors in our county, and I think they need to have the adequate place to go, because the one in Placerville doesn't have adequate parking at all. This facility does. And that's probably one of the reasons why a lot of the people in that particular area go to that facility, or the Lions Club. So anyway, that's how I feel. I don't know if there's any other board members want to comment on this, but I just want to say that I just care about our seniors, and I hope that the board members will extend this contract, look into it, and so they have a nice place to go with adequate parking.
Okay, other board comments or questions at this point?
Not at this point, maybe after public comment.
All right.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's hear from the public.
Okay, before we do that, I'd just like to ask if staff has any comments to make relative to Supervisor Turnbow's statements.
Don Simone, Health and Human Services. Let me begin by saying I want to respect what Supervisor Turnbow said about his parents. That's not necessarily something I had knowledge of. He and I have not chatted about this topic. You know, I do have quite a bit of information. If you folks would rather wait until public comment and then come back, and then I could share answer any questions, give you my thoughts and some actual data that I used to make the decision if you so choose.
I'll probably have some questions after public comment. Yeah.
Okay, so let's open it up for public comment, Kim, and then we'll come back with staff.
Now taking public comment on item number 30. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Michael Rafferty.
Hello, my name's Michael Rafferty. I'm the immediate past president of the Motherlode Lions Club. And I'd like to point out that starting June 15th, the state is going to be totally reopened. That's about 20 business days from now. Supervisor Turnbull already mentioned the mobile home parks that are within a few minutes of our Lions Hall facility. The Motherlode Lions Club believes in the value of seniors getting together for lunch and socialization. We have 2 exits and entrances, so it's easy to get in and out. We had about 3 years ago, we spent $29,000 rehabilitating our parking area, and we've got plenty of parking. I noticed in the director's memo that he says that people have the option of Meals on Wheels. That's not the purpose of this program. The purpose is socialization, seniors getting together at a convenient location. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Michael.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2, aging senior citizen, be turning 66 in about a month. I plan to live a lot longer. I hope so. And right now, I don't do much socializing like this, but I can see in the future how I would want to. And I think a facility such as this would be, the more the merrier. Yes, money is tight. Looking at the financial impact discussion here and the staff note, it is a little bit higher, actually significantly higher than two of the other options, but the two other options are miles away. And then this undiscussed location in Placerville, not sure where it is. Anyway, providing facilities for seniors is very important, exactly as Supervisor Turnbull suggested. My family doesn't live here, so yeah, I'll be on my own at one point. So, and other people with like conditions probably would be good to, commiserate with, if nothing else. But so please take this under consideration. If the Lions Club could lower their fees, that would be even better. But to not have a facility here, I think is perhaps a disservice to our seniors. And remember, we do have 30%, which is a fairly high number. So thank you very much. And that's all for now.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon, board. I'm sorry that Don Simone didn't have a chance before it was opened up to public comment to go through some of the thinking that went behind this, but the $21,600 is really astronomical when you think about the fact that the program, the meals program, does not really support itself. When you have $525 in another location and $500 in another, and then you look, that's a month, and then you look at $1,800 a month. I wish that the Lions Club would lower their price. I don't know that we can afford to keep a place that is that expensive. Maybe there's another location in the area that's more reasonable. I don't know. I know that it's important for people to congregate, but I do feel that the cost of that is way more expensive. At one time, there was even the thought that the county wouldn't provide the meals, that you'd contract for the meals. Well, that didn't happen, just like the legal services. The county still does the legal services. The county still does the meals, but we need to do what we can to cut down the expenses because it does not really support itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez. Mandy Rodriguez.
Andy, we can't hear you. You're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I think it's great that you guys are looking to cut corners, but I've been listening to these board meetings every week for a year now, and y'all don't seem to argue giving people raises. You always find the money to give all you and your buddies raises and do all these things for yourselves and your garbage COVID testing. But yet, when it comes to something that doesn't serve you, you have no problem cutting it. And I just think it's sad, you know? So next time someone comes up for a raise, you better shoot them down. I'm sick of you guys spending money on garbage things that people in this county do not want. You have your own game plan. You do your own thing. I know you just let people talk just because you're obligated to, but you already have your own minds made up. I'm sick of listening to you guys get your raises and retiring and your pensions. It's ridiculous. Find the money, take care of our seniors, respect the people that have worked hard to make this county a great place.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from 474.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. It's interesting that a majority of your speakers don't live in Diamond Springs, yet they do have a comment about whether or not we in Diamond Springs should or shouldn't have a senior lunch location. I have a friend who lives in El Dorado. I'll just say that he's going to have his birthday soon. He's 80 years old, and he depends on his senior lunches. He currently, because of COVID, has had to go to Spring Street. He goes there twice a week. He goes through the car line. He gets 1 fresh meal and 2 frozen, and he's good for that number of days, lunch a day. Now, he also uses the food bank, El Dorado County Food Bank. He goes to the churches, to anybody that has a program associated with it. He has a need. When we talk about, we're going to move it over to Placerville, which is incorporated. City of Placerville just happens to have a county facility there. And you're going to take away an unincorporated facility, Diamond Springs. It doesn't make any sense. And to say, as I did read, Don, your report to the board, and it said, well, we have already in District 3 another facility, but it's not unincorporated facility. It's a City of Placerville facility, essentially. It's not the same thing. As long as we're going to, by the general plan, continue to build moderate, let's say low to low moderate housing, I'm talking multifamily, and we do have plans that are going to have that type of population density, we have to have a facility in Diamond Springs, not make people drive 5 miles. And if they don't like freeways, then it takes even longer for them to get there. And they can get there. There's a way to get there. But at the same time, at their age, I don't think you should demand it of them. Now, I think Lions Club is horrible for having such a high-priced facility that we can't negotiate it down to something more reasonable. Not $500, because each place is conditionally going to provide certain facility. But at least give it a try to negotiate it down to something reasonable. I believe you said in your report $1,800, which was maybe the latest. Again, with the thought of losing the place, I would hope Lions Club would reconsider, and that
Public comment at 3 minutes.
That Mike would help get that taken care of. But under no circumstances do I want you to close this facility for having another facility that you feel is equal, and in reality it's not equal. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
So let's go to Don Simone and his responses.
Actually, can I start with questions? Because this is not coming from staff. This is not staff's item. So I think it's more appropriate for us to ask
Don
questions.
wanted to comment, so I'll defer. Go ahead.
Okay.
Ask questions.
All right. Because like I said, I noticed that this agenda was not coming from staff. It's coming from you, George. And I thank you for, I realize that this is a very personal item to you. And thank you for sharing that with us. And, I think we all value and support our seniors. And I think my questions are intended, how can we make sure that our seniors are most served with the resources that I have? So there wasn't much information in your agenda report. So I do have some questions for our staff so I can understand this better. So Dawn, do we have any data on how many residents use this site especially from District 2?
Yeah. Do you want me to show you now, or do you want to go through all your questions?
Sure.
first?
No. Yeah, absolutely. Let's take them one at a time.
Yep. Let me see if I can share my screen with you guys. Okay. Somebody tell me what you're looking at.
Now we
Is that
got
a
your,
map?
yep, it's up. You got your image up now. Yep, map.
Okay. Okay. So this is a GIS map that shows all 5 of our supervisorial districts, and you can see them numbered there. It also shows all 7 of our congregate meal sites on the west slope, and those are marked by the little black symbol with the white dots. You can't see the one up in South Lake Tahoe on this map. And then finally, it shows that all 191 households that used the Lions Club congregate meal site at least once in 2019 before we had to close in response to COVID. So all of those blue dots, 191, represent households that traveled from the blue dot to the Mother Lode congregate site. It doesn't show you all the dots in the entire program countywide. It's just the ones that went to that meal site in 2019. So if you look at that, there's 191 households. Out of that, 29 of them that participated live in District 2. That's 15%. Of those 29, 12 of those households actually live in closer proximity to the Cameron Park meal site than they do the Lions Club. Out of that same 29, 14 of those households live in closer proximity to the Pioneer Meal site than they do the Lions Club. That means that 3 households out of 191, 1.5%, that live in District 2 live closer to the Diamond Springs location. So that's the number in District 2 who live closer to that site than the others is 3.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Given the idea that how important it is for our seniors, especially to combat isolation and to, find fellowship with each other, and that's just a really critical goal for connection, our senior population. How long does the lunch program last at the Lions Club facility? How long are seniors usually there?
So I have staff that we pay that are there about 2 to 2.5 hours, set up, prep, service, and then breakdown. The seniors are there for about 30 to 40 minutes to actually eat. We don't have any of our AAA programs there. We don't have any of our social programs at that site.
Okay. So what other services or HHSA programs are available to them in Placerville, and how long is that meal site open and available to them?
So for meals, it's about the same time, a little longer there because we have so many other services. The benefit of the Spring Street site, it allows these seniors to take advantage of these other opportunities. And those include senior legal, information and assistance, our family caregiver program, our home energy assistance program. And then actually they can sign up for any other HHSA program that they're eligible for while at Spring Street. Additionally, when you talk about social programs, we offer seniors activities like ceramics, card groups, Zumba, yoga, quilting, pottery, art classes, and when we're open, a very active travel program. All of that is run out of Spring Street. So it's a significant difference. And if they actually live closer, which many of them do out of District 2, to our Gilmore Center, Most all of those programs, most of them are available at the Gilmore Center as well.
Okay, all right. Now, we've had a contract with the Lions Club through this last year. What did we do with that contract during COVID?
So COVID was obviously a challenge, as you might imagine, with the pandemic at HHSA and county facilities, who's the contract administrator of these. We had an overwhelming list of priorities during the last year. Looking at these three contracts did not make that list as something we had as a huge priority. It did come up a couple of times in conversations, and early on with COVID, quite honestly, when it did, we really didn't know how long we were going to deal with COVID, how long we'd have closures. And so we kind of thought, well, we'd hate to try to get out of these contracts and then find ourselves without meal sites going forward. And it's important to also understand that these are legal contracts. I just, even in COVID, I can't just get out of these contracts. There are requirements that we have in order to do this. So and keep in mind that this last negotiation that facilities tried to have was a few months ago to try to address the fact that we're still paying $2,087 a month while this is closed. And I again, like earlier, I can't justify us doing that. And especially when you look at this data, it's just not right. The money would actually be used as savings to direct services towards seniors, as opposed to leasing a site that is 4 times the amount we're paying for the 2 other sites we pay for.
Okay. You said that 3 households were from District 2 that use the site. How many folks were served generally before COVID at the Lions Club facility? How many did that serve in our county?
On average, that facility sees about 40 folks a day for lunch. I will add that during COVID, we surveyed many of our seniors around COVID and senior nutrition, senior services. One of the questions that we asked was, how open are you to returning to congregate meal sites post-COVID, even with a vaccination? About 50% of our senior population that responded said they are not interested in returning to congregate meals at any site. So 40 was the answer pre-COVID. And in post-COVID, we're hearing that'll be cut in half.
Okay. Boy, so we're looking at about serving 20 folks at the Lions Club facility, potentially, according to our data, our best data, for $20,000 roughly, plus staff's time to be there. If we didn't use the $20,000 for rent, I said, what would your department do with funds? And I guess they would be more available for senior programs rather than rent.
Yeah, and I give it a little bit more information. I appreciate the callers and their feedback. Maybe it would have been better had I presented some of this before the public comment. But yeah, if you look at $2,087 a month and you do the math times 12, it's just over $25,000 a year. We also have a meal site coordinator that has to go out to the site. It takes about 2.5 hours from the time they leave Spring Street. And that coordinator spends that time setting up, serving, and breaking down. That's an annual cost of just over $21,000 on top of the 25.
Wow.
The other things I considered in making the decision as far as cost savings were the vehicle costs, the gas maintenance, the supplies that it takes for us to pack up and take the meals. So we're spending roughly $50,000 a year to facilitate this site. And there's only 3 residents the year prior to COVID that actually live closer to this site out of District 2. I also want to note that our senior services staff talked to Steve Shervy, the commission, the Commission on Aging chair, about this before, and he concurred. We actually have plans to talk to the Commission on Aging at their next meeting, which is coincidentally this Thursday. So.
Thank you, Don. Appreciate the information. I don't have any other questions.
One of the comments that I have, hang on. One of the information I tried to reach out to you, because you said there were 6 facilities, and I never got any information on the other 3. I'm curious is how much money you spend at these other facilities. I mean, you're going to, especially the one in El Dorado Hills, you still have to travel quite a ways to be able even for that facility, correct? And there is money, correct? Am I not? And you still have to staff that too, correct?
Yeah, we have to staff each of these facilities. So each one that leaves out of our Spring Street kitchen needs to have a meal site coordinator that travels out and staffs those sites. So we have the only 3 sites, because the county owns most of these sites. The only 3 sites that we're charged are the 3 that I included in the memo that are $500, $550, and then the $2,087 a month.
One of the other things is, I look back at this and we've been doing this since the 1980s. You're using the Lions Club for our seniors. My curiosity, why all of a sudden now no? Just because it's, we've been paying, I guess we had a contract in 2015 and that was for $2,087, is that correct? And it went to the board and the board voted 5-0. And I think Don signed the contract, if I remember right. So I'm curious why all of a sudden now that you don't want to extend that contract, especially when it comes to seniors.
So I can't speak really for how decisions were made before I was in the position. This was brought to me as a recommendation from my senior services staff in conjunction with county facilities. And when I look at things like this, I'm trying to make business decisions that are very sensitive to the needs of our community. And so I looked at the rental rate comparison and it's 400% what the others are. We tried to renegotiate and to be honest with you, going down $300 a month is still 3.5 times. It's still something I can't justify recommending. I looked at the impact to clients and we have 3 households that have to travel longer to get to another site. And those 3 households, anybody who's inconvenienced, we're offering home delivered meals to. I looked at the cost savings. We talked to the chair of the Commission on Aging, and I talked to Supervisor Thomas because it is in her district. And I want to say something too, because, and again, I want to be respectful, Supervisor Turnbull, of your history and the history of your parents with this site. But I'm concerned because I think there's a second issue that quite honestly is bigger than a $25,000 contract. This other issue that you're really kind of asking the board to consider today is setting a precedent that you're going to publicly reconsider the decisions of a department head who has within his role and function the authority to terminate contracts. And I'm concerned because we talk about wanting folks to be fiscally responsible, and I believe I did that. We talk about using data and evidence in our decision-making, and I believe I did that. The other thing we talk about is good governance and what the role of the board is, and that's really to make policy. Our handbook talks about effective board members, how they should be system thinkers, who understand that anytime you get too deep into detail and administrative functions, you risk losing perspective and objectivity. Later, the handbook talks about board members understanding they're not on the Board of Supervisors to administer the county, but rather to govern it. And finally, it talks about establishing clear roles, responsibilities, and delegating decision-making. This is my decision. And I'm concerned about being publicly second-guessed. So this isn't just the reconsideration of a $25,000 decision. Your board is potentially sending a message to all the department heads and our employees that even when you make fiscally responsible, data-driven decisions, while carefully balancing the needs of your community, you need to be concerned that you're going to be publicly second-guessed. And that is, in fact, what's happening here. And I'm concerned about this creating a culture with the department heads. If we're going to have decisions publicly second guessed, that's not a healthy culture. And that concerns me going forward.
So my question is, so basically you're trying to beat me up a little bit here. And the thing is, obviously the Board of Supervisors in 2015 felt the same way that I did, or they wouldn't have never voted 5-0. So, you know, sometimes I feel that we have too much government in our lives and government dictating what's going on in our lives. And I'm not talking directly about District 2. My father lived in Deer Park. He lived in District 3. And it was very crucial for him to mingle with other seniors. It's not about money, it's about mingling with the other seniors because they needed that input. And I just feel that if we don't move, we can renegotiate with this facility. Maybe we can lower the costs. But coming back and slamming me for my personal feelings, that's wrong. I'm sorry, Don, but that's totally wrong, what you're asking of me. Because I just care about the people that live here in this county. I care about our seniors. And a lot of them have reached out to me because of this facility. So that's pretty much all I have to say right now.
You know, I would like to address what Don just talked about because, you know, Board of Supervisors, we have the final say on what happens with policy and procedures. And, you know, we are a voice for our public and it's an important voice. And so, Don, I understand what you're saying is that you don't want to be second guessed on what you're doing as administrator, but please understand that our job as the board is to be the review board of public review of what happens. And it's not necessarily to override or change what you're doing administratively, but it is an important process that when there's questions from the public that we address them in air, you know, in public, and that we have that ability. So I hope you don't think that this is any way crossing that line. I don't think it is. I think you know, we have the right. In fact, I think we have the responsibility that when there's procedures or programs that are being cut or concerns about something, that we bring them out in the open. And certainly I hope that includes discussion with staff before that process happens, so that there's an understanding that there's concerns and hopefully you can address them before having to get to this point. I'd like to see that as a part of our procedure. But again, I have to say, I think there's an important process here that we are doing, and that is allowing the public to hear our concerns about a change in a program.
Can I say too, and I Supervisor Novosel, I agree with you. I'm comfortable with my recommendations or decisions being questioned. And you kind of hit on it. What normally happens is a board member reaches out to me and we have a discussion. And then if the board member still has concerns, they do an agenda item, and that just didn't happen. And for Supervisor Turnbull, it is not my intent to beat you up. I'm trying to justify why I made this decision. And I'm also trying to make sure the board understands that there is another dynamic at play here. And I feel an obligation to voice that one as well as a department head. So I apologize if you felt that way. It was not my intent.
And I think there's two things going on today. One is recognizing how deeply personal this is to you, George, and we sure understand that and value that. I think through the process this afternoon, though, as we've come to understand some of the data behind this decision, I think we have to, as a board, has to take off any personal feelings we have about a business item before us and say, does this make sense to spend $50,000 to serve potentially 20 people? When that $50,000 could be put into programs and additional services to meet the needs of our seniors. And so I think for me, it has to be a business decision. And while we recognize how deeply personal it is to you, and you know, we all want our seniors to have additional opportunities for deep connections and meaningful interactions. And, you know, a half hour, 35 minutes at this site for $50,000 just doesn't make sense.
And I understand, Wendy, on this, but why did the board vote for 5-0 and one was on consent calendar when the price was $2,087?
Well,
Can you give me that answer?
George, I wasn't on the
No,
board. then, so-
I'm just
You
saying.
can conjecture, but.
Yeah,
my
but I
guess
feel,
is-
I feel that they felt the same way that I did.
Oh.
And there was concerns and they cared about our seniors. They really did. And that's the reason why I feel that we had they put it on consent and the board voted 5-0. That's what I feel. And I feel that they feel the same way that I do.
So my mom happens to live in one of the senior parks in that area. So I always use her as my thinking hat on these issues. She doesn't participate in the program. Unfortunately, I wish she would. I keep trying to get her to, but, and then with COVID, so I'm just wondering, Dawn, Simone, if we might want to, so I was in an event on Sunday up in Georgetown, and everybody was so happy. We were outside on the main street to see each other again. People have been just missing each other. Our social connections, we've been so disconnected. And I'm just wondering, this is just me thinking, if we could give the program a bit of an opportunity to see if people really, I know your survey said that the folks said they're not going to come, half of them, but what if once things open up and they can actually start seeing other people again, they want to, would it be possible to just do a trial to see if we can get the membership up there or attendance up there maybe, or talk to the Lions again, or are there other locations? That area is different, I think, because of all the mobile home parks are primarily in that area. It is a bit of it's not like the rest of the county in my mind because of all the mobile home parks there. I'm just thinking, are there other facilities at all besides that Lions place? It's so expensive.
Well, so I appreciate the question, Supervisor Parlin. Remember, there's only, out of the 29 folks in District 2 that use this site, 26 of them live closer to other sites. So as part of our outreach, as closing the site, we would reach out to these individuals. We would talk with them. We'd talk about where the closest site is, all of those things. And again, they could, if they wanted to, they could come to the Spring Street location with significantly more services. And we're offering them home delivered meals if they don't want to travel at all. So it really isn't about this site as much as it is. I cannot justify bringing you a contract for $25,000 a year that when comparatively speak, it's 400% higher. And when you look at the data, I just don't feel good about that. So, I feel like we balanced out, looked at the impacts, looked at the fiscal piece, and have done that. So that's kind of where my challenge is. The other thing is, the item talks about maybe directing staff to renegotiate. Well, think about what is my position of power, so to speak, in renegotiating something if the board is going to say they want to reconsider the decision. That's my challenge with this.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. And
Supervisor
so,
Heidel, we have Daniel Demonte who has his hand raised.
I want to make sure that Don Simone had a chance to finish his comments.
No,
And
I'm good.
I'd be
Thank you.
pleased. Are you done, Don?
Yes.
Okay, so Daniel, please weigh in.
Good afternoon, board members. Daniel Dalmonte, HHSA. I just wanted to make one comment. Between 2008 and 2009, during the economic recession, the Board of Supervisors approved the closing of a congregate meal site in Shingle Springs. And at that time, due to economic reasons, senior services programs within the Community Services Department at the time went through a similar analysis of costs and made that recommendation to the board. So I just wanted to make that comment as Supervisor Turnbull made a comment about the unanimous decision in 2015, just that there's some precedent on programs and departments analyzing the community need based on the economic circumstances, similarly to this, and the board taking action on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
so with that, I'd like to move that we uphold staff's decision and not provide additional direction to staff.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second. So with that, any other board comment?
The only other thing I want to add, not just the senior parks that are around there, you have the senior apartments that are behind the post office in Diamond Springs, and there's quite a few of them there. So not just the senior parks, but the senior apartment complex.
And I think we all care about our seniors.
Absolutely.
And want to take care of the seniors and make sure that they have opportunities to socialize. What it sounds to me like a little bit is this site is used as a half-hour lunch eating process, and then the seniors leave. That's not hardly what I would consider a social gathering process, because I've seen seniors get together and play cards and every cribbage and everything else that goes hours and hours. I would rather see that money put into that kind of a program that really encourages that socialization, because I agree with you, Supervisor Turnbow, that's very, very important. But I think you have to do that in larger sites where you'll have more participation and get a stronger benefit out of it. So that's kind of my position on this. Not hearing any more board comments. Would you please do roll call, Kim?
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, that was difficult for all of us, but thank you for your patience and working through this. So
And I would just
with that-
I'd like to make a comment that
Okay.
we need to make sure that we're all comfortable with our processes. And when you have issues, I just encourage all the board members, and I try to do it as much as I can. Sometimes it's not so easy, but I try really hard to meet with those department heads when I have questions and try to work something out, or at least get that conversation moving so that everyone understands what you're going to bring to to an agenda item. It's just helpful. And I'm just saying this as a good governance issue. Is let's try to strive to do that so that our department heads can understand where our hearts and souls and questions are coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate the comment. So with that, Kim, I think we're ready for 31. If you'd read that, please.
Of course. Item 31 comes from Supervisor Heidel, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation to recognize May 31st, 2021 as Memorial Day in El Dorado County.
Thank you. So it is my extreme pleasure to be able to read this proclamation. It's a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado proclaiming May 31st, 2021 as Memorial Day in honor of those who answered the call to defend our freedoms. Whereas on this Memorial Day, we remember all who have died, all who are still missing, and all who mourn. And on this day especially, the citizens of El Dorado County remember our fallen sons and daughters who have given their lives defending freedom in all of our nation's conflicts. Whereas on this solemn day in which Americans unite in remembrance of our country's fallen, we also pray for our military personnel and their families, our veterans, and all who have lost loved ones. As a grateful nation, we forever carry the selfless sacrifice of our fallen heroes in our hearts, and we share the task of caring for those they left behind. Whereas it is our charge to preserve liberty, to advance justice, and to sow the seeds of peace. With courage and devotion worthy of the heroes we remember today, let us rededicate ourselves to those unending tasks. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado do hereby proclaim Memorial Day, May 31st, 2021 as a day of hope for permanent peace. And let us recommit to upholding the enduring principles that our country lives for and that our fellow citizens have fought and died for. Above all, we can honor those who have lost by living up to the ideals they died defending. Passed and adopted the Board of Supervisors this regular meeting on 18th of May, 2021, and I'll move the proclamation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. A roll call, please, Kim.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. With that, any additional board comments on the proclamation at all?
No, I want to say something
Sure.
on that aspect because Hugh Turnbull Sr. fought for the North, remember, between the North and the South, and lived in this county, brought 8 wagon trains across Oregon Trail. My grandfather was in World War I, and so was my great uncle, who I'm named after. Also, my Uncle Warren was in World War II, and he was in the USS Millette that brought the Marines, the 4th Marines, into Hiroshima. My father also was a Korean War vet. He 4 major battles, but one of the biggest battles they had was he's one of the chosen few, the Chosin Reservoir, the most bloodiest battle in Marine history. And I remember him talking about that a lot, about how all his friends, some of his friends did not come back. So, and he never talked about it for a long time just before he passed away. So I want to extend my gratitude to all the veterans out there, all the families that have lost their loved ones during all these wars in the past. And anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you for your service.
Well said.
Yeah, well said, George.
Yeah,
Thank you.
George.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'll just say my dad served World War II in the theater in Italy and never talked about it. And, I just thank everybody, all the veterans for their service and those serving today. There's so much conflict out there. And it's very important that we honor those who died taking care of us. So thank you again to all of us, all those veterans.
The freedoms we enjoy today have been paid with a heavy, heavy price and continue to be paid. And there's not a debt of gratitude that we can give them that is equal to their sacrifice. So just enormous.
Except to honor them.
Except to honor them and to recognize them. Yes,
Yep.
exactly.
Exactly. So
Definitely.
Yeah.
very good. So with that, are there any staff comments before we take any public comments? Seeing none from staff, please open it up for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 31. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is the real reason I've been hanging around all day, quite honestly. And if I may go over a little time, I would appreciate it because I might get a little choked up while I read what I prepared. As we celebrate the fun and games and sadly the mattress and car sales now associated with the 3-day Memorial Day weekend, we forget the real Memorial Day is May 30th. And it is to honor those who gave their lives in their military service. By the way, Veterans Day is when we honor those who served to protect our freedoms. Armed Forces Day, May 15th, is when we honor those currently serving in our armed forces. On Memorial Day, we pay tribute to those who made the ultimate sacrifice to preserve our freedom and our way of life. I'm grateful for their sacrifice. I hope that you have fun this Memorial Day weekend, but join me to pause for a moment in their memory on May 30th or 31st, if that's your choice. Memorial Day is very special to me. Here's where it gets hard. On August 2nd, 1944, my uncle, Second Lieutenant Kenneth Roberts, United States Army Air Corps, was shot down over France on his 2nd or 3rd combat mission in a P-47 Thunderbolt, one of the most amazing war machines ever. He's buried in the cemetery in France overlooking the beaches of Normandy. Someday I hope to go there and visit my namesake's final resting place. I am Kenneth Roberts Greenwood. As I learned in the PBS documentary, A Fighter Pilot's Story, 1995, by Lieutenant Roberts' Captain Quentin Annenson, the life expectancy of a P-47 pilot was not long in those first months of the invasion. Their units were subject to 85% casualties, most of which ended in death. If you ever have a chance to see this presentation, do so. And remember the sacrifice of Lieutenant Roberts and all the others who died to preserve our precarious freedom. I went to his captain's grave recently, when I was in Arlington National Cemetery 2 weeks ago, I also went to the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum to view a P-47, and a mighty weapon it was and is. But let's recall how this all began in 1868. But then it really began May 1st, 1865, to honor the Union troops who lost their lives in the Civil War by the slaves that were freed by their actions. The original order was May 5th, 1868. The 30th day of May, 1868, is designated for the purposes of strewing with flowers or otherwise decorating of graves of comrades who died in the defense of their country during the late rebellion, and whose bodies now lie in almost every city, village, and hamlet, churchyard in the land. In this observance, no form or ceremony is prescribed, but posts and comrades will in their own way arrange such fitting services and testimonials of respect as circumstances may permit. It does go on, but I won't. But I did go to Gettysburg also. I walked amongst the gravestones
Public comment at 4 minutes.
where Lincoln gave his Gettysburg Address. Somehow I get it. Somehow I get it. My father served in World War II in support of Eisenhower's advance on Germany. He had the displeasure to view Dachau as a captain. But we are here to honor those who gave their lives. We will always honor our veterans. We will always honor those who serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so thanks for supporting the proclamation. And with that, I think we can move to item 36. Kim, please read that.
Item 36 comes from Supervisor Heidel and Supervisor Parlin, recommending the board authorize the chair to sign the letter to Governor Gavin Newsom and state legislative leadership, urging them to extend special district local governments direct access to the American Rescue Plan Act COVID relief funds.
Supervisor Parlin, do you want to start the discussion or do you want me to? What's your pleasure?
Go for it.
Okay, so I was approached by the El Dorado Hills Community Services District to support this particular effort. I had several questions relative to if we do support this letter, which would basically ask the state of California to provide funds for our special districts in El Dorado County, and how that would be administered, is distributed, et cetera, is a TBD. It's not known at this point in time, but recognizing that a lot of our special districts, I think all of them, for the most part, suffered losses of property tax base during the COVID period, and have not received, to my knowledge, any direct compensation for those COVID losses, and either in the form of CARES Act funding or other funding. We had talked about the possibility of the American Rescue Plan funding being utilized in part to help special districts, but they've received very little, if any, consideration from the state in terms of providing that funding. So this is not a state requested activity. This is really coming from our special districts, asking us to support submitting a letter, asking the governor and the legislature to provide funding to special districts that would not be a takeaway from the funds that are distributed as part of the American Rescue Plan, i.e. the counties, the cities would not be harmed by this particular request, because that was one of the things I wanted to make sure was understood. This is not in lieu of the county receiving its funds. It's in addition to the state funding special districts with this particular type of a funding mechanism. And again, it wasn't proposed by the state, so I don't know the receptiveness, but I feel very strongly it's important we get behind this because of our fire departments, our community services districts, our special districts, EID, et cetera, all of those special districts that have not benefited from COVID relief, that this would be the opportunity for them to get some of that recognition and some relief from the expenses, the added expenses they've faced during the last year and a half. So that's kind of it from my perspective. Lori, do you want to?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. I was approached by the Cameron Park CSD and then heard from the Eldorado Hills CSD, and there's a huge effort to support this. I thought the letter was pretty self-explanatory. Actually, I really appreciated the way it was written.
Yes.
And it was a sample letter. Thank you, CEO's office, for taking it and putting it in the format for us. And that was a big selling point, I guess you'd say, is the fact that they're asking for it to be money separate from what comes into the county. And I think that is actually kind of smart strategy. So especially with the state having gotten quite a bit of money itself, and then we're also talking about a big surplus, and so it seems appropriate to ask for this. So thank you for bringing this to the board.
All right, very good. Any staff comments before we open it up for public? Any board questions or
No,
comments?
sounds
I
good.
think it was pretty well explained. So, okay, so Kim, would you please open it for public comment?
Now taking public comment on item number 36. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Noel Maddock.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Noelle Maddock with the Eldorado Hills Community Services District. And I am also a board member of the California Special Districts Association and the chair of their legislative committee. First, thank you, Chair Heidel and Supervisor Parlin, for bringing this item forward. Knowing the competing interests that face the county for the limited funds you are receiving makes supporting special districts access to the federal funding through the state will actually be a win-win. Our CSD has estimated an approximate 2 million hit alone in lost revenues and unbudgeted expenses. Special districts are really the third leg of the local government stool, providing vital services to our communities. Yet special districts were left out of the relief bills, though we have had impacts. Just as the Eldorado Hills CSD has had impacts, all special districts throughout the county have suffered from a loss of revenue and unexpected expenses. We feel it is appropriate for the state to provide assistance as they will be receiving $26 billion. With your support, it will hopefully help us access to this funding and free up your funding to help others within the county. I urge you to join the current 745 coalition members supporting special districts access to this federal funding. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Noel.
Now taking public comment from Dane Waddle.
Yes, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Dane Wadley, and I'm a field coordinator with the California Special Districts Association. I work with the special districts in the county. I'm also a county resident, live in Supervisor Parlin's district up on the Georgetown Divide. So just want to say thank you also to the chair and Supervisor Parlin for bringing this item up to the board. And I'd also like to thank the CAO, Don Ashton, who has engaged with local districts on this issue over the past few months. So much appreciated. Like others, special districts have been impacted by the COVID pandemic. The statewide fiscal impact is currently about $1.5 billion. And there was an article about a month or so ago in the Mountain Democrat, which outlined some of the impacts to some of the local districts. And you heard some from Noel, obviously, previously. So, and to this point, districts have not received access to COVID-19 relief funds from the state or the federal government. And through the Federal American Rescue Plan, the state has the authority to transfer some of the $26 billion it is receiving to special districts. And like Noel too, I asked the board to join other counties in the state and approve a letter to state leaders asking the state to share some of its surplus with special districts. And we believe this is a reasonable request to help districts continue providing critical services to their communities throughout El Dorado County and of course throughout the state. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dan.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. Ken Greenwood here, District 2. Might as well. When I heard the governor made the suggestion that we were going to give $1.2 billion to high-speed rail, that we were going to give well, I see it to an extent, 12 billion to the homeless, that we were going to forgive parking and speeding tickets for low income people, and on and on and on and on. I'm sorry, I wanted to puke. I still do. And so I thank you very much to make a very clear statement to the governor, to the speaker, and to everybody out there that please let us use this locally so that we can take care of the issues that that COVID has brought on. And that is it. We may or may not like this American Rescue Plan, and it's essentially pork barrel opportunity, but you know what? As long as the pork is there, I guess we should eat the bacon. So thank you very much for sending this letter out, and this should be a 5-0 vote, real simple. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I have to say, I want to get t-shirts made now, Ken, that say eat the bacon. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I like it.
That was hilarious.
I
Thank
like
you.
Waiting for the announcement of the
I
bacon
needed
party.
that. Okay,
thought-
sorry, I couldn't help myself.
That was good, Lori.
I like the levity. We need some of that.
Need it. It's been a long
That was
day.
good. So
Been a
thank
long
you
day.
for providing levity for the board. That was great.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, with that, I'm going to move the item.
I'd like to second it.
Okay, Kim, roll call.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Kim. And so now we're looking at going into closed session, and the board will recess into closed session to hear items 32, items 33 and 34, as 32 has been continued off calendar, as mentioned in the addendum. So anyone in the public who wishes to provide comments concerning items 32 or 33 or 34 is welcome to do so at this point. Cam, please open it up.
Now taking public comment on items number 34 and 35 of closed session. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There is no public comment.
All right, thank you. So it has been suggested that we cover twos and froms, since we don't expect any action to be taken in closed session to report out. So that would allow us to finish here and then just close the meeting in closed session. So with that, who's ready to go with two and froms? I'll open it up to anybody who wants to volunteer.
This time I'm ready, Chairman
All right.
Hydall. Yeah.
Thank
Thank you, Wendy.
Supervisor
Okay,
Thomas.
I'll be quick. Enjoyed a water agency meeting. Lori always does a great job leading us. Met with Commander Hatfield, who is coordinating the wagon train, and we talked about logistics. Got a tour of our facilities, and a big thank you to Russ and Chuck for taking Karen and I around our facilities over by Building C. Really enjoyed that. Had a CalCog board meeting. I know that's through EDCDC, but wanted to let the board know that CalCog is joining CSAC and many other trade and transportation organizations to encourage the state to focus on stimulating economic recovery, creating living wage jobs, and making progress on California's climate change goals through strategic investments in our transportation infrastructure, and always appreciate that support for our transportation infrastructure. Had a great meeting with Don Simone. Always enjoy my time with him, and met with my CDAC appointee. Had a great meeting yesterday with Lori. Really enjoyed our discussion and look forward to more collaboration on that. And our office has just been super busy with constituent issues. And I think we've gotten one over close to the finish line. And I have to give a huge shout out to our staff across DOT, economic development, building and planning, contracts, CAO's office. Just thank you for working with us over the last couple of weeks. You've all just done a Herculean job, and really appreciate that collaboration and coordination for the good of our community. So,
thank you. Who would like to go next?
I'll go next.
Okay.
Guess. I had a great meeting with the water agency with Lori and Wendy. Went really well. Also had a drive around with Brian Mullins on the other day, and it was great, which was Friday. And he showed me how the new seal coat, the rubber seal coat that works in El Dorado Hills, and how they prepare it and what goes on there. So that's a great thing. And then he's going to have a follow-up on 2 weeks. And Lori, you're invited. You know
Thank
that. Okay. So to do the final touchings on that. So that's a great thing that they're doing. And it's going to save this county a lot of money, especially when the rubberized seal coat they're putting on it flexes, so it doesn't crack. So we can get anywhere from 20 to 30 years out of it. So it's a big cost savings to our county. Also, we had a fish derby that was at the DeAugustini Pond, which was a great event. There was a lot of people there, and it was put on by the volunteer fire department out there. Pioneer Volunteer Fire Department put it on. So it was a great event. We had CHP helicopter there. We had the sheriff's department there. We also had a lot of the Cal Fire and all the other Pioneer Fire District was there too. So it was a great event, especially for the kids. It was totally awesome. So I appreciate everybody that came there. I wish, I know we can't mingle too much of us, I guess. But anyway, too bad that one of us or somebody else would have came. They would have loved it.
I didn't know about it.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
But anyway, sorry, I should reach out to you. I apologize.
That'd be fun. Yeah. Count us in
Okay.
next time.
Good to know after.
There we go. So anyway, and the other, which was last night, the Joe Harn spoke at the Women's Republican Federated. So I listened to what he had to say and stuff like that. And it was a great event. And I appreciate you, Joe, for all the hard work that you do for our county. Also, I met with my Parks and Recs and some of the things that are going, the new parks that they're looking into and some of the things that they're working on. Also, I had a great meeting with Don Aston and Dave Livingston. I appreciate all the input and advice. Anyway, and then also I had a good meeting with Cheryl Blychester, my planning commission. And then I've also met with my economic development Rod Pimentel, reached out to him and stuff, and Chris is helping, and we're working on that cogent facility, and we're trying to get it put into our county. So also had a great meeting with PG&E. That was kind of an interesting thing that went on there. And they're talking about the brushing and the clearing and stuff. And I reached out to, Dawn was there. We had a just kind of presentation by them. And I told her to actually work with the county because they're going to do a lot of brushing that's on Bucks Fire Road. Will be happening pretty soon, and they can work together. I think it'd be a great thing, to work together to clear a lot of the brush in our easements and stuff. So, and that with PG&E is just all the stuff that's coming down the pipe, and all the regulations and stuff. And they're really trying hard to do their job. And I totally understand it. So anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you, George. Sue or Lori, who's next?
Go, Sue.
Okay, great. So we had a CSAC meeting last week with the executive committee and a few others talking about the governor's May revise. Great news in that there's going to be an unprecedented amount of funding for broadband, something that we have really taken the lead on with our study that we did years ago. Criminal justice, HHSA, talking about unpaid bills for those who need payments. Up in Tahoe are stupid, which is our South Tahoe. I know. I love saying
that one's my favorite.
It's the greatest acronym in the world, stupid, which is South Tahoe Utilities District.
It's the best.
But they're not, they're being very smart in that they're going to be offering to help out with those unpaid bills for people that can't afford because of COVID. So it's important. Transportation, Caltrans is going to be getting a lot of money from the state from the COVID relief money. So very interesting conversation we had with the governor's staff. I took the implicit bias training last week, and I want to say the coordinator of that, Janine Jenkins, did an excellent job. Really appreciated her work. And, again, it's something that's required of all of our commissioners and of us. And I think it's worth every moment to be listening to what we need to talk about. Then other issues, the Commission on Youth and Families, I attended their meeting. Very good. Still kind of getting set up on what we want to do and where we need to go. Tahoe Transportation District, always an interesting board meeting, talking about transit in Lake Tahoe and how we make things regionally better for everyone, tourists and locals alike. I attended the CalCog meeting last week as a TRPA rep. I think I saw Wendy there too. Thank you. Really interesting conversations. Tahoe pilot program. Right now, as of May 7th, we have signs up at the intersections of North Upper Truckee and Highway 50 and Sawmill and Highway 50, alerting people to the fact that there are no longer allowed right turns during Sundays and holidays, and I think it's from 10:30 to 4. There's a sign up there that explains that. We're going to be getting electric signs up there, especially during our big holidays, to make sure people understand. CHP is totally on board and is right now giving out warnings, and we'll be giving out tickets beginning on Memorial Day weekend. So important everyone understands that we're trying to control the traffic on our county roads, and we're hopeful that Waze and some of the GPS apps will stop sending people down our county roads during those busy times. It just doesn't work. And then had our monthly meetings with the planning department, county council, DOT. Met with PG&E also. Very interesting conversations with them, and looking forward to few meetings this week that will continue the conversation about what the governor is doing with his May revise. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Lori.
Yeah, at that wonderful water agency meeting, we approved our recommended budget. That was a good, pretty quick meeting. That was nice. And then after that, I had a SOFAR collaborative meeting. We went over a presentation from the Tahoe Central Sierra Initiative Blueprint Plan, which it sounds like that's going to be a great model for other communities to follow. And then they talked about their, sounds like we're going to be doing that again too, is their, SOFAR is asked for letters of support quite often when community groups and stuff are applying for grants. And so that process sometimes gets a little bumpy, which it did at this last meeting. So we're going to review that, but generally speaking, they hand out letters pretty readily. And then we had a cemetery advisory committee meeting. That group's working on their bylaws. Mary Corey joined us and offered her expertise to help with the bylaws. So that was cool. And then on Thursday, I had a Zoom meeting with Dawn Ashton and my human rights commissioner. Even though I'm not on the commission anymore, I'm still interested in its success. And it sounds like my commissioner has some good ideas that she's going to try to bring to the commission. So be ready, you guys. We'll see how it goes. And then I had my implicit bias training there. I was with you, Sue. And yeah, Janine, the facilitator, she's just amazing. I just really liked her. I don't know. She's just really bubbly and very positive, and I just enjoyed that. So that was cool. And then let's see, we had a Zoom meeting. Oh, I was on a Zoom meeting with this National Historical Park group. They're looking at doing a National Historic Park that encompasses the Golden Chain, because that's so important in the history of our area. So we'll see how that goes. It's a huge lift, but it could be really amazing if it's done well. And there's a lot of models in the country. So we wouldn't be creating the wheel. We'd be copying a wheel that's already out there, which I think is a smart strategy. And then on Friday, I had my monthly meeting with our DOT director. Thank you, Raphael. I had a Zoom meeting. So the Bureau of Reclamation, they own the land out there at the Auburn State Rec area. And they are working on their 5-year fire fuels reduction management plan. So we had a Zoom meeting with Bureau staff and Kimberly Pruitt from Congressman McClintock's office and Ken Payne from the water agency, because water, fire, watershed, and all that. So really looking forward to helping support with some of the projects out there for their fuels reduction. It's just huge. They own so many acres out there. Saturday, I ended up going up to Mosquito. They had their Fire Safe Council meeting, and it was just really fun to get out and see people. I have to say, I've been missing everyone. And so I got to meet their new fire chief, who's not new anymore, but to me, he's new because I couldn't meet him before because of COVID. And I thought that with all this discussion about the fire districts and stuff, you guys would appreciate knowing that they feel they're doing a really good job of rebuilding their volunteer program. They've got up to like, I think he said 13, don't quote me on that, but volunteers now in their program. So they're looking at rebuilding that. And it sounded very positive on what they're doing up there. And we had a lot of our agencies, the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, and Todd Crawford from OES was there to present to the community because Mosquito is just so remote. And they're looking forward to the bridge. And by the way, they asked me all about the bridge and said, how's it going? And they really appreciate that we approved that. So thank you for that. Sunday, I went up to Georgetown. One of the stores actually opened during COVID and they made it through and had a first anniversary, and it turned into kind of a historic recreation event. So the Georgetown Preservation Society was there with some mining information, a blacksmith and stuff. And again, they asked me how it was going with the design standards for the rural centers, and they appreciated the fact that we funded that. So again, thank you. So it's been good to be out in the community. They appreciate the work that we're doing for them, and I wanted to share that with you. And then Monday, Taxpayers Association, the guest speakers were 2 library commissioners, Barbara Raines and Steve Ferry. And my internet wasn't great, so I didn't hear everything they said, but I'm sure it was awesome. And then I just had a bad connection. I also had a Zoom meeting with PG&E and our representative, Sarah. She's just great. I just love talking to her and stuff. And I asked her a bazillion questions and she promised to get back to me. We'll see how that goes. They were hard questions, I think. And then, yeah, Supervisor Thomas, I really appreciate our conversation with that ranch marketing ordinance. And we're working on figuring out, just so everybody knows, on how we're going to make those changes, suggestions through the Ag Commission, just so people don't think we're not going to do it in a bubble by ourselves. Absolutely not. Very public. So be ready for that too. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Lori. So it was my pleasure on Wednesday, the 12th, to be the guest speaker at the El Dorado County Chamber Luncheon. They asked me to talk to the state of the county, which I did. It was a similar presentation of what I made to the El Dorado Hills Chamber. All went well. It was held offsite, and very good to see a lot of faces again and to enjoy a meal together again and celebrate, kind of coming out of this COVID thing. So later that evening, I attended the El Dorado Hills Area Planning Advisory Committee. The whole evening was pretty much dedicated to a review of the Central El Dorado Hills specific plan. And in fact, the new VMT information that was required by the state is a new CEQA element be brought forward, and then 2 new alternatives. This has been written up in the paper, Mountain Democrat, and I think also the Village Life in El Dorado Hills. There's still a lot of confusion, I think, about that, but it'll sort out with time. And so I really appreciated listening to the presentation and understanding some of the comments and the concerns that the public still has. So we'll try to work through those and answer questions and make it just as transparent as possible. On the 13th, there was a virtual Sacramento Host Breakfast I attended. It's a thing they do annually, but again, they were just pleased to be able to share the information of what was going on. The governor was a guest speaker, so we got to hear him speak and share his thoughts on some of the current things going on. And then later in the day, I attended the maximizing the historic stimulus to solve homelessness. So again, a presentation on all of the aspects of what you can do to provide solutions for the homelessness situation, given the federal and state funds that are coming into it, given other methods that can be used. So a very detailed expose of what can be done. And so I'm hoping that our EDOC, COC, and other organizations are benefiting from that. I've got the material to share with anybody who might want to see it. On the 14th, there was an interagency stakeholder webinar that I attended. And this again was talking about what's going on with COVID and how do we help one another. On the 17th, the Pioneer Energy Board meeting was held to deal with strategic planning. It was a special meeting. It's the first of 2 meetings. So we had the introduction in terms of what strategic planning was. The second meeting will be held next Thursday. But it was a good discussion about what does the board want to consider beyond just having the very minimum rates. Are there other things that we need to consider strategically? And there was a good discussion. No decision has been made, but I would encourage anyone who's interested in that subject to maybe tune in as a participant at the meeting that's held next week, and we can provide information if there is an interest in it. I too had a discussion with Sarah from PG&E. I found that very enlightening. And I believe we're going to try to get her scheduled to come to the board and make a presentation in July.
Is that right?
So
Okay.
that we'll have public participation, and not only our questions as board members, but the general public can ask Sarah and her representatives from PG&E to respond to some of those things, because there was a number of things that were covered, including Marshall Hospital and
I met with her. Yeah.
microgridding and all those kinds of things. So really good discussion.
And the bypass.
And the bypass. I'm just very pleased we have somebody like Sarah to relate to, who really is listening and trying to do her best, I think, within her capacity to share information and make it available to people, and then get answers to the tough questions she may not be able to answer spontaneously. So all that's a good relationship, and I think we'll continue with that. And then I too attended the implicit bias training, and Janine did a fantastic job. And my takeaway, this is nothing like what certain people think it is. I've read all kinds of stuff from various commentaries and social media, and that's not what this is. Implicit bias training is about education and understanding that we all have implicit biases, whether we want to believe it or not. And my biggest takeaway was they actually have a series of tests you can take to determine the degree of your bias in any one of about 8 or 10 different subjects. So I thought that was beneficial. My commitment to myself is I'm going to go take a couple of those just to understand how it comes back, because we may all feel, hey, I'm not biased on that stuff. I'm very open-minded and blah, blah, blah. But we do have built-in biases that occur through any number of reasons, our environment, our education, what we learned in school, et cetera, et cetera. And I think to be able to recognize that and to be able to try to balance those biases against making fair and impartial decisions and recommendations is key to doing the job we've been elected to do. So I was very pleased with the training. It was far more than I expected, to be perfectly frank, and it didn't get into a lot of the subject matters that people were very concerned about. So I thought it was the right scope, and I thought it was well presented. So, and that's my comments. So.
Great.
So Don, CEO.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just 2 updates. One, this board has been in place for 5.5 months, and we've had a lot of meetings, and staff have given you a lot of information on complex issues. So with that, you're being rewarded by a 2-week break of board meetings. But it's not really a reward, because the budget book will be out next week. And you'll need to be reading that, because the next meeting of the Board of Supervisors is June 7th on a Monday for the budget hearing.
Okay.
And then our regular meeting on June 8th. So please.
Wait a minute. You're giving us homework over a break? Wow, Dawn.
Yes, I would. And I would like to extend, once you get the budget books, if you have questions about things, please reach out to my office. We'd be happy to meet with you individually and go over those. And so the board is aware, I have been invited to a special taxpayers meeting.
You and I both.
Oh, you too, huh?
Yeah.
On I think 2 weeks from today, I
2 weeks from
believe.
today, yeah. Correct.
To go over the recommended budget.
But I'm going to let you do all the talking. I ain't going to say nothing.
You got it, sir. That's all I have.
All right. Very good. David, assuming you didn't have anything, so. All right, so we will recess into closed session, and we're expected to finish in closed session. We'll just report the closing time and finish up today's activities in closed session. So let's adjourn. Let's not adjourn. Let's recess to closed session.